The power of a hyperscale AI ML can be federated with data in a private cloud. Likewise, a hyperscale database can be deployed with another hyperscale web application. 10,000 businesses today are empowered by Sifi to leverage the game-changing benefits of the cloud. With its hybrid and multi-cloud capability, Sifi can help you execute your strategic vision of business transformation with efficiency and simplicity. Sifi is committed to making the cloud secure, efficient, and reliable. From a single window, we deliver value across the complete spectrum, including infrastructure, platforms, and applications, offering flexible commercial models which are component aligned, usage aligned, and business outcome aligned. with SIFI's Cloud Infinite CMP, comprising best-of-the-breed service management platforms. It provides a strategic advantage for customer success. Engage with SIFI to explore opportunities to reduce the costs and complexities of cloud operations. Engage more with Cloud at the Core.
West Bengal Electronics Industry Development Corporation Limited, popularly known as WEBEL, has successfully changed the IT scenario in Bengal. Bengal today is a preferred IT destination. Multiple cloud-based state data centers have developed, churning out nearly 800 tech research scholars and 15,000 graduates from world-class institutes annually. WEBEL invites industry players to set up units for hardware parts and electronic manufacturing clusters at nominal costs, providing superior infrastructure and advantages. Thanks to WEBEL, the state also boasts of 18 ready-to-use modern IT spaces. With a waiting list of investors along with 4 additional IT parks that are near completion. Spread across 200 acres, Eastern India's most advanced IT destination, Silicon Valley Tech Hub, is rising as an epicenter of technology, with available land being booked up fast. WEBEL gave rise to various burgeoning IT hubs with substantial resources like green building offices with zero power cut and plug-and-play modules. FinTech Hub in Newtown, the future of financial services, is another area of prime focus. Major emphasis is given to blockchains, hackathons, and many more. WEBEL Fujisoft Vara having state-of-the-art 3D printing technology. The Cybersecurity Center of Excellence has been announced as the winner by DSCI Excellence Awards 2020 for security awareness and data protection. The development of Self-Scan, a government-trusted app-based scanning technology where one can securely scan private documents. WEBEL Animation Academy is taking the world of animation to a new dimension. WEBEL Mediatronics Division's ongoing projects on ambient noise level monitoring system. Additionally, WEBEL Digital Academy is imparting IT training across rural Bengal. WEBEL has also concentrated on initiatives of G2G and G2C under West Bengal's e-governance project. The issue of Swasthya cards in Bengal has added to the glory. Even for IT professionals returning to Bengal due to the COVID-19 scenario, the Karma Bhumi project has been offering employment opportunities through a dedicated web portal. Thus, WEBEL has helped skyrocket the employment rate in the state's IT sector. Bengal is strategically located and well connected with China, Taiwan, Japan, Dubai, etc. Thereby, Asia's largest business hubs are well accessible to the state. WEBEL also caters to the IT needs of the extended parts of eastern India. West Bengal is the IT gateway of India. The state is phenomenally conducive to business, having airports and riverine ports, well-developed roadways and railways, with further infrastructural development in full swing. 100% Business Reform Action Plan, compliant with a high rank in the Ease of Doing Business Index. Bengal has changed the face of trade. The rise of Bengal in the IT and E-sector has also attracted eminent delegates from Taiwan to visit WEBEL's EMC and hardware parks, kickstarting further growth in Bengal with emerging technology and making the state Industry 4.0 compliant. Together with a stable industrial climate, committed leadership, and focus on holistic growth, the land is brimming with intellectual prowess. So come and ride the wave of growth and invest as WEBEL transforms Bengal into the ultimate global IT hub.
This thing right here, it's something amazing. Give it little force, and it gets some speed. Give it purpose, and it gathers velocity. The thing we create to propel businesses forward, to give them the ability to take new shape, adapt to everything. Time, human nature, Mother Nature. Today, an energy company. Tomorrow, one that channels all its energy in selling flowers. Powered by the precision of data and disruptive engineering, Velocity provides change, momentum, bringing about intelligence and agility to cope with ever-changing business landscapes and expectations. Connecting global ambitions with local approaches and digital experiences with human perspectives. It's this velocity that offers a car fleet management company wings and an aerospace engineering giant nimble feet. Or for that matter, it's what eliminates bank holidays in banking. And it's this very velocity that's offering our clients the access to smart connections and the confidence to find fresh directions. But more importantly, the unique ability to outrun the present, to outsmart the future. Come, witness velocity transform the way business is done. Zensar. Think velocity.
Applications. Data usage is growing exponentially. Industries are accelerating the integration of their value chain, leveraging technologies like automation with AI and analytics, massively connected resources, agility of response, and better security. Introducing Tata Communications private 5G networks, designed to deliver end-to-end flexible, robust, and programmable connectivity solution for any industry. Solution is integrated with Edge Cloud to deploy industry-grade mission-critical applications, secured enterprise connectivity and data, and deployed and managed using our global footprint. Tata Communications private 5G solution provides you with seamless, low latency, and highly reliable network, zero-touch automation and orchestration, zero trust security, optimized total cost of ownership, and on-demand scalability. With our solution, we build comprehensive use cases and innovative business solutions across industries such as smart manufacturing, warehousing, ports, digital campuses, and many more. With our in-depth domain expertise, we help you achieve the desired business outcomes.
Technology is changing the world faster than ever. To seize opportunities it presents, it's imperative for organizations to transform. The biggest risk for businesses is to play safe and ignore these changes. We at MB, through our consulting and integration services, advise our customers on the right mix of technologies, which can enable a multiplying effect for their business success. MB has been repeatedly reinventing itself for the past 2 decades to remain relevant to its customers. With deep IT domain expertise, MB offers solutions in the areas of IT infrastructure, virtualization, security and management, unified communication, business productivity, ERP and analytics, interactive classroom and boardroom solutions. Being early adopters of SMAC, we are also ideally placed to help customers implement social, mobility, analytics, and cloud technologies in their business.
vibrant young crowd, and around 200,000 people are working now in Sector 5.
A home of smart thinkers is a marvel called the Infinity Think Tank, which was one of the very first intelligent IT-empowered workspace in Sector 5 that revolutionized the landscape of the area and ushered in an era that raised the benchmark of infrastructure and brought in smart integrated business parks all around.
We are very conscious about the environment. All our buildings are green. Our first green platinum building came 10 years back, which was second in India, 7th in the world. Infinity has taken a vow that all their buildings, whether residential, whether commercial, whether shopping mall, whatever we do, has to be green.
A slew of cutting-edge smart green buildings with a futuristic design and robust engineering followed, such as Infinity Benchmark, Godrej Waterside, Infinity IT Lagoon, Martin Byrne Business Park, Merlin Infinite, and Advance Infinity.
So looking at the requirement of today's youth, entrepreneurs, startups, SMEs, we felt that if we give them a tension-free environment, we give them a space which is plug and play, they can come anytime, they can go anytime. For the lady worker, there is a security, and provide all the support which they need.
Infinity Business Center is housed in the award-winning Benchmark and Godrej Waterside building, having state-of-the-art co-working spaces at the heart of Sector 5. Some of the most valued customers of Infinity Business Center being Nissan Motors, Mars Chocolate, Avaya, Kimberly-Clark, Pearson Education, and Renault. Fully furnished plug-and-play model, which is scalable at any point of time. Infinity Business Center will offer every single modern amenity and convenience needed by you to crack that $1 million deal.
Today, we have around 400-500 seats. We are expanding it. We will be happy to help these entrepreneurs in whatever manner, including investing with them, mentoring them, and whatever is required to be done. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
As India emerges from the enduring impacts of the pandemic, organizations need to change faster than ever before to address the profound challenges that they face and also make most of the tremendous opportunities that lie ahead of them.
PwC as a community of solvers is uniquely positioned to bring the right combination of people, capabilities, and technology. That's what we are calling the new equation.
The new equation focuses on two interconnected needs that clients face today. The need to build trust with a broader set of stakeholders and also to deliver sustained outcomes.
To enable our clients to meet these challenges over the next 5 years, we will double down on our investments in some of the key growth areas.
Our people are at the core of our success. We will continue to spend a minimum of 1% of our revenue in upskilling our people and our partners. At the same time, we also have tremendous focus on onboarding fresh talent. We will be increasing our campus hiring by 5 times in the next 5 years. We also expect to add over 2,000 jobs every year. And most importantly, we commit to ensuring a minimum of 40% diversity across our teams.
We are going to set up the PwC Research Institute, which will identify and analyze the emerging trends across sectors. We will further invest in emerging technologies, digital and cloud, artificial intelligence and analytics, cyber and managed services, and work closely
The best time to adopt a cloud strategy was 5 years ago. Today, enterprises are transforming rapidly to stay relevant and go head-to-head with born-in-the-cloud businesses. And yet, many of them are unable to leverage the full power of the cloud. In the face of challenges ranging from rigid architecture to lengthy migrations, the arrival of hyperscale clouds in India, along with advanced network technologies, make it possible to have cloud adjacency to create a secure, hybrid, multi-cloud architecture. The cloud-adjacent data centers with hyperscale Cloud Connect endpoints provide very low latency access to deploy hybrid workloads across the public and private resources effectively. And thus, the next best time for a fresh look at your cloud strategy is now with hybrid and multi-cloud. With hybrid, the unique capabilities of different platforms can now be efficiently utilized. For example, the power of a hyperscale AI ML can be federated with data in a private cloud. Likewise, a hyperscale database can be deployed.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us today. And we apologize and we to inform you that we will take 10 to 15 minutes more to commence the program, as some of the people are around the corner and we have received call that they're being delayed a bit. We really apologize and we would expect that you would bear with us. Thank you.
From a single window, we deliver value across the complete spectrum, including infrastructure, platforms, and applications, offering flexible commercial models which are component aligned, usage aligned, and business outcome aligned. With CIFI's Cloud Infinite CMP, comprising best-of-the-breed service management platforms, it provides a strategic advantage for customer success. Engage with CIFI to explore opportunities to reduce the costs and complexities of cloud operations. Engage more with Cloud at the Core.
West Bengal Electronics Industry Development Corporation Limited, popularly known as WEBEL, has successfully changed the IT scenario in Bengal. Bengal today is a preferred IT destination. Multiple cloud-based state data centers have developed, churning out nearly 800 tech research scholars and 15,000 graduates from world-class institutes annually. Webel invites industry players to set up units for hardware parks and electronic manufacturing clusters at nominal costs, providing superior infrastructure and advantages. Thanks to Webel, the state also boasts of 18 ready-to-use modern IT spaces. With a waiting list of investors along with 4 additional IT parks that are near completion. Spread across 200 acres, Eastern India's most advanced IT destination, Silicon Valley Tech Hub, is rising as an epicenter of technology, with available land being booked up fast. Webel gave rise to various burgeoning IT hubs with substantial resources like green building offices with zero power cut and plug-and-play modules. FinTech Hub in Newtown, the future of financial services, is another area of prime focus. Major emphasis is given to blockchains, hackathons, and many more. Webel, Fujisoft, Vara having state-of-the-art 3D printing technology. The Cybersecurity Center of Excellence has been announced as the winner by DSCI Excellence Awards 2020 for security awareness and data protection. The development of Self-Scan, a government-trusted app-based scanning technology where one can securely scan private documents. Webel Animation Academy is taking the world of animation to a new dimension. Webel Mediatronics Division's ongoing projects on ambient noise level monitoring system. Additionally, Webel Digital Academy is imparting IT training across rural Bengal. Webel has also concentrated on initiatives of G2G and G2C under West Bengal's e-governance project. The issue of Swasthya cards in Bengal has added to the glory. Even for IT professionals returning to Bengal due to the COVID-19 scenario, the Karma Bhumi project has been offering employment opportunities through a dedicated web portal. Thus, Webel has helped skyrocket the employment rate in the state's IT sector. Bengal is strategically located and well connected with China, Taiwan, Japan, Dubai, etc. Thereby, Asia's largest business hubs are well accessible to the state. Webel also caters to the IT needs of the extended parts of eastern India. West Bengal is the IT gateway of India. The state is phenomenally conducive to business, having airports and riverine ports, well-developed roadways and railways, with further infrastructural development in full swing. 100% business reform action plan, compliant with a high rank in the Ease of Doing Business Index. Bengal has changed the face of trade. The rise of Bengal in the IT and E sector has also attracted eminent delegates from Taiwan to visit Webel's EMC and hardware parks, kickstarting further growth in Bengal with emerging technology and making the state Industry 4.0 compliant. Together with a stable industrial climate, committed leadership, and focus on holistic growth, the land is brimming with intellectual prowess. So come and ride the wave of growth and invest as Webel transforms Bengal into the ultimate global IT hub.
This thing right here, it's something amazing. Give it little force, and it gets some speed. Give it purpose, and it gathers velocity. The thing we create to propel businesses forward, to give them the ability to take new shape, adapt to everything. Time, human nature, Mother Nature. Today, an energy company. Tomorrow, one that channels all its energy in selling flowers. Powered by the precision of data and disruptive engineering, Velocity provides change, momentum, bringing about intelligence and agility to cope with ever-changing business landscapes and expectations. Connecting global ambitions with local approaches and digital experiences with human perspectives. It's this velocity that offers a car fleet management company wings and an aerospace engineering giant nimble feet. Or for that matter, it's what eliminates bank holidays in banking. And it's this very velocity that's offering our clients the access to smart connections and the confidence to find fresh directions. But more importantly, the unique ability to outrun the present, to outsmart the future. Come, witness velocity transform the way business is done. Zensar, think velocity.
With connectivity and applications, data usage is growing exponentially. Industries are accelerating the integration of their value chain, leveraging technologies like automation with AI and analytics, massively connected resources, agility of response, and better security. Introducing Tata Communications private 5G networks, designed to deliver end-to-end flexible, robust, and programmable connectivity solution for any industry. Solution is integrated with Edge Cloud to deploy industry-grade mission-critical applications, secured enterprise connectivity and data, and deployed and managed using our global footprint. Tata Communications private 5G solution provides you with seamless, low latency, and highly reliable network, zero-touch automation and orchestration, zero trust security, optimized total cost of ownership, and on-demand scalability. With our solution, we build comprehensive use cases and innovative business solutions across industries such as smart manufacturing, warehousing, ports, digital campuses, and many more. With our in-depth domain expertise, we help you achieve the desired business outcomes.
Technology is changing the world faster than ever. To seize opportunities it presents, it's imperative for organizations to transform. The biggest risk for businesses is to play safe and ignore these changes. We at MB, through our consulting and integration services, advise our customers on the right mix of technologies, which can enable a multiplying effect for their business success. MB has been repeatedly reinventing itself for the past 2 decades to remain relevant to its customers. With deep IT domain expertise, MB offers solutions in the areas of IT infrastructure, virtualization, security and management, unified communication, business productivity, ERP and analytics, interactive classroom and boardroom solutions. Being early adopters of SMAC, we are also ideally placed to help customers implement social, mobility, analytics, and cloud technologies in their business. Our deep customer engagement model is based on the robust practice of understand, evaluate, test, implement, transform. Such a collaborative and flexible approach ensured our wide base of customers across verticals solid reasons for coming back to us. And our strategic partnerships with leading global technology companies ensure our customers the best-in-class solutions consistently. Now more than ever, the future belongs to those who seize the opportunities that are presented.
We apologize again to all those who have bitten the traffic of the midday traffic of the city and have reached our venue. This is a heritage building, the traditional hub of business hub of Kolkata. So we are now commencing the 13th edition of our annual Business IT Conclave. And before we, or as we formally commence the proceedings, we will start with a brief video of our gold sponsor, Mindtree.
The future can feel far away, just out of reach, like an enigma. And businesses strive to keep up, to be in alignment with the present. But in today's world, the present is already behind us. And what lies ahead is already here. At Mindtree, we turn long-term goals into short-term goals, speed into agility, disruptive growth into competitive differentiation, professionals into thought leaders, clients into teammates, and stagnancy into dynamism. Our company culture cultivates an environment where everyone can excel. Anchored by purpose, we value curiosity and learning. With sustainability, diversity, and philanthropic endeavors as driving forces, Mindtree ensures the future is within reach, and delivering ambitious results are at the core. By understanding your business's needs and challenges, and providing solutions that unlock value, efficiency, and innovation. When the world as a whole throws us unprecedented change, we embrace it, navigate it, and thrive on it. And get businesses to the future faster.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are setting up our new trends in the new normal, this program is presented to you in phygital mode. As you are here today and this program is being presented at this venue, this program is being simultaneously streamed in the digital media, YouTube, LinkedIn, and Facebook. So with this, we will commence the opening session now. I will request Mr. S. Radhakrishnan, former President of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Lieutenant General Dr. S.P. Kochar, Director General, Cellular Operators Association of India, COAI, and Mr. Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, Co-Chairperson, IT Committee, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to please join us on the dais. The Chairperson of the Committee and the Vice President of the Bengal Chamber, Mr. Arnab Basu, will join us shortly. We would now request Mr. S. Radhakrishnan, Lieutenant General Dr. S.P. Kochar, and Mr. Chiranjeev
It also says that employment of 82,300 people has been created by these companies in this index. The Chamber believes to be a relevant and meaningful partner of the industry and also the government organizing the discussion forums like this on latest trends in technology has been our constant focus. This year, the conclave will also feature discussions on 5G, cloud transition, metaverse, digital currency, globalization 4.0, and cybersecurity. The members of the IT committee, who represents the leading IT companies, user industries, academia, government, consultants, have put their minds together to advise on the content so that the forum becomes an enriching experience for us all. It's a refreshing change after 2 years of pandemic, of coming together to engage and interact, and who knows that this may become a genesis of some possible collaborations by dialogues originating here. We are happy that some of our speakers have traveled from different parts of the country. We welcome them to our city of joy. We have a global speakers also joining digitally on day 2. We believe Bengal has a great potential of becoming a preferred destination for technology businesses with its infrastructure, talent pool, and promising startups. The Bengal Chamber is always happy to connect the interested players with the ecosystem here. We wish you a great afternoon and evening with the brainstorming ideas, meaningful conversations, and more importantly, an enjoyable time, which will be, I'm sure, will be memorable to all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May we now request Lieutenant General Dr. S.P. Kochar, Director General of Cellular Operators Association of India, COAI, to make his special address on prospects of 5G in India.
A very good evening to all the dignitaries, both on the dais and off the dais. It is indeed a pleasure to be addressing all of you and to be back in the city of joy after many years. I am extremely delighted that I've been asked to speak on the prospects of 5G in India. And I see a lot of experts, Professor Ganti, etc., sitting here who are better equipped to speak about this. So I will restrict myself to the application and the business sense of what 5G would mean to India as I see it personally. To start with, let's understand what 5G brings, which is different than what has been happening so far. In the telecom world, the metamorphosis of change came with the mobile 25 years earlier. Then came the smartphone, and coupled with that came 2G, 3G, 4G, each an upgrade of the other. 5G is a different technology altogether. And like there was a change from the landline to mobility 25 years earlier, we are going to see, as I believe, a metamorphical change again. And this is only the threshold and the beginning of a new era of telecom, which is getting ushered. This is going to be all-inclusive as it has never been before. This is the first time machines will be talking to machines, machines will be talking and interacting with humans. Sensors will become part of the network, humans will become part of the network, machines will become part of the network. What it means to the business community is that up to 4G, it was technology that led business. Technology got led, network got installed, and they had fixed parameters, almost fixed parameters, and the businesses exploited those parameters to increase their productivity, to increase their efficiency. But it was limited by technology. Now with 5G coming in, the roles have reversed. It is the businesses who will lead. They will dictate. They will tell the telecom guys or the network guys, listen, this is our business plan. We want a solution to this. And that is what the telecom people will be able to provide because of the flexibility and adaptability of what 5G offers. What are the characteristics which stand out very clearly, which are not there earlier, are available in 5G, and I would name two of them, which are the building blocks and which will become permutations and combinations for various solutions. One of them is network slicing, the other one is edge computing, and many more, of course, will be brought out by other eminent speakers later. That is as far as the backdrop is concerned for 5G. I'm not going to talk more on 5G. I'm not going to become technical. So I'm going to talk now what are the segments that we see emerging. Clearly, there are two segments who will consume 5G services. One is the consumer segment, you and me, for our personal use. Second is the enterprise segment. I firmly believe that in the consumer segment, there will be only a very small segment who will actually pay extra to consume 5G. Why should I pay extra? Why should I buy a new phone to get a 5G connection? Isn't a properly configured 4G adequate for me, for my needs? How does it matter to me whether the movie downloads in or it downloads in 10 seconds? Doesn't really matter. Why should I pay extra for that? That will be the thinking. And India is a price-sensitive market. Consumers are extremely price-sensitive. Right? They will convert to 5G only if the tariffs are favorable or continue to be what they are today. Now that is a tall order for the telcos because of the environment which is prevailing, which is being created. The telcos' capital investments are going to be huge, and they need to be recovered. And therefore, either the rollouts will slow down to areas where adoption is faster, or the tariffs will go up. Either case is not good for the consumer industry, and there will be very little incremental revenues from consumer business in 5G, as I feel. But this is not the same for enterprise business. Enterprise business is what will drive 5G. In the beginning, I said machines will talk to machines, machines will talk to humans. See what is going to change. Everything, the way we live, the way we behave, the way we conduct businesses is set to change. And fortunately, Industry 4.0 is coming in at the same time. Therefore, 5G ties in very well. And that is where the maximum amount of business will be in the enterprise business. And this is what has been seen by the industry captains. And that is why you see a clamor for enterprise business all over India. It is not that 4G could not deliver what people are saying only 5G can deliver. It could. It is not that Wi-Fi can't deliver the same thing what they're asking 5G to deliver as of now. It can. But they're looking at 5G because they know that the pie of enterprise business is going to keep increasing, and it is going to, the magnitude of increase is going to enhance with every passing year, especially in a country like India. So these are the segments that I can talk about. Then, now, how are you as professionals going to get affected? I think I will divide the consumption of 5G and its opportunities and perspectives in certain heads. And these are purely my own heads. I'm not taking it from anywhere. So take it or leave it, whichever way you like. The first head is facilitators. There will be business enhancements among facilitators. And what do I include as facilitators? The infra people are going to increase. They're going to mushroom. We are short of towers, we are short of fiber as it is, even today. With 5G coming in, this demand is going to increase. So infrastructure providing companies, infrastructure providing professionals, including in-building solutions, are going to proliferate. Equipment manufacturers will take a fillip. People say that exit of China has harmed us. It has not harmed us. You see what has happened? Fortunately, India works on standards. And because of standards, any equipment manufactured in any part of the world can fit into our networks as per the equipment profile. The only difference is equipment coming in from the West is expensive because the cost of production there is higher. The production lines are not geared up to meet a market as big as India. Now, see that part. See, China has exited. India has to grow. What will happen? This vacuum will get filled up, and the government of India is making a lot of effort. The PLI scheme that is attracting people to set up base in India. What they can't get in the Western manufacturing units, they can get in India, cheap labor. Single window concept, good concept, hasn't really taken up, but it is now again being relooked, and the government is quite serious about it, and things are falling in place. Ease of doing business is actually falling in place in the telecom sector. And therefore, we will see over a period of years, a lot of manufacturing units shifting base to start working in India, start manufacturing in India as per the international standards. And then not only consume the products in India, but also start exporting to the rest of the world and take up the market which possibly may get vacated by China. So this is a scenario which will happen. Till that happens, yes, our network rollouts will slow down. Our cost of rolling out networks will increase, but that is a temporary phase. I see this as a big opportunity. Handset resellers, with 5G coming in, mobile handset resellers, the small businesses, MSMEs, will flourish. They will have to set up bases in rural areas. They will have to set up bases in urban areas, and that they will have to set up small businesses which can then get aggregated. Startups and incubation, this will be flavor of the next decade. This is something that is going to happen. Sensors, drones, what have you, they will all come in, and they will be facilitated by 5G. And it will be a mutual facilitation. System integrators. The system integration is going to be big business again. The government of India has announced private networks. But when private networks are being set up, we don't expect verticals which have nothing to do with IT or telecom to set up their own networks. They will rely on system integrators. And this business is going to increase. And we will see, as per my personal view, we will see big fish coming into this market. And it is this system integration which will now see a new avatar. And this will not only include private networks, it will also include in-building solutions. In Indian cities, Indian towns are going vertical. They are no longer expanding horizontally. So therefore, in-building solutions are essential. And they are now getting incorporated into building codes, along the national highway codes. So therefore, this is a segment that is worth looking into. Data centers, everything is data-based. So data has to be stored somewhere. Again, huge business, capital intensive, but huge business. And this is where we will find a lot of interest by people with deep pockets. The second segment, which I classify, are the exploiters, the applications which will run on the 5G network. Now, these, the first that comes to my mind is skilling and education. The employment pattern is going to change. Most of the things, most of the areas where employment is there today in the telecom field, in the ICT field, will get automated. And we will see the base increasingly going higher and knowledge-based professionals coming into the market. But we require skilling as well as education to come to the fore, and that is where entrepreneurs, educational institutions, government institutions will come to the fore. We will find a new version of skilling and education which will merge with each other, and which will be country based. Why I'm saying country based is because Indian environment is very different from the American environment, and many people who have tied up with American universities and skilling institutions have fallen flat, because that environment and our environment is totally different, and we have to create an Indian model and not work on an Australian model or a British model. This is something that will interest many of the MSMEs who may be sitting here. On my list is artificial intelligence, analytics, all data sciences based applications. This is where I'm saying education, practical outcome based education which will be required. And this is where IITs have started taking initiative. They have started training people in practical skills rather than only knowledge. It has to be knowledge based, which results into outcomes. Okay, skills just for the sake of artisan skills is not going to be the flavor. It is going to be knowledge based skill, and that is where IITs have taken initiative. More initiatives will be required. Sensors. Any industry worth its name today will use sensors. Take agriculture, medical, education, everybody talks of that. Take any other manufacturing unit. All of them will incorporate sensors to improve their efficiencies, to improve their, what should I say, efficiencies and production capabilities. So these are applications which will increasingly get latched on to the networks and will have a lot of opportunities. This will include both air-based, like drones, flights, as well as ground-based, like weapon systems, smart cities, waterworks, name it, and it will be there. So this is where startups will also come in. Sensor-based applications, sensor-based products will be required in huge amount of numbers. Trust applications. Now, if millions of sensors, humans, machines are on a network, we not only require security, we also require trust. And that is where we will see the rise of blockchain once again. It is a very good technology which has not delivered as per the promises which were made about a decade ago. But now again, we will see that blockchain will be used for trust-based applications. I have to hurry up because I've been given 15 minutes, but each one of them is a topic by itself. We can discuss offline. Yeah, simulations. Now, most of the things today we do on physical platforms. Digital highways will take over physical highways, and we will find simulation will again be in demand, and this is where edge computing and network slicing will help. This will help to a very, very large extent. And I would make a very categorical statement that all industry verticals, depending on data, low latency sensors and computing, will form part of 5G networks. Will, not may. Without that, their survival in business will be very difficult. Data analytics, all of you are leaders here, sitting here. In your own right, as CEOs, CXOs, you will require not data, but you will require data analytics. This is a field which is going to grow exponentially, and we don't have too many people in data analytics today. The last section which I've classified the topic is in protectors. I call it protectors. And here we will find the requirement of cybersecurity. Cybersecurity experts will be mushrooming. And as we go along, and when I'm saying protectors, these are also attackers, because you will protect against only attacks. So these are challenges. Cyber will always be a challenge. Unless cyber is organic and unless cyber grows from the grassroots with technology, which is not happening today, it is always an overlay, we will come to grief. And therefore, cyber specialists of a particular kind will be required who will have to have knowledge of networks and vice versa. Legal aspects. The legal aspects which will be brought in by 5G will be quite different from the legal aspects we are facing today. As an example, I'll tell you, the democratization of data, which legally is supposed to be done, cannot be done by 5G. If we do it with 5G, then we are losing out the advantages of 5G. You are giving, by network slicing and edge computing, you are giving a differentiated field, a differentiated network to the subscriber, which negates against data democratization. So these are some of the legal challenges which will be faced and which will have to be seen by experts who are not only experts in legal field, but also in cyber, also in technology. Same thing will apply to regulatory and policy. Government policies and regulations generally are difficult to change, and they follow legacy. They always follow precedents. Fortunately, the current hierarchy in DOT is well versed in technology, and their policies are getting dictated by what is current. But they also will have to go as per the red tapeism which is available in government, and always finance has a sword hanging on the head. So therefore, this is another thing which will require formal training. We don't have anybody who's trained in policies or regulatory in the industry. Maybe we should. And another aspect is post-event, which is forensics. Forensics in 5G era will be very different from the forensics which are being done. Today, business forensics, criminal forensics, technical forensics are divorced from each other, more or less. Going forward, this will not happen. They will get merged, and we will have to find solutions, and we will have to find experts who can handle this. I think I have run out of time, but I will only say in conclusion that there are serious opportunities with the advent of 5G for India, as well as serious challenges. And we have to sit down and see both, and thereafter take a plunge into this. But the future is exciting. Thank you very much.
We would request Mr. Arnob Basu to please join us on the stage. And we have online Ms. Pramila Kalive, Chief Operating Officer, Zensa Technologies Limited. She is joining us from Pune, and she'll be addressing on building a sustainable and resilient business. Zensa's focus on diversity, inclusion, and ESG. So looking forward to hearing from Pramila.
Thank you very much. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, Pramila, you are.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, this is my first digital participation in event, so it's very strange for me to be here in front of my screen, at the same time look at a room full of professionals there. So let me start with first thanking the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry on behalf of RPG Enterprises, Zensa Technologies, and the entire leadership team for this opportunity here to participate in the Business IT Conclave 2022. I apologize that I'm not able to be there in person with all of you out there. My only consolation being, I think I've avoided one flight from Pune to Kolkata and back, and did my little bit in contributing to keeping the carbon footprint down. I was just computing what would be the carbon footprint contribution for travel, and I was amazed to see that, I would have spent about 0.6 tons of carbon dioxide, emission by making this trip. I would have wanted to be there. I could not travel. In fact, as we set out over the next 2 days to talk about, business and growth and future of technology, I believe that we should lift the conversation and start with talking about the future of a place that we call our own, a place that we believe that we really own, which is the planet Earth. So the future of planet Earth is extremely important to put in context as we begin to talk about future of the business and technology. So for my session today, I thought I will talk about how do we, all of us as professionals, as businesses working in the technology sector, how can we contribute towards building a sustainable future through our own enterprises, through the decisions that we make. So that's the topic of my session. Can I request the team to please beam up the few slides that I have put together for this? Yeah. So again, sustainability is something that we're all discussing. You will hear about this in several conversations. Many companies are talking about it as part of their own strategy, as part of their own priorities. And today I want to talk about what's the responsibility that we all have as decision makers, as leaders of nations, countries, and businesses towards sustainable development. Can we just move the screen, please? To the next slide. Yeah. So sustainable development really is about, as we go about making our decisions and our strategies, looking at it through the lens of sustainability, looking at it through the lens of making sure that we realize that this particular planet that we all live on and thrive on is not unlimited in terms of its own resources, is not unlimited in terms of how much growth and development it can support. And as we go about growing our businesses, being responsible, being accountable to making sure that the planet we've come into and we leave behind is the same. So the future generations are also able to thrive and grow and live within the resources that we have. So that's the concept of sustainability, and it applies. It doesn't matter which business we are, how big we are, how small we are, what roles we all play, or what decisions we make. This is a very important lens for all of us to look at. And can we just move the slide, please? And this is again going back to why is it becoming so important for us in terms of looking at what sustainability really is, and why is ESG, which stands for environment, social, and governance, why is it such an important topic as countries talk about it, as businesses talk about it? It's because we've all realized that, like I said, there is a whole limited amount of natural resources on the earth. And as we consume them, we are disturbing the natural habitat. We are creating new threats to climate, and we are all experiencing it. I'm dialing in from the city of Pune. 2 days back, I was in the city of Hyderabad. Both these cities have not seen sunrise for the last 8 days straight in a row. Exactly same day last week, I was in Ladakh and enjoying the beautiful, the nature out there. And as I was driving through various pockets of Ladakh, from Leh to Pangong to Nubra to Shamwali, while I was really mesmerized by what nature has out there, a part of me was also very sad to see the fact that we opened up Ladakh to tourists and the mountains have been blasted to make roads for us. And now there are plans to expand the roads, make them two-way roads so that the roads can take more traffic. So in all of these areas, while we are looking at enjoying the beauty of nature, we are really disturbing the ecosystem there. And I believe, all of that will come to impact us and will play its own role in the whole climate change that we're experiencing. So countries have become very cognizant of this. And you will see that it's become corporate India, and the IT sector is a big part of corporate India, is become very conscious, is aware that ESG is something that we can't wish away, just say, okay, it's for the future generations to take care of. It's becoming a part of, a lot of the, like I said, the strategic priorities, the decision making. And I'm talking to many of my clients globally, and many of them have begun to tell us that that's going to be, sustainability is going to be a lens through which they are going to look at, evaluating their partners, evaluating their suppliers and vendors. It's going to be as important as, capability and commercials are going to be in choosing their vendors, partners. And you're also seeing a whole slew of small startups coming up with very interesting, boutique startups, interesting tools and practices and ways to really contribute to the whole ESG goals. So this is becoming important. It's coming at the core of all decisions that we take and all strategic discussions that we have. Many of you would have heard about the Paris Agreement of 2015, extremely important. Today we have about 195 countries, India included, which are part of this. This is all nations coming together to see how do they contain the whole, global greenhouse gas emissions and control the temperature increase that we're seeing across the globe. Out of all the initiatives that are there in the world, the largest and the most comprehensive one is what the UN Global Compact, UNGC as it is known, is really driving. It is actually a call to all nations and companies to come together and look at sustainability in a very comprehensive way. So the UN Global Compact has announced 17 what they call as SDG. Can we just move to the next slide, please? Yeah, so there are 17 goals that the UN GC has announced. And if you look at these goals, they are across every aspect of life and business, from looking at reducing poverty and hunger to health, sanitation, education, gender equality, building an inclusive future, economic growth, infrastructure, building sustainable smart cities and communities, responsible consumption of resources, climate change, water management, peace and justice. So all of these, every aspect of life that applies to each one of us in the room here have been covered under these 17 goals. So as companies are working towards it, we are all trying to see which of these goals are relevant for each of us based on the business we are in, the nature of what we do, who do we service, which of these goals are something that impact us, and also that we are responsible for really managing and contributing towards. Can I request for the next slide, please? Yeah, thank you. So if you look at this slide, this talks about, again, coming to closer to the context for this event today is, as tech companies, as leaders in tech companies, what are tech companies thinking, world over? Now, again, you will see increasingly majority of leaders in all the CXO roles across the companies truly believe that we need more regulation, we need more standards, because sustainability is a very, very broad topic, very difficult to understand, interpret, and try and see how do you link what we do to sustainability. So increasingly leaders believe that there has to be more easy frameworks that we can look at and adopt and measure sustainability. All of them, many of the leaders are standing up and saying personally they are committing their time, their energy and effort to contribute their own bit to ESG, and also align to their customers who are driving ESG as an important charter. And many of them agree that it is not something that, like I said, mentioned, you can wish away. It really defines how resilient can our businesses be. And if the last 2 years have taught us one thing, they have taught us that we cannot take the future for granted. The pandemic surprised everybody. It left no nation behind, no business behind, and no industry behind. It's taught all of us that the future can be very different from what we have prepared ourselves in all these decades. So that ability to build a resilient future is extremely important. And all of them also believe that growth of a country, growth of a business and enterprise is no longer just going to be what shareholder wealth we create or what market cap we create. It's really sustainable and resilient success is what really will separate the successful businesses from the not so successful ones. Now, while there is a lot of conversation happening, companies are talking about it, is there real work being done in the space of ESG, that is environment, social and governance? Yes, but it could be much more, but it is not insignificant. Many companies have begun to report their ESG and sustainability goals in their annual reports. Many of them have adopted the whole integrated reporting, sustainable business reporting. They have taken goals, they have published them. And you've seen many Indian businesses, not just IT, do that. And many of them have started applying that in their own decision making to look at, whether you choose a technology, you choose, a city to expand your business into, you choose companies you want to buy and sell. The lens of sustainability is something that companies are increasingly applying. And several, of course, also believe that, it's working for them. Several others believe that they need some experts and they need some help. I just want to share today with all of you here, what are we doing at Zensar? For the RPG enterprises in Zensar, ESG is extremely important. And well, the last 2 to 3 years, we've been doing work in a more informal way. We have now formally actually structured that as a very dedicated focus area for us. It is something that is driven by the board committee itself that really works with us to establish and track our goals. We have set goals short, medium, long term, all the way to 2040. Whereas when we believe, our goal is to get net zero by 2040. We've also taken have a very senior leader. She is a chief sustainability officer for Zensar, and she is driving this as a single point agenda. And since we are dabbling in a space that we are not familiar with, we haven't done a lot of work, and we believe best is to learn from the peers, learn from the industry and other companies which have already embarked on this journey. We are working with one of the top 5 consulting firms in India to advise us in putting our ESG charter and goals together. At the RPG enterprises level, we have a center of excellence group where all the group companies, all the ESG charters of the group companies and the core teams are together learning. Because we believe in a space like this where the whole world is trying to figure out what to do, the fastest and the most effective way to learn is to learn together and learn from each other. So peer learning is what the Center of Excellence drives this. And we've also adapted already the integrated annual reports. All our shareholders and stakeholders can look at it, where we are clearly stating what our sustainability goals are, what our initiatives are, and what are we committing to our shareholders. Can we just go to the next slide, please? Thank you. A little more about what we are doing here. If you look at what we have done is ESG is environment, social governance, 3 elements of the ESG charter. We have taken all the 17 goals of the UN Global Compact and we have mapped them. For example, in the space of environment, we are aligned to 4 of the 17 goals. Here we're focusing on energy, waste, water management, certifying all our campuses to be green buildings, certifying in terms of all the environmental standards. And most importantly, looking at this, every time we make a decision on our infrastructure, we make a decision on which city should we go next. Do we need to build these huge campuses? Do we need to be reducing these permanent campuses? Do we need to go to small satellite centers? So every decision, there's an ESG lens that we first apply and ask, do we need this? Is this the right way to do this? The second big dimension of ESG is social. Again, here we map to 8 of the UNGC SDG goals. And these are across, and we've been a signatory member of UNGC for several years now. And everything in terms of women, their wealth and their health and wellness, looking at how can we provide a very conducive environment for women, the pregnancy programs, also women who come back post-pregnancy, giving women an inclusive environment to work and be the best version of themselves. And several other initiatives around this space, whether it is POSH and ICC, these all have been in place for a long time now. But Zensar is now very actively working on really promoting the whole, being an ally of the LGBTQ group program, encouraging that. We're doing a lot with veterans. So in every space, we're trying to see socially, how do we contribute towards building a very inclusive and diverse workforce in Zensar. And governance always has been, a focus area for the RPG group itself in terms of code of corporate governance and ethics. In addition to that, we have a very strong ERM and enterprise risk management group. Again, we have a chief risk officer reporting directly into the board. And like I mentioned, we've already adopted integrated annual reporting. Now, these are various areas. So the reason I'm sharing this is it's become core to how we run our business, core to how we engage with our shareholders, with our customers. And this has just changed the way we look at the world at large. Can I just go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Here in this slide is, I think, briefly just talking about the partnerships. We believe that in such an important mission like this, we should get all the help that we can. We should look at the ecosystem. We should look at the other systems that we can really tap into and draw energy and experience from. We partner very closely with the UN Women, which is the UN Organization for Women Development. We partner with McKinsey, participate in their workplace studies to see how do you build more resilient, inclusive workplaces. And several other areas. All of these areas, we are learning from peers, we are learning from other companies that are doing it. Just a couple of months back, we've also got the Jamlalal Bajaj Award for Fair Business Practices. Now, these are all just, to me, participation in some of these forums is important because we learn. Every time we participate, we learn the best practices, we try and take them in. So this is, I thought it will be very appropriate for us. Can you just go to the last slide, please? Yeah, very appropriate for us to have this conversation as over the next 2 days, we set out to discuss what's the future of technology, what are the new technologies that will shape us. I would urge all of us in the event today to please look at sustainability, to please look at, are we contributing to building a more resilient future as we make all those decisions on choice of, there are green technologies, there are green solutions, choices on infrastructure, choice on people and, HR practices. Every single choice of ours has a role to play in building a sustainable future. So that's what I really wanted to leave behind for all the participants today. And like I said here, the biggest concern is we believe that somebody else is going to come after us and save the planet. So that's us here, right here. And as a Zensarian and as part of the RPG Enterprises group, we would be delighted to learn from all the others here. So we are all available. I would be glad to reach out, connect with any other group company here today, which is doing some work in this. You found some successes, you've learned some things. We'll be glad to learn from you and also glad to contribute to the community on this initiative. So I guess with that, I would want to thank all of you once again for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Pramila, for sharing the perspective of building a resilient business from the perspective of a tech company. To set the context, the Bengal Chamber is extremely passionate about sustainability, environment, and energy-related aspects. In fact, we were probably the only Chamber of Commerce who were in COP26, that is the climate change conference of the United Nations in November in Glasgow. So there was a delegation from the Chamber, and the Honorable Transport Minister from the Bengal Chamber joined the program digitally. So sustainability is always a focus area for varied activities of the Bengal Chamber. So with this, we will move on, and we are happy to share with you that we have a veteran here in this room. His group has contributed significantly in facilitating ecosystem in terms of infrastructure for IT or tech businesses in Kolkata. So with this, I would request Mr. Ravindra Chamaria, Chairman of Infinity Group, to please come and join us at the stage. The Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry is delighted to present a recognition plaque to his organization in facilitating IT infrastructure in Kolkata. Mr. Chamaria, may we request you to... Okay. To please join us on the stage. I think Shankulpita is calling him. Yeah. Amen. As Mr. Chamaria has stepped out, Mr. Chamaria, may we request you to please join us on the stage. We would request Mr. Arnab Basu, Vice President and the Chairperson IT Committee of the Bengal Chamber, to please present a plaque of recognition from the Bengal Chamber to Infinity Group for its contribution to creating IT infrastructure in Kolkata. And may we request Mr. Chiranjeev Bhattacharya to present a token of our appreciation, few other mementos to Mr. Chamaria. Mr. Chamaria, we would request you come again on the stage. Sir, Mr. Chamaria, sir, would you like to say a few words?
Dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen present here, as well as joining us on online. First of all, I am humbled and thankful to BCCI for this recognition. Infinity started its journey in the year 1996. At that time, there was hardly any IT infrastructure in West Bengal. It was the first building which we, at that time, the then CM Jyoti Basu inaugurated in the year 2000. At that time, it was a first fully wired building. We had a 32 Mbps line, and we used to proudly say that this building has broadband of 32 Mbps. We had our own dedicated telephone exchange, because at that time the telephone used to take 3, 4, 5 years waiting. So we did our best at that time. My partner, Mr. Vikram Das Gupta, and myself started that company. I was behind him, he was the leader, but afterwards, he came out of the company. He still has some share. And the journey began, and from there, in 2022, we have now around 6 million square feet of IT infrastructure in Sector 5. We have all kinds of facilities. You may call it plug and play, you may call it serviced office, you may call it furnished office, where sell everything. And we try to meet whatever is the requirement, and we look at the future, what will be required by the IT companies. In last 20 years, we have lost, 2 times the positioning of Calcutta as IT hub. First, of course, when Bangalore started and did very well, and the second time, Pune and other places came out, including Hyderabad. But I wanted to share with you that there is another chance now coming up. Calcutta is getting into the radars of most of the IT companies. And one of the reason is this COVID. Because of the COVID, a lot of IT professionals who is working in Hyderabad, Bangalore, Pune, from West Bengal, many of them has come back to Calcutta and they want to live here in West Bengal. Last couple of months, we have been able to rent out around 500,000 square feet of office, which is quite large looking at Calcutta's positioning. It is not large looking at other places, but as Calcutta, I think last 1 year, around 1 million square feet new space has gone. Infinity alone has given around 500,000. Why I am talking to you all these things is that there is now chance, new companies like Mindtree, by Chenshar, like L&T Infotech, like AML, like IFB. So many companies I give you name who are first time coming to Calcutta, and the main attraction for them is the cost as well as the manpower. Many of them I have talked to, they say that the attrition rate in their company is 30%, 25%, 35%, but at Calcutta they are looking at around 12%. So the idea is that this is the right time for us to catch up. If we go and talk about the Calcutta infrastructure, Calcutta ecosystem, Calcutta manpower, many new companies are looking forward to come here. Many of them who has taken space already started talking of expanding because they get a very good response for the manpower. So if we all, and including BCCI, try and market Calcutta once again, maybe we have a much better chance than what we have lost in the past. Thank you very much.
We would now request Mr. Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, co-chairperson of IT Committee of the Bengal Chamber, to please deliver the formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Angana. It gives me great pleasure to deliver the formal vote of thanks. The Bengal Chamber has been presenting Business IT Conclave over the years with the objective of sharing the trends of cutting-edge technologies in the global arena. Going beyond that, the idea is to create a vibrant forum where the tech fraternity may come together, both from within and outside Calcutta. We believe that our initiative also contributes towards showcasing the city as a preferred technology destination through our engagements with the government, technology industry, user industries, and also academia, startups, and other interested players. Our heartfelt thanks to the audience present at the venue in the Bengal Chamber and digitally for being our greatest strengths. I must thank the speakers who have carved out time from their very busy schedules, and we couldn't have mounted this program at this scale without the support of our sponsors. Our gold sponsors being Mindtree, silver sponsors MB Software Private Limited, PricewaterhouseCoopers Private Limited, session sponsor Zensa Technologies, bronze sponsors Sifi Technologies Limited, Infinity Infotech Parks Limited, Information Technology and Electronics Department, Government of West Bengal, RPSG Ventures, Tata Communications Limited, associate sponsors GIS Group, STPI West Bengal, Tenable, Defendier, Sundew Solutions Private Limited, networking partner Carlsberg, social media partner Seven Boats Infosystems Private Limited. Our friends from the media, we do believe we will have with us as always for reaching out far and wide. We take this opportunity to express our gratitude and request all of you to join us with a round of applause for our audience, speakers, sponsors, friends from media, and all those who have been with us in this endeavor. Thank you so much.
We would now request Mr. Arnab Basu to please present a token of our appreciation, Lieutenant General Dr. S.P. Kochar, Director General, Cellular Operators Association of India. A few words about our memento. We are presenting honey. Interestingly, this is produced by, in a bee corridor, AI-enabled bee corridor. You will learn about our Tech Incubation Center, which Mr. Radhakrishnan also mentioned in the beginning. So this is a startup which set up an AI-enabled bee corridor in the Eco Park at Newtown area. And that bee corridor has now started producing organic honey. So this honey is being presented as mementos and tokens of your appreciation to our speakers today. A plant is also being presented. These are indoor oxygen-giving plants in eco-friendly smart planters, It has been presented to us by Karmyog Plant Library. You will see at the venue the library, portions of the library. The Plant Library is an IoT-based communication platform which integrates nature and learning, and it is powered by a technology developed by Karmyog, which is AI-powered multimedia badge that includes combination of graphics and text. So all of it is recognized by a camera on your smartphone, which helps you to reach to an Omnidel app to fetch exact information or answer from the Curiosity database in the cloud. So it's basically an interactive planter in which these plants are being presented. And our networking partner, Carlsberg, is presenting glasses. So we would request Mr. Basu to please present these mementos to our distinguished guest, Lieutenant General Dr. S.P. Kocher. Thank you. So we are closing the opening session here. So we have with us Ms. Maya Bridgman. She is the founder of Dubai AI Society, and she is joining us from Dubai. And we have been, as in Bengal Chamber and Dubai AI Society, are in talks on possible collaborations that Maya will share with you. Maya, may we have you on screen? Over to Maya.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, distinguished speakers and attendees. My name is Maya Bridgman. I'm a 17-year-old student studying in Dubai.
Maya, you are not audible.
My apologies.
Yeah, no, you are now fine.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again. Good afternoon, distinguished speakers and attendees. My name is Maya Bridgman, and I am a 17-year-old student studying in Dubai, founder of the Dubai AI Society, and a proud Bengali. Thank you for inviting me to speak today at the 2022 Business IT Conclave. I wish I could be with you in person, but I'm delighted to be joining you today from California. We are at a crossroads where technology is evolving at an exponential pace, and the global educational system simply cannot keep up. This is exacerbated by the digital divide, where certain classes and sectors of society are facing severe inequity due to an inability to access technology, internet, and digital skills education, as you are all aware. My passion and commitment is to eradicate this digital divide by providing all students, regardless of their age, location, race, class, and skill level, with necessary resources and introductions to artificial intelligence to prepare them for the workforce in which ML and AI and computational thinking are and will continue to be highly coveted skills. As artificial intelligence is becoming ever more present in our daily lives, from being involved in voice recognition to predicting stock prices, the global AI market value is expected to reach $267 billion just 5 years from now in 2027. Thus, we are seeing the technical evolution of all professions and how AI is being integrated into existing jobs, from marine biologists to astronomers, and creating new jobs as well. However, there is a major discrepancy in who can access professions in the AI industry, with engineers from limited gender, racial, and cultural backgrounds. There is a digital divide between those who are brought up with tech backgrounds in privileged areas and those who without access to paid programs and such information. But some may ask if it's really necessary to have all sectors access this education. Why not leave the educational system as it is? Well, the answer to this question lies in the manifestation of algorithmic bias. A lack of diversity in AI due to this digital divide permeates solutions through algorithmic bias due to the biased data sets which machine learning models are trained on, cascading into affecting the efficacy of necessary AI technologies. This will have a negative long-term impact and must be mitigated, as it prevents innovation by limiting the user needs that are catered to by the AI programs. Students of all backgrounds can access higher wages and better their futures through pursuing technological AI fields or simply applying computational thinking to existing professions. But the majority of students lack the technical knowledge to do so and have no way to break into this area. Students are very rarely exposed to machine learning without a computer science background, especially in secondary school or high school. Documentation online is typically only understandable to those with existing experience or degrees, and the majority of AI courses online are paid programs, which leaves so many students behind, and it also leaves their potential passions undiscovered. Many students will not even consider a tech job or artificial intelligence as a profession because the sound of it is daunting. They never tap their potential, and they never have the chance to build their confidence in this industry. I founded the Dubai AI Society to facilitate just this. I founded the Dubai AI Society to create an engaging and collaborative community of youth who are expanding their personal knowledge of AI. Noticing the digital divide within my community, I have developed a novel activity-driven curriculum which teaches youth essential AI, ML, and computational topics, and also career information in an accessible manner. This curriculum is entirely free and accessible even to those in areas without stable internet access. And I'm glad to say that the Dubai AI Society has now grown to over 800 members worldwide in the past 9 months through our online Discord server community, ambassadors running programs across 3 continents, and collaborations with NGOs. We are now able to expand the curriculum to students with less educational support in more remote areas. Recently, we collaborated with the Baghdad Business School and Iraqi Children's Foundation to create a bespoke program provided to both graduate students and young women in Mosul who have suffered from trafficking and abuse, translating the AI curriculum into the local dialect and adapting the delivery and structure of the content to best suit the students. We are also collaborating with the Ministry of AI of the United Arab Emirates government to provide opportunities to students in the UAE. And thus far, these initiatives have had a great positive impact on these students and inspired several of them to pursue AI in higher education or professionally, when they never would have considered it previously. As evidenced by the distinguished speakers on today's program, India, specifically Bengal, is a technological force to be reckoned with, and this will only be furthered by providing such opportunities. So whether it is the empowering students at the St. Xavier's in Kolkata or young girls in Kharagpur, I respectfully call on you to collaborate with me to prepare students for a brighter future and support the intellectual prowess of India. I firmly believe that the AI and ML education is an essential and overlooked skill that can advance students to secure incredible future successes, and that it is our duty to ensure as many students as possible gain access to this learning. So I turn to you for your support and look forward to continuing discussions. Please contact me at mayaandbridgman@gmail.com for further information. As John Dewey states, if we teach our children today as we taught yesterday, we are robbing them of their tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. So Bengal Chamber and Dubai AI Society, what we are doing, they have been connected with us by one of our senior members. So, and we in turn are connecting them with our members who work with underprivileged students, and jointly we are trying to promote AI training among underprivileged students. And as Maya mentioned, it would be free of cost. So we will close this session with a brief video by one of our sponsors.
As India emerges from the enduring impacts of the pandemic, organizations need to change faster than ever before to address the profound challenges that they face and also make most of the tremendous opportunities that lie ahead of them.
PwC as a community of solvers is uniquely positioned to bring the right combination of people, capabilities, and technology. That's what we are calling the new equation.
The new equation focuses on 2 interconnected needs that clients face today. The need to build trust with a broader set of stakeholders and also to deliver sustained outcomes.
To enable our clients to meet these challenges over the next 5 years, we will double down on our investments in some of the key growth areas.
Our people are at the core of our success. We will continue to spend a minimum of 1% of our revenue in upskilling our people and our partners. At the same time, we also have tremendous focus on onboarding fresh talent. We will be increasing our campus hiring by 5 times in the next 5 years. We also expect to add over 2,000 jobs every year. And most importantly, we commit to ensuring a minimum of 40% diversity across our teams.
We are going to set up the PwC Research Institute, which will identify and analyze the emerging trends across sectors. We will further invest in emerging technologies, digital and cloud, artificial intelligence and analytics, cyber and managed services, and work closely with our ecosystems and alliances to offer value-added as well as differentiated services to all our clients.
I'm excited about the difference we will make to businesses around the world and in India. It all adds up to the new equation.
Thank you. So we'll move on to the next session, experience in 5G. So my colleagues at the AV will let me know when we are ready to be streamed. And in this session is being moderated by Mr. Niladri Shekhar Datta, Global Director, Head of AI Innovation, Data Strategy and Technology Solutions, Cell Ericsson. There is a theme presentation by Mr. Vishwanathan Ramaswamy, Vice President, Digital Solutions Incubation, Tata Communications Limited, which would be followed by a panel discussion by Dr. Radhakrishnan Ganti, Associate Professor, Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Madras. Mr. David Salam, Director of Mobile, British Telecom, will join us online, I believe from UK. And Mr. Arindam Shanal, Deputy General Manager, Distribution Automation, CSC Limited. And we would also request Mr. Arnab Basu, Vice President and the Chairperson, IT Committee, the Bengal Chamber, to please join us on the dais. So may we request the speakers to please join us on the dais. And so we are live, right, on the streaming. Okay, thank you.
Can you just check?
I would request Mr. Arnab Basu to please commence the session.
Good afternoon, and this is a program which is very close to my heart. I think firstly I would like to apologize for coming in late. Kolkata was not like this for the last 2 years. You could pretty much predict when you will reach somewhere, but today it was possibly a day where I couldn't predict. I took probably almost close to 2 hours from Salt Lake to the Bengal Chamber, and hence I couldn't be here to host the program when it started. Thankfully, we had Mr. Radhakrishnan who was here to, sort of welcome you all. But it is my great pleasure. This is the 13th year of the 13th edition of this event, and to some extent it has become very close to our heart. Over the years, we have tried to see that, while we call it the Business IT Conclave, we really discuss some serious IT topics in this program. And when we were thinking as the IT committee that what are some of the topics we would talk about, 5G, which is this session, was the topmost, talked about item, and we felt that this technology and what it means for India would have to be something which we have to discuss this time. There are a few others, both today and in the next session. You would find that we are talking about cloud in a big way. Cloud continues to be unputdownable in some ways. But we are also talking about the digital currency. We are talking about the metaverse. So some interesting aspects would come in. But to start with and to get this, conversation very much tech-oriented, we have the session of 5G as the main session to kickstart our conversations. Niladri, it's over to you to moderate. Please don't ask me any questions because I'm not a 5G expert and you know that. You have the other experts in the panel with you. But of course, it's a great pleasure to host all four of you. Thank you for making time for this.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope I'm really audible to all of you. It's a privilege and an honor to be sharing the dais with all of you here. Before we start off, I think we are all pretty much in the learning curve as far as 5G or emerging technologies in telecom is concerned, because 5G is kind of a semi-black box for many people in the industry, especially when it comes to the applications and the use cases that are going to be rolled out in 5G. So we are all pretty much learners of the technology, what we call as 5G. Yes, it's being implemented in some parts of the world, but I happen to work in a company which makes 5G at the very heart of its own business. I work for Ericsson, so yes, 5G is a reality in some parts of the world, but the applications of 5G is still very much emerging. So what we'll do in this next hour, 45 minutes to an hour, we'll try to make the discussion a bit more interactive with all of you. We'll try and make it a bit more provocative so that it's more interesting and it's not just a boring monologue. We'll share some perspectives. We'll look at the demand side of the value chain, which essentially comes from the operators world. And I'm fortunate to have representations from two operators, Tatacom and British Telecom, who will be joining from UK. We'll also bring in the tech side. And when I say tech, I would try to emphasize on two aspects of tech. One being the vendor side, the other being the software and the solutions and the services side. And they all form a conglomerate of what we call as the 5G ecosystem. So we'll try and cover each aspect, and we'll focus on some of the specific use cases, and especially you, Dr. Radhakrishnan, looking at what IIT Madras has been doing as a test bed. So we'll try and touch upon, and we'll then open up to the house for any kind of questions that you may have for us. But to start off, I'll request Mr. Ramaswamy to kindly begin with his presentation, and followed by that, we will start the panel discussion.
Okay. Thank you, Bengal Chamber of Commerce, for inviting me over for this presentation. I've tried to keep this as simple and less technical as possible, and trying to focus more towards what it does for business rather than talking about the technology in itself. However, I thought it may be a good idea to start off with a little bit about the background of what 5G is, and some part of what I wanted to cover was already done by Dr. Kocher before. However, let me take that liberty to introduce you to the technology a little bit, and then get on to see what it does for enterprises, what it does for businesses in general. And so my focus is going to be what 5G does for enterprises. If you look at the last about 40 odd years, every 10 years there has been a generation of mobile telephone technology that has sort of come in, starting from the early 80s, right? But let's focus on the last three generations. In 2000, world over, we got 3G as a technology. In about 2008, 2010, we got 4G, and now 2020, we have 5G as a technology. The key thing is, the reason why I took from 3G is because that's where the data thing started. So you had mobile internet, some messaging, some browsing capabilities that came in with 3G, and data became the center stage in 4G, because even voice was carried as data when it came to 4G, and a huge revolution that happened on smartphone that came in. So 4G was sort of, I would say, a trial bed where various people in the ecosystem, enterprises, providers, consumers, application developers, all of these people started, even governments started testing what this mobile technology can do for their businesses, for conducting their own operations and things like that. So with that, it was sort of proven that mobile communication will become something very center to, to their own business. That is, the communication technology will become the bedrock on which you build your businesses. That's what sort of 4G sort of showed. But then inherently there were certain capability mismatches within the 4G technology which were to be rectified. And like Dr. Kocher said, there were a few additional capabilities that comes in as a part of the 5G network. The other important point is like what Dr. Kocher said, B2B becomes the most important characteristics of 5G technology. One, from a monetization point of view, whether the operators will make money or not make money, that's one point. But more importantly, it's not looked at as just as another faster way of communication. There are a lot of inherently other features that are being developed as part of the 5G technology, and you can leverage that for your businesses. And let me give you a disclaimer here, and I'm sure that Niladri will agree with me. This is just begun. The standards are still evolving. There is still a lot of way to go for us to make all of these things happen. So some of what I'm saying now could be a little bit of a future gazing. It's not something that's, not all of them are right here, grounded, having been done and dusted. They're all a little bit future gazing. So if you want to look at what are those key characteristics of 5G, speed, of course, that is what we expect from 3G to 4G to 5G. So you get a peak speed of 20 gigabits per second, and probably an average speed of about 100 Mbps plus between multiple devices that are there on a network. So, that's important, higher speed, that's fine. But the other two are the most important parts of what 5G can do. Reliability is one key thing. So far in wireless technology, in mobile technology, like what they could do in a fiber or a fixed line network, an operator wouldn't have been able to give you a promise of a reliability, an SLA, right? Whereas in 5G, the network can potentially help you deliver a reliability, can help you deliver very low latency of communication and things like that. We'll see later on why all of these things are important. And also, it can also provide you a very high mobility of the order of 500 kilometers per hour. These things are very useful when it comes to the type of use cases that enterprises will start doing based on 5G technology. And finally, very high density. You could pack as high as 1 million devices per square kilometer. And also 5G promises to be extremely energy efficient. There is still a long way to go for us to reach that though, but it's expected to be extremely energy efficient. So speed, reliability, mobility, and then density are the four key aspects that are useful to build use cases on top of 5G network. So, let's look at what consumers can do with it. And this is not much important for this context, but each one of us is a consumer. Hence, let's look at, we could probably do bidirectional content streaming over a period of time. Various applications, various social media, apps have started also enabling what is called as uplink, or going from the device to the network or to the cloud, right? So you require now just not only downlink, you also require a very good uplink. Hence, bidirectional content streaming is something that is feasible with 5G. And of course, AR, VR, mixed reality type of experiences, high-speed cloud-based gaming, and a very highly immersive sports experience. These are some of the consumer-specific applications of 5G. But that's not what we are here for. So let's look at what happens from an enterprise. GSMA says something like 13.5 trillion would be the type of economic value add that will happen because of 5G by the year 2035. In about 10-12 years from now, 5G will enable about 13.5 trillion economic value add, right? And for this, enterprises are the key drivers. And there is a concept called 5G private networks, which also become an inherent part of this economic value add. And there could be a GDP upside of about 2 trillion by 2030 from just 4 industries. Now you could see the 4 industries in the slide. Retail, about 500 billion, manufacturing about a similar size, and mobility industry, and mobility and logistics and that part put together, and finally healthcare. So these 4 industries are expected to drive a GDP upside of about 2 trillion by 2030, right? And that's what enterprises can benefit from 5G. So I'll want of time, I'll just skip through some of these things. But I wanted to bring in a concept called a private network engine, which is very much an integral part of this economic value add that 5G is expected to bring. A mobile network provider builds a network, gets a spectrum from the government, builds a network, and then all of us start connecting to it, start using it. That's a public network. But 5G also brings and opens up a concept called private network, which is set up inside campuses. If you're running a manufacturing unit, if you're running an hospital, if you're running a mine, and you need to connect various devices and enable Industry 4.0 or digitalization efforts within that, you could set up a private network. So private network is typically built within the campus by the enterprise themselves. Use an industrial spectrum that is provided by various governments in each country, and then set up that network and connect all the applications like industrial IoT, maybe PLCs, maybe video streaming, maybe robotics, and all of that that's essential for that particular enterprise to run their business. I'll just take a small example of what happens in manufacturing. Various applications, and I'm not going to go through each one of those. I've listed down a few applications that can come in manufacturing because of 5G, starting from video based applications like surveillance, quality control, and various other things, by bringing in robotics, automated guided vehicles, industrial IoT, connecting machineries to a central command center. So there are lots and lots of applications that can potentially happen inside a manufacturing unit using a private 5G network. And if you take a private network and a public network as a continuum, so you can look at what happens with the life of let's say a car. From the time a car is designed, it is manufactured, it comes out of the factory, and then that's on the road all the way till its end of its life and then getting dumped. This entire life cycle, there will be a continuum on what happens from a 5G private network perspective. Oh yeah. Oh.
Later. Just a minute.
Apologies for the technical glitch. We'll be back in a minute.
Sure.
Done? Okay. I'm sorry about this. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Now it's in sync. Yeah, you can go.
Yeah. I'm sorry. So there were some content on the slides which I was sort of referring to, and because of paucity of time, I'm trying to push things together. And sorry about that. So I was just last talking about a smart manufacturing in action. There are multiple use cases that I mentioned in this particular slide, starting from video analytics, using robotics, automated guided vehicles, central command center for the entire manufacturing process, and so on and so forth. And if I take the manufacturing automation, 5G applications within manufacturing, and then add it to what can happen in a car, and create that as a continuum from design of a car all the way it getting manufactured, going on the road, and then towards the end it sort of the life ends and then you discard the car. That entire life cycle, there are lots of actions that can happen because of 5G. Now, within the factory, the entire life, the process of manufacturing the car. I was just told by one of my colleagues who is in the car manufacturing industry that there are about 15 to 20 computers that are there currently in any car. For each part, there could be a different microcontroller or microprocessor which is doing things. So each of them carry a software, and all of these software need to be pushed into the car. And typically with 4G type of technology, you'll have to take it to the garage, and then the software needs to be upgraded. And with 5G, I'm just giving you some examples of what all can change because of 5G. In 5G, what you could do is you can push the software over the air. As the car is moving, the manufacturer of the car can push the software change over the air the way that we do software upgrades on our mobile phone, right? That's something that is, so this can do quite a lot of new use cases can be built, using 5G in a manufacturing place. And there's another example where we can do use cases in retail and warehousing. Again, very similar stuff, video, robotics, automated guided vehicles, drones, and all of those type of examples, asset tracking, using computer vision, all of these examples on using a private 5G network set up inside the warehouse for running all of these applications. To me, adoption is not a choice. It is only the question of when, right? Lots of industries, mines have been using private networks for a very long time, maybe tens of years already. And from there, recent adoption has been triggered by automotive manufacturers, particularly people in Germany. And then ports, sports venues, all of these people have also started adopting 5G network. I'm not at liberty to share names of these customers, but we know for sure various customers, and probably Niladri can give some examples. Ericsson has done a few of these as well. And all of these, wherever these implementations have been done, there is a proof that the returns have been achieved. And people who do not probably get into it sooner than later, there could be a lost opportunity to digitize your process, to digitize your entire enterprise using 5G as a lever. So 5G now becomes sort of a base on which you start building quite a lot of applications. I'll not do too much of this. Tatacom does private 5G networks, etc. Okay, I'll not talk about it much. And then finally, just to conclude, it's fast evolving. There is a huge innovation opportunity. I would say that probably you shouldn't be spending enterprises shouldn't be spending too much time waiting for things to happen. Probably they have to start immediately and partake in the potential upside that 5G can provide. And you can each one of you is a part of an ecosystem. You could play a significant part in the way that 5G would drive that 13.2 trillion in 2035. With that, let me sort of stop and then leave the floor.
Why don't you come and join us for the panel? Thanks, Mr. Ramaswamy, for those interesting insights. It's not just what Tatacom is doing. I think most operators across the globe are doing pretty similar things. So what we will do is we'll try and relook at the recent past a bit, right? So the evolution of 4G, transitioning 4G into 5G, and then we will look into, as I said earlier, when I set the context up, we'll look into the demand side of the equation. So I believe, Dave, welcome to the panel. You're joining us from the UK. Hope everything is fine. So we'll look at perspectives, what the operator, CIO, CTO imperatives look like. Then we'll look at, what the vendor perspective looks like. What is going to be really achievable? How much of that becomes a reality? Or is 5G is just a wish list, right? So we spoke about connected societies. We spoke that the world is not going to look the same. Everything depends on commercialization. Everything depends on adaptability and ROI. That's the hard truth of the industry, and none of us can escape. We are all actors or entities within the value chain across demand and supply. So we'll I'll take you in the past. When you look at transitioning from 4G to 5G, how many of you really believe that 4G was a success across the globe for operators? Like, just a raise of hands, if I may ask you as an open question to the audience. Do you really believe that 4G was a successful technology for operators across the globe? Anyone? Do you really believe so? Yes? You do believe 4G was successful. All right. Any others who would like to have a contrarian view to that? All right. 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 Okay. Okay. So let me rephrase the question a bit. So some of you would have a mixed opinion about 4G being successful. Some of you would believe 4G was not as successful because it was not really impacting the user experience, what you saw in a 3G smartphone and a 4G smartphone. So let me just redirect the question in a different way, all right? Just to make it a bit more interactive. How much do you think a typical telco operator uses in terms of its overall total network capacity? How much of the network, I mean the fiber out there, for a typical tier 1 telco, any telco which is a tier 1 telco across the globe, across geographies, what do you think is the typical range where a typical network of a telco provider is really put to use? How much of it? Is it more than 50% or is it less than 50%? Just as a wide guess, if I may ask you. Any idea of the range? How much will it be? All right, I'll give you a number. So it's about 45%, right? At the max, it's still not more than 50% across the globe. 4G in reality was not a very successful business case for any operators. You name a tier 1 operator, they haven't made money out of it. For multiple reasons. They were abrupt, fast changing, not really organic when it comes to adaptability. So basically the technology was there, but the organization was not up to the same pace. So therefore, 4G from a business case perspective was not so successful. From a consumer experience perspective, yes, it enhanced the speeds. It definitely gave better user experience in some parts of the world. May not be in India because of the density, but definitely in some parts of the world, 4G was a success. Now, when you go from 4G to 5G, it's really based on 3GPP standards, right? And that's where I want Professor Radhakrishnan to jump in and walk us through this whole transition journey. And whatever I've just shared, if he has a different opinion to that, how did this happen and why did this happen and how did this all merge together when, International Telecommunications Union, or ITU as we call it, decided to converge everything with the advent of 5G? Over to you.
So thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure to be here and speak among business leaders. I mean, first a disclaimer, I'm an academic. My background is academic, but I'm lucky to be involved in 3GPP standardization from the last 6 years. I have been participating in 3GPP, ITU, and was lucky enough to even build this 5G system. Yeah, so with this, 4G was all about data. Okay, so 4G was all about data, and as time progressed, what happened was there were a lot more use cases that were coming to 4G. People wanted to do IoT, people wanted to control their machines using 4G. A lot more use cases were coming to 4G, which it was not designed for. That's where ITU stepped in. ITU said that, okay, now it's time to evolve to the next generation standard. It got all the stakeholders together, came up with use cases and KPI. Okay, it said that this is the vision for 5G. 5G is also called IMT 2020. The technical name for 5G is IMT 2020. So it came with the saying that it should have this speed, it should have this latency, it should satisfy these many million devices per square kilometer, and so on and so forth. So many KPI, 14 KPI to be more precise. Okay. And then they said, it was ratified. It was ratified by all the governments of the world. And then 3GPP stepped in. So 3GPP is the body which develops the technology or the standards to meet these requirements. ITU sets the requirements and 3GPP develops the standards. So about 6 years back is approximately 6 years back is when 3GPP stepped in saying that we will build this standard. And all the companies across the world and countries, a lot of institutions participated in that, including a lot of us from India. There was a huge rush for 5G, believe me. And those who have participated in the standards will understand this. And they came up with this wonderful standard called, which they termed it as 5G. And then it went to ITU for ratification. Okay. And finally, ITU ratified this in about a year and a half back was when it got termed as IMT 2020 was ratified. I just want to add one thing to this journey, maybe just to spice things up. So in IT, when 5G was being, the IMT 2020 was being formulated in ITU, India also went with a certain requirement, saying that rural connectivity is an important factor for this, large range connectivity. Okay? So there has been a lot of push from the government of India, as well as academia and industry also, saying that 5G should not only serve the urban areas, but also have a big footprint in the rural area. So they have started something called LMLC use case, low mobility large cell use case was introduced in ITU by India for the first time. Most of you won't know, but India had its own 5G standard called 5G-I. Okay, 5G improved actually. So it was 5G plus a rural enhancement that later got merged into 5G because General Kochar and all these guys were also, a lot of people were involved in doing this. But we had a very interesting and explosive journey for 5G in India. So finally, 3GPP is the one which sets the standards. Okay, there's only one global standard called 5G, which is set by 3GPP.
Thanks, Dr. Radhakrishnan. I'll now, go to Dave. David, I believe you're able to hear me, right? If you can just.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Okay.
I can hear you loud and clear, Dave. So the question here is, you are basically representing British Telecom, and I think it's one of the oldest telecommunications providers globally, with the likes of AT&T and Vodafone and others. So Europe has been pretty slow when it came to uptake of 5G, and I speak that from experience as well when I interact with some of the European customers. In comparison to markets like North America or maybe South Korea, Japan, any specific reason that you may foresee? Why is the hesitancy of adapting 5G or adapting 5G late in the game when it comes to Europe as a market? That's the first question. And a follow-up to that is, what is different in terms of the strategy that BT as a company is adopting now with BT Digital also in the foray, that you envisage that's going to be a game changer going forward, especially when you look at the enterprise side of the story with 5G?
Okay, thank you for your question, and thank you for having me here on the panel today. I guess first of all, to address your question about kind of speed to market, I think you find Europe launched 5G 3 years ago in 2019, pretty much the same time as American operators, Korean operators. I think it's fair to say that Korea, the US, has had an advantage with maybe some of the spectrum capabilities they have to allow them to actually grow faster. But one of the key differentiating factors is almost the physical ecosystem, access to buildings, access to good quality fiber, and having all of those kind of capabilities together is what allows you to actually accelerate the 5G growth. For BT itself, we're currently the first operator, the UK, to go beyond 50% population coverage, and we're driving that pretty fast. And we very much made a statement that we would complete our 5G rollout nationwide to the edge of our country to be available, accessible from everywhere by 2028. So I think things are leveling out, and I think the ambition there is certainly from Europe to progress at a similar pace as well. In terms of the kind of digital ambition, I think what we would say is I personally see that 5G is absolutely the digital backbone for the country. This will be a key digital transformation enabler for industry, which will bring kind of great new services and a whole range of new services. I think what we've heard, the standards have been very good this year with the 5G standards of actually engaging directly with industry, and industry directly with the standards as well, to ensure that the future capabilities or the requirements of those industries actually comes to the forefront. But I fully agree that the reliability, the speed, the performance, I would also add the security are all key factors that will help enable the kind of 5G ecosystem to come through. In terms of the position around digital, I think you're absolutely right. I think it's very important for telcos. You talked about a very long history, and BT can trace its history back to the 1800s, and we were the first nationwide kind of telco provider in the world back then. But it's important now that we actually look forward to the future in terms of digital services. We've recently formed a new digital division with a very specific focus. Before, we had a combined digital and networks function. We've separated the two. The networks team can focus on fiber, 5G, and the digital team can look at the kind of modern transformation of new services, platforms, and products and services, which will actually allow us to kind of coexist and drive forward this kind of, the 5G services in the modern world. And what we see really as part of that is, a significant shift where we actually kind of need to kind of think about how we develop platforms and how we integrate those into the network. If you look at it two ways, there's one thing, the services being able to interact with the network. Networks, 5G networks are programmable, they're instantly programmable, they're designed to serve the needs of the enterprise customer when they want it, and that can adapt in real time. So you need to be able to kind of integrate both the network with the service, with the platform. As an operator, as a telecoms operator, we need to move up the technology stack, basically from delivering what has been a lot of connectivity in 4G through to actually providing more vertical specific platforms, and as the way basically to start unlocking kind of future value, both for us, but also kind of our customers. And as part of that, we're very much driving, product specific services. We're focused very much around health, around government, around transport and logistics, and we're focused very much on trying to build significant amount of use cases and proof of concepts in that space to actually start driving and enabling the wider ecosystem to actually bring businesses on board, work in partnership with us, and actually look to what the future of these 5G services could be.
Thanks, David. I think I kind of echo a lot what you just said, and I think Ericsson has been at the forefront of the private 5G network rollout together with BT in the UK. So I think that's kind of a significant milestone for both of our companies. Coming to the whole realization of 5G, there's a whole new ecosystem that we keep hearing about this term. I think that's been very popular and been used widely across the industry since the past 3 odd years, I must say. So let's look at how to build that ecosystem, right? So if I have to divide 5G as a technology into 3 different pillars, the way I would see it is a platform layer, which is obviously including the network infrastructure that you need, and we all have spoken about it. Then comes the larger pie, which is completely untapped and unutilized, where anybody and everybody can have a fair share of the revenue, which is the services pie, which includes application and services together. So you have platform, application, and services, and the real untapped opportunity is application and services more than platform, and that's a reality. Having said that, this is also kind of a black box, so it's kind of a chicken and egg situation at the moment, and that's where operators are in a state of flux of where to invest, how to invest, what would be the low-hanging fruits in terms of use cases. If you look at 5G, there are basically 3 main pillars. You obviously have the enhanced mobile broadband, or what we call as eMBB. Then you have the ultra reliable low latency, which is URLCC. And then you of course have the massive IoT, or what I call as MIoT. Now, when you look at enterprise, this is my personal view, of course, that I would like to believe that URLCC and MIoT would be the drivers of industrial automation, driving towards Industry 4.0 use case realization. And enhanced mobile broadband will still be a bit more consumer focused, which is B2C. However, if you want to realize more money and make greater ROIs for the operator, the B2B is of supreme focus when it comes to realization of 5G, for the simple reason is acceptance and change of society at large. If you look at the revenue split today in most telcos between B2C and B2B, it's still very much at the low 20s or maybe around 15 to 20% when it comes to the enterprise segment. Any tier one, any geography, hardly it is crossing 20%. But when you look at the consumer segment, most telcos are having more than 80 or 85% revenue coming from the consumer segment. And that's fundamentally going to change with 5G. With 5G, it's going to be that 85% number is going to come down to maybe 65, 70, and that's the target. And this enterprise number, which is right now hovering between plus minus 15 to 20, is going to go up to 35. And that's the game changer. And that's why you talk of industry and society and adaptability of use cases driving enterprise automation and so on and so forth, where cloud, AI, big data all will play levers to this entire transformation. So with that ethos, Mr. Sanyal, you are representing a company. Do you really believe that, out of these three towers that I mentioned, you also would like to have the same point of view in terms of the use cases that your company would be driving with regards to 5G, or you have a difference of opinion when it comes to adaptability of 5G use cases, especially the low-hanging fruits that you foresee?
Basically, I am from a power distribution utility. We are looking at a great opportunity for 5G because in 4G nobody has given, no operator has given any SLA. That is the major problem. Any operation, any automation, it requires an SLA for its successful implementation. So SLA is one of the things which 5G possibly will provide. That is one thing. And second thing is reliability and low latency. It is very much required in today's automation practice because everything will be, all the data will be coming from the sensor and immediate action has to be taken. And in the process automation or manufacturing automation, some concepts are coming like collaborative robot. So robot will work in hand with the human being. It's calling cobot. So it requires an efficient, reliable and lightning speed communication for the process and system. So whatever you have told, it's something like that because we have not ripped out the 4G. And another thing is advanced planning is required for implementing 5G. Because 4G has crossed almost 10 years, but in our country, all the smart meter and AMR still are running on 2G. So planning is required. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Right. So I'll just come back to you, Dr. Radhakrishnan, once again, and then I'll come back to you, Vishi. So with regards to this whole changing culture, adaptability, how much do you really think in terms of, you represent IIT Madras, right? So I keep hearing, I was in a panel 1 week back when I heard that IIT Madras has been very closely associated with some of the likes of AT&T and others, where some of the use cases are being incubated in the 5G Innovation Lab. I would be very intrigued to hear those use cases and which segment they belong to, and how much of readiness from an operations perspective do you think that industrialization of those use cases are possible for the operators to take them live?
So, hello. So in IIT Madras, we have built the 5G test bed. Okay, so the main goal was to enable use cases so that people can come and test their use cases among other things. So currently the use cases that we are focusing is on smart meters, or water meters and electrical meters. That is one use case. And the second thing is, of course, video monitoring solutions. Okay, specifically in the campus kind of a network where laying fiber is becoming a bit more difficult. So one big use case of 5G is it's a replacement. At least it was theorized that it should be a replacement of fiber. So where is 5G with respect to all these use cases? Okay, currently there, at least my understanding, this is my personal understanding again, there has been a lot of hype about 5G. Okay, we have to agree with that. So 5G bottom line is a big data pipe. It provides good latency. It can provide you SLAs. Okay, From the technology perspective, that's what it is. Okay, who implements it, how you do it as an enterprise network or as a telecom, that's a different thing, game thing. But how do we use it is the main question. That is where all the businesses are going to make money out of it. The data is not going to be the money part of it. It's the use case of use of this kind of this infrastructure is where it's going to. So what I believe is that the data part of things is very mature. The EMBB, what he has mentioned as EMBB, is very, very mature. The reliable and the low latency communication, still there's a lot more work to be done. It will happen in the next few years, but that's where there's a lot of impact on the industrial 4.0. Okay, but there's enough time for us to get there. I mean, this is at least my understanding that EMBB is a very mature field, and I am seeing a lot of applications on that. But URLLC, I mean, the low latency and more reliable communication, still standard has to evolve a bit. Okay, and the applications, I haven't seen too many applications on this regard which actually utilize this. Remote surgery, people say remote surgery. I don't think anyone is going to do remote surgery on 5G in the next decade. I mean, I don't. But I think a reasonable use case for India, for example, during the farming season, having tractors and farm equipment is one thing, but having drivers who can drive that with proper care and other things is a different thing. So one specific use case I believe that's going to come in India is not automated driving and not automated vehicles, but remote access to this vehicle, remote driving of these vehicles. This is where 5G is going to play a very important. For example, you can have a drone that is going to paint your building, but with an operator sitting down and working on it. Okay, so this is where 5G is going to get its URLLC and reliable and low latency part of 5G is going to be used, but a human is also going to be part of that chain. I think we are a couple of years away from seeing these kind of use cases, but the first use case that's going to come is mobile broadband.
It's obvious because it's largely going to be consumer and user driven, where URLCC and MIoT use cases, there's a lot of dependency on other enterprises, especially when we talk of ecosystem play. There's a whole host of application layer also coming into the foray. So it's pretty complex realizing those, and more importantly, realizing those at a scale, which is industrialization, right? And I think that's going to be the challenge. So Mr. Ramaswamy, if I can come to you again, and I would like to hear your perspective on the organization readiness part of it. So operators are now claiming to be tech companies, right? If you go and talk to a CIO, I mean, there is no CIO. They have merged the CIO and CTO. It's now CTIO or Chief of Digital. Most operators, at least with whom I interact with, they would love to call themselves Chief Digital Officers or CTIOs rather than CIOs. Now, when you go and talk to a CIO, they say that, okay, we would like to be the tech enabler. So they would like to be an Amazon or they would like to be a Netflix. That's the big wish list. And that's something which they're embanking upon with 5G as the infrastructure backbone. And they would be the aggregator of various technologies put together, making them an enabler of all technologies. Now, it's easier said than done for the operator because the operator has traditionally always been a connectivity player. They have never traditionally been a tech company, and it requires a different DNA to be a tech company. So what is the organization readiness when it comes to this kind of, I'll ask the same question to Dave as well, in terms of the tall claims, if I may say, that, okay, we are going to be the enablers, we are going to be the system integrators going forward, and we will drive this whole change and implement these use cases and be the enablers of this whole transformation. What steps Tata Communications are taking towards that journey?
So the first thing that you need to sort of realize is this entire technology is built upon a complete software understanding, right? It is fairly major portion, maybe 90% of the entire development work that has happened around 5G. While it started a little bit with 4G, but the maturity of driving everything through software has happened with 5G coming in. So barring some very critical part like radios and antenna and a few other components, major part of the network is currently software. And telecom companies having run software technology for a long time for their own internal use and also applications on cloud and hosting and other things. There is quite a lot of capability that has been built over a period of time by telecom companies in the software side.
So that gives the first confidence, that you have run cloud communication, you have run hosting, you have been running your own large IT, etc. That gives a lot of confidence for you to come and do use that knowledge to run these technologies for the customer.
If I may just interject.
Yeah, sure.
So, running cloud and hosting data centers is, one aspect of it. But when it comes to application consolidation, when it comes to modernization, you mentioned monetization, right? And data monetization or any application monetization is a very complex service by nature. It's not a vanilla data center hosting or a cloud hosting service. It requires complexity in terms of understanding OpenShift APIs. It requires architectural know-how. It requires system integration prior experiences, which traditionally is not the DNA of an operator. It is a DNA of a company like maybe an IBM, maybe an Accenture, things like that. So how do you foresee that? Because they are coexisting with you and they are also willing to take a fair share of this pie.
So if you look at it, major part of the activities that are being done by, when I say telecom companies do it, okay, there is a partnership ecosystem that exists. Maybe the likes of the companies that you mentioned would probably be part of the ecosystem for telecom companies to support them to deliver what their services are. But the fundamental difference or the understanding what the operator has today of how software and the communication technology work together, that brings a lot of difference to an enterprise. When you serve an enterprise, how the communication technology runs has never been the botheration of an enterprise. So you wanted a connectivity, the telecom operator came and either laid a fiber or did something, they gave a connectivity, and after that your communication, your link is up and running and your application is running on that. So the application or the business did not bother much about how the telecom company enabled them to function till date, right? Whereas with 5G, the expectation is the communication technology and the IT of every customers of theirs are going to interact, number one, right? I think Dave mentioned about it sometime back as to the applications and the networks being able to talk to each other and being able to communicate. And that is one digital enablement that telecom companies are going to be doing. It's not about the software migration from one version to the other or how to implement cluster, containerization and things like that. And there are technology companies who will anyway enable them. The biggest difference I expect that the communication companies are going to do for their enterprise customers is that enabling the application use the network optimally. So depending upon what that requires, does it require high throughput? Does it require low latency? Does it require a higher, density of this one? What is the level of security that it requires? And so on. Depending upon the nature of what the application is, the telecom companies will be able to provide that network. And that is where they become the digital enabler, not necessarily replacing the software companies that have been helping them so far, right?
Right. So as a follow-up to that, Dave, if I may ask you, you mentioned BT Digital in your opening remarks, and I think that's the big ticket organization entity which is going to change the DNA of what traditional British Telecom we all knew over a long period of time. So I think BT Digital is the next generation company that you guys are embanking upon, especially with 5G transformation. What's the operating model DNA between a BT Digital and a traditional BT that is different? Point number one. And secondly, when it comes to the whole process readiness in trying to be the enabler, the fundamental change, at least what I would like to see when it comes to 5G ecosystem play, is this whole application modernization, monetization journey that every operator is trying to encash upon. And as a part of that, they have partners or SI companies together in this play. Is BT also embanking on a similar strategy where they're foreseeing this change? And if that's the reality, then where is the focus? Is it the focus is still within the OSS, BSS, or what we call as the application landscape, or it's focused more towards orchestration or OpenShift APIs, or what we call as the open digital architecture in the telco world?
Thank you. That's quite a long question. I think, I mean, coming back to kind of what I was saying earlier, and I think has just been said there as well, I think, you know, I do think the networks in the digital space are very much need to coexist. You know, the networks is doing this massive transformation of enabling the kind of 5G kind of technologies. The digital space is almost enabling the customers to actually access and get the best out of that. As we said before, 5G is programmable. As was just said before, it's actually tunable to allow people to get the best out of it, whether it's the right latency on demand, the right speed on demand, the right SLAs. I think all of these comments have been made by the panel so far. But the OSS and the enabling capability to actually do that in real time is an incredible, complex, and big challenge to come together. And I think that's one of the big areas that our digital team are very focused on, is how do we actually shift the modernization, which was probably a very simple kind of provisioning mechanism, provision once, and it, you know, life stays the same for, you know, however many years, to actually making much more of a real-time kind of interactive system, as you would expect from, you know, from any kind of online digital retailer. I mean, I think we do need to remember that telcos are still, telecoms operators are still some of the biggest subscription services out there. And we shouldn't forget that actually our position maybe in the digital world, maybe we don't have necessarily the same digital kind of front end or image, which will come as part of this digital transformation. And that's a key part of the digital transformation. But actually as a solid base, we've actually got a foundation here of actually being a very large subscription service. We have more, you know, you have more customers than, you know, a Netflix or an Amazon or those kind of organizations, you know, within a country. So the foundations are very strong. So the OSS side of that is very important in terms of how you develop it and how you can actually give access to these high-end capabilities of 5G. But we do need to remember that to do that level of complex programmable on-demand nature and being able to guarantee SLAs, whether it's latency or performance or speed versus you know, the other users on that network, you know, there is a cost to that, but there's an expectation that, you know, to give a KPI, we should be able to charge more for those kind of services as well. And that's not just the operator, but that's potentially also, you know, the end service and solution provider that might sit beyond it. So all of these are kind of enabling kind of future monetization options. And, you know, the mobile operators have been very good at kind of just managing kind of micro payment kind of solutions already as part of even kind of managing data bundles and data services. It is a step up. You know, there's a huge opportunity to kind of evolve beyond there in what the services can do, but foundations still exist. And in terms of then the partnerships, you mentioned the kind of system integrators. I think in practice, you will get you know, this will be quite a complex ecosystem. I mean, if you look at a smart factory as an example, you know, it may have a 5-year or a 10-year life cycle in terms of how that factory evolves. And you'll have system integrators that are already involved in that kind of ecosystem that are very much involved in and kind of trying to drive efficiency and supporting with the technology. And it's very important that we actually sort of start working with partners to start kind of enabling and sort of seeding the foundations of where you can start getting benefits. So I see absolutely from, you know, a system integrators and a data sharing point of view, I will see you will see at an enterprise level absolute working together. I think it will become absolutely necessary in order to scale and in order to grow.
Thanks, Dave. One of the other aspects I think we must also acknowledge is the organizational DNA mindset change. I think you can't have the same traditional leaders, the CXOs or the directors or the managers, you know, owning up functions who believe in traditional communication connectivity services. That's also going to change. So organization DNA is very much an integral part to make 5G a success story for both operators as well as the vendors or the tech companies. And I think that's a reality. We all can talk of technology, we all can talk of enablement, we can talk of all the good things, but in reality, organization DNA is what it takes to make any use case or any particular industry a success story. And I think that's very important. So the leaders also need to open up. They need to have a bit more open outlook towards being an enabler of various use cases rather than being the sole owner of this connectivity service. I think that's a transition and a radical shift. We looked at the business model change, which is largely platform driven. We looked at the genesis and the origination of 5G, right from 3PP transition from 4G to 5G. I gave you a few random statistics in the beginning to give you a perspective of how much potential is really out there. We also looked at the operating model and what operators are doing to basically be the next generation company. What I really liked about both from Tata Com and from BT, you acknowledge the fact that yes, you cannot be an overnight tech company and you would exist or coexist with a tech company, but you do have the DNA or the digital drive to make 5G a success story. So with that, I can close. I can come to the closing comments from Arnab, maybe.
I had a question, and I was actually asking Dr. Radhakrishnan also about that. What is the impact of the current geopolitics on the availability and the launch of 5G or the adoption of 5G in India? I would like to understand it. And I know China controls the chips, but what's the global view and maybe what's the local view?
Well, there is definitely an impact, and you can't say that there is no impact, and we'll be fooling ourselves in case you say that there is no impact. But at the same time, I see that various countries, the local governments have stepped up their. In fact, we heard from Colonel Kocher sometime back when he spoke about it. Dr. Kocher mentioned about that. So every country is sort of stepping up. Some effort or the other. The type of effort may vary between countries, but there is an effort towards localization. There is an effort towards decentralization of dependency, so to say. And also trying to make it a little bit more widespread. The good part about 5G is there is a lot of work. There is software, and this country has excelled itself in software for over 3 decades almost, and hence that reduces the dependence. But still, there are definitely components that need to get into the network and to the device and the handheld devices and other IoT and other devices. So I think the more and more the countries start becoming divergent on their sourcing strategy, the better it will be. And I'm sure that we are doing it. I'm sure BT is doing it, and I'm sure world over all operators are doing the same thing. David may have something.
David, you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, no, I think that's absolutely right. I think it's very important, at a national level, I think, to encourage development in the technologies and to encourage, the widening of the supplier ecosystem. I think that's incredibly important. We've seen a lot over the last couple of years, and it's growing rapidly. And I think there's a lot of opportunities there. You've talked about private network space as an example. That's a simpler ecosystem in its own right for organizations maybe to start in. It's very much more complex if you want to build a really very large scale, high capacity base stations, but certainly starting from simpler technologies or simpler solutions and dedicated solutions, more enterprise kind of led ones, would be a great starting position. And I encourage a lot more companies to get engaged in such things. But there is a wider kind of supply problem anyway, post-pandemic as well. We do need to recognize that even just chipset supply kind of does disrupt the supply and does potentially kind of slow things down. I think it's being well managed now. It's taken time. But the supply ecosystem has been a little bit fragile, should we say.
Thanks. You want to add something?
Just to add to this, till now we are talking about applications, all of us building applications on 5G. That's a very important use case. That's where a lot of money is going to be made. But there's something else that's happened in 5G, disaggregation. with the O-RAN coming into picture, parts of 5G has a lot of moving parts, but all of them are interop very well. So it gives us a great opportunity as a country to build some of these parts. Okay, so as Mr. Ramaswamy was pointing out, a lot of this is software. So there's a lot of hardware also involved in it, but with this advent of O-RAN, disaggregation, it's a great opportunity for all the businesses to step into small parts of the 5G ecosystems, build them, and build together an enterprise solutions. So big operators, big MNCs, they will handle the bigger parts. The enterprise solutions, there's a huge market for smaller players to get into and build solutions.
Just as a closing thought, since you asked that question of geopolitics, I sit in a country where we are constantly receiving threats from the other side of the Baltics, where we can be bombarded, and I keep getting alarm messages of how to hide in a bunker, how to run faster and hide myself. So in the present state where Europe is right now, I believe a lot of the operators, not just BT or Vodafone or Telefonica or Telia, it's from Sweden. I mean, most telcos are taking defense services or defense-related use cases very seriously. And with the volatility that really exists in present geopolitics, I think 5G is going to be not for security only, just for our data only. It's going to be the differential, which can really be a foolproof tech, if I may say so, much more than maybe what cloud has delivered in the next couple of years. So we need to see that a large part of that would be driven by the URLCC and the MIOT, not towards the EMBB, because we obviously tend to focus more on EMBB because it's consumer driven. That's where I made that point. So with that, I think we are maxed out on time. So I'll bring this session to a close. Thank you very much to all the panelists for your participation. Thank you.
Before we close the session, we would request Mr. Arnab Basu to please present tokens of our appreciation to our speakers. Shankulpita, we would request you to hand it over to Mr. Basu, and Mr. Basu is requested to please present to our speakers. Just to acknowledge that there's a plant which is provided by the Karmyog Plant Library, as I mentioned after the opening session, that it is an IoT-based communication platform which integrates nature and learning. And there's a honey. Bengal Chamber has procured it from our startup, which has created an AI-enabled bee corridor at Eco Park in Rajarhat, and glasses provided by our networking partner, Carlsberg. And as we are coming to the closure of this session, we would like to present to you another video from one of our sponsors.
With connectivity applications, data usage is growing exponentially. Industries are accelerating the integration of their value chain, leveraging technologies like automation with AI and analytics, massively connected resources, agility of response, and better security. Introducing Tata Communications private 5G networks, designed to deliver end-to-end flexible, robust, and programmable connectivity solution for any industry. Solution is integrated with Edge Cloud to deploy industry-grade mission-critical applications, secured enterprise connectivity and data, and deployed and managed using our global footprint. Tata Communications private 5G solution provides you with seamless, low latency, and highly reliable network, zero-touch automation and orchestration, zero trust security, optimized total cost of ownership, and on-demand scalability. With our solution, we build comprehensive use cases and innovative business solutions across industries such as smart manufacturing, warehousing, ports, digital campuses, and many more. With our in-depth domain expertise, we help you achieve the desired business outcomes. Contact Tata Communications today.
So thank you. I would request my colleagues at the AVU to let us know when we are going live on. It's okay, you take your time. In the meantime, I'll be inviting the speakers of the next session to please come join us on the stage. This session is Cloud Transition Opportunities Ahead, and it will be moderated by Mr. Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, Co-Chairperson IT Committee, the Bengal Chamber. The panelists include Mr. Sudhir Kothari, Founder and CEO, MB Software Private Limited, Mr. Surjit Singh Sodhi, Business Development Leader, AWS Migration, Amazon Internet Services Private Limited, Dr. Anish Agarwal, Head of Analytics, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories Limited, and Mr. Anitosh Haldar, Business and GTM Head, Cloud, DC and Managed Services. So we would request the moderator and the panelists to please join us on the dais. And so we are live, okay. So we have gone live online. So I would like to introduce once again our panelists and moderator for our audience online. This session is being moderated by Mr. Chiranjeev Bhattacharya. He is the co-chairperson of IT Committee, the Bengal Chamber. In the session, as panelists, we have Mr. Sudhir Kothari, Founder and CEO, MB Software Private Limited, Mr. Surjit Singh Sodhi, Business Development Leader, AWS Migration, Amazon Internet Services Private Limited, Dr. Anish Agarwal, Head of Analytics, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories Limited, and Mr. Anitosh Haldar, Business and GTM Head, Cloud, DC and Managed Services. As we mentioned that in the new normal, we are presenting this program in a phygital setup. This program is being presented from Kolkata at the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and it is being streamed online in YouTube, LinkedIn, and Facebook. So with this, I would request Mr. Chiranjeev Bhattacharya to please take the session forward.
Hello. Thank you so much, Angana. A very good afternoon once again to all of you, and our sincere gratitude for carving time out and being here with us today. Our esteemed panelists today are Mr. Sudhir Kothari. I will introduce them once again when I come to the discussions. Mr. Anitosh Haldar, Mr. Surjit Singh Sodhi, and Dr. Anish Agarwal. So I'll read out from a McKinsey article, 2021 to begin with. So what they say is, by 2024, most enterprises aspire to have about 8 out of $10, 8 out of $10 for IT hosting go towards the cloud, including private cloud, infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. Now, achieving that aspiration will require significant effort both from enterprises and technology providers. The pandemic is one factor driving the ambitious goal, as it triggered the need to speed the pace of enterprise digitization. But the more significant catalyst is the $1 trillion in business value that cloud adoption can unlock. Some organizations, however, are leaking their share of that value instead of capturing value, with inefficiencies in orchestrating cloud migration, adding unexpected costs and unexpected delays. Now, approximately $100 billion of wasted migration spend is expected over the next 3 years, and most enterprises cite the costs around migration as a major inhibitor to adopting the cloud. This is what McKinsey has to say as on 12th October 2021. So is there any way in which the systems integrators can capture some of these opportunities in their journey towards the cloud. A couple of years back, legacy infrastructure used to be the bulk of the IT spend for enterprises. However, the pandemic has changed the scenario and changed the direction, with more organizations planning to move to the cloud. When a survey was conducted with IT decision makers, it was observed that 55% more of IT decision making happened to moving workloads towards the cloud than as per plan. So with the direction set towards cloud, increasingly companies are expected to pick up the pace of the implementation going forward. So let's understand from our experts today how they are strategizing around their businesses, leveraging these cloud opportunities. I would come to Mr. Sudhir Kothari. Mr. Sudhir Kothari has been the founder of MB Software. And MB Software has actually gone through a major cloud transition in the past 7-8 years, contributing hugely towards transformation of enterprise organizations and customer accounts, by virtue of which, in fact, there was a major acquisition, Softline Group of Europe, $1 billion group, right? $2 billion group. They acquired MB Software recently. We'll discuss more about that. So, Sudhir, thank you so much for being here. MB is a large Microsoft partner, and you are a leading partner driving Microsoft cloud transformations, solutions all over India. So what has been your growth trajectory in terms of opportunities for cloud migration?
Thanks, Chiranjeev. Thank you, Bengal Chamber, for having me here. So MB, for example, is MB is a 36-year-old company. Started operations 1986, but our cloud journey started 2014. So we were at a situation where we realized that being in technology currently was not giving much of return and not much of excitement, and that's when actually the cloud actually started emerging in the radar. So we started our cloud journey 2014, and it's almost 2022 now. In 8 years, we not only started doing only lift and shift and taking customers to cloud, but the opportunity is what CB is asking me, or the growth trajectory has been. We were almost a 250 or 300 crore company in 2014. Today, we are going to be almost 1,500, 1,600 crore company, and that's the kind of cloud growth which cloud has given to us. This is not only from the top line perspective, also from the perspective from the client and the opportunity for the partners perspective. Cloud actually gives you opportunity to be in multiple areas, so automatically when the moment the customer goes into cloud, multiple opportunities actually open up. Some of the opportunities what previous panelists were talking about, for example, application modernization, refactoring of application, rebuilding of application, or for example, data and AI, it opens up hugely in that area. It opens up in the area of collaboration. It opens up in the area of managed services, for example, optimization, continuous optimization of customers' cloud. So these are some of the areas where probably when we went into cloud, we were just doing cloud licensing in 2014, just reselling the cloud, and we realized that that's not going to sustain our business much more. So we built our entire business. We transformed ourselves completely from being just a cloud provider or a technology provider to a solution provider to the customers. So today our entire practices, we have got practices completely on application modernization, data modernization, data and BI, collaboration, managed services, security. So these are the areas which actually are the growth opportunities which probably for partners and for the customers. Basically, the moment customers go into cloud, they themselves actually start seeing, for their own business, the cloud actually opens up opportunity for them to adopt digital transformation much faster.
Thank you so much, Sudhir. Now that major revenues of MB comes from cloud services, and that the acquisition of Softline is possibly complete or about to be complete, what is your joint growth value proposition? Because this is one major move that you have made with Softline. So how do you look at the future? What is the joint growth value
Softline is a
proposition?
$2 billion company, as you said. And they came into India in 2015, basically. When they came into India, they were actually in the acquisition mode, in the sense that they wanted to acquire the market. And they did not actually build the service skills capability in the market in India. So that's where basically MB comes in, and that's why the reason of MB acquisition happened. Now, see, Softline brings in the global brand. They bring in global processes, best practices, and we have the skills, capability, market knowledge. So together, basically, from the customer standpoint, we are basically providing completely now end-to-end solution. That's number one. They have got skills basically on the security. They have got SOC services. They have got some of the global delivery center out here. So we get the best practices. And so again, we take it to the customer with that value proposition. The other thing is very important, because being a global organization, they are in the acquisition mode also. So recently they've acquired, for example, AWS company, a partner company. So multi-cloud is becoming a very important factor today. Every customers today need multiple, like earlier days when on-premises people used to have both HP, IBM, Dell. Today they want, Azure, AWS and Google, all three or all two running, at least two of them running in their data or in their organization. So basically another area where joint proposition is very important is that how do we actually have multi-cloud skills capability. So the acquisition is going to help both us as well as the customer from the perspective that we want to be a one-stop shop for customers in the multi-cloud area, in the security area, application area, and the data area, and of course all supported by security and managed services completely. So that's the kind of value proposition probably we are going to go in the market in future.
Right. Now, so many organizations, many enterprises are transforming using the drivers like cost leadership, then lesser time to value, operational efficiencies, etc., through cloud service transition. Now, while technology is one very important part, but the other important part is process transformation.
Yeah.
So how are you enabling these enterprises to navigate this kind of process transformation journey?
Very good question. In cloud practice, there's something called cloud adoption framework. Okay. So every company like us, for example, if we want to be strategically engaged with a global organization like Microsoft or AWS, we have to be certified in the cloud adoption framework. Unless we are not, the strategic engagement with customer does not happen. So what is this cloud adoption framework basically? This cloud adoption framework has got 6-7 pillars. One is the strategy, one is the plan and assess, one is the migration, one is the manage, monitor, one is the innovate, optimization, and then of course, all being supported by governance and security. So, we have to first understand, the motivation that you're talking about, customers' motivation, why they want to move to the cloud. It may be because they want to exit the data center, or probably there is the M&A, for example, or the critical IT assets are coming to an end of life, for example, or or they want to go very agile in the marketplace, for example. So there are various motivation reasons. We want to understand that first. Once we understand that, then probably we understand their financial understanding, technical understanding, what business outcomes actually they want from cloud transition. So these are basically, before actually going into cloud transition, we first understand the customer's need. Then come once we understand that, then we basically want to know what is the digital state they want to be, they actually want to just do a lift and shift, or they want to actually refactor or re-architect or rebuild the entire application, for example. So this is a very important factor to assess and doing the planning for the migration. And once that happens, it's very important that at the customer end also, we need to see that they are skilled, their people are skilled. So we help them in skilling their people also. That's part of the process, because once you hand over to them, they have to actually run the entire thing. So we help them in scaling, we help them in some of the best practices, adopt some best practices like DevOps and all that. And then actually the migration take place, And once the migration take place, then you have things like monitoring the migration, and then probably innovate and continuously optimize. Optimization is a very important factor because unlike in a hardware kind of on-premise hardware where basic customers buy and they can keep adding application because they have already bought as a capital assets. This is a complete OpEx, and if you don't optimize it, your money is gone, So optimization is a very important factor, and continuously before the migration as well as after the migration, we have to keep doing the optimization. And then there comes the managed services part, and all is again supported by the pillar of governance, risk and governance, and the security part. So this entire process we handle customers, and this entire, as I said, cloud adoption framework is defined. This framework is a pretty you have to get certified internationally. You have to get certified, and once this framework is there, the entire migration process, everything becomes very easy.
Thank you so much, Sudhir. I'll come back to you. Mr. Surjit Singh Sodhi, Business Development Leader, AWS Migration, Amazon Internet Services Private Limited. Thank you so much, Sudhir, for being here. As per you, what do you think is the status of cloud adoption in India? What are the issues? What are the drivers in cloud adoption? And how is AWS contributing in managing the sustainability goals also of the customer?
Thanks, Chiranjeev, first and foremost for having me here. So on a lighter note, I agree that AWS has hundreds of services, but does it imply that you will roll 4 questions into one? So number one question was, what is the state of cloud adoption in India? So let me share with you, digital storm is brewing up, whether it is the SMEs, all the SMBs, or enterprises of this world. All of them are trying to cross that proverbial chasm which Geoffrey Moore propounded between the early adopters of technology and the late laggards. So we are seeing a lot of excitement towards cloud. We are seeing a lot of enterprises moving towards the cloud. In fact, technology market in India is the best place to be in. So when it comes to state of adoption, highly the cloud is being adopted, and it is in the mind of enterprises that they want to leverage the various services available. Coming to the second point as to what are the drivers. So if I may say so, the drivers for cloud adoption are contained in the word cloud itself. Let me break that for you. The C in cloud stands for cost reduction. So for any Indian customer, the C is the first and foremost to start. But the typical advantages are more in the business agility part of it. The second alphabet in the word cloud, L, stands for leveraging hundreds of services that are available on a platform. It is impossible to duplicate these services on an on-premise environment. And the third alphabet, O, is the operational resiliency. Now, every enterprise wants to be resilient, and resiliency does not mean that you never fail. Resiliency is the ability to bounce back after a failure. So the way an AWS region, the way an AWS availability zone is architected, you get that resiliency. Coming to the fourth alphabet, C-L-O-U, yes, U. U stands for user experience. So if suppose you are a global company, and you have offices in various parts of the globe, you can use the dark fiber of AWS and have a great user experience. You can use the content delivery networks. And coming to the final alphabet, D, D stands for data. Data, I itself says digital analytics transformation arsenal. So setting up a data lake on premise is very, very difficult. But setting up a data lake on a cloud is a 30-minute job. So the word cloud itself tells you why enterprises are adopting cloud to a huge extent. But then nothing is a fairy tale. There are issues to every part of it. The biggest issue that we see in Indian enterprises is the culture part of it. So Peter Drucker said, culture eats strategy for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It's a real fact. People want to go to the cloud, but they also want to run their IT departments, their business transformation in the same old method. And the second important issue in cloud migrations is the lack of executive sponsorship. See, I'm not sure if you know the Parkinson's law of triviality, and that law says that people in any organization are more involved in incidental issues rather than the complex challenges of the primary task. That is where you need an executive sponsor. Where there is no gardener, there is no garden. So for a transformative project like cloud, you need a great executive sponsor, preferably from the business side of things. That is easier said than done. So if you ask me when it comes to cloud migration, these are some of the issues. Coming to the fourth question, basically the fourth part of the single question, sustainability. Now, AWS in 2019 signed the climate pledge. We have almost like pledged $2 billion, and we have pledged that by 2040, we will be net carbon zero, and we will shift to 100% renewable by 2025. And the fact of the matter is, AWS data centers are 3.6 times more energy efficient than on-premise data centers as per a study conducted. And if you spin up a EC2 instance, you can be rest assured you are emitting 88% less carbon than you would emit in an on-premise server. Sorry, I think I took a couple of minutes more, but then you very cleverly rolled 4 questions into one, fine. So I had no option.
Absolutely fine. Thank you so much. So obviously for AWS, the industry ecosystem remains critical for this kind of exponential growth. So obviously this ecosystem has partners as a very important element. So how do you strategize your growth with the partners, and how actually would you contribute in the partners' vision, partners' growth, along with your solution offerings, and merge them towards a successful kind of a transition?
So Chiranjeev, this is a very pertinent question, and thanks for asking this. We are very clear as a company that if we have to grow from where we are, we need a very strong partner ecosystem. And to ensure that, we have I should say, a partner management team which comprises of partner delivery managers, partner success managers, partner delivery specialists. And the sole purpose in life of a partner delivery manager, for example, is to sit with a partner and to devise business and technical plans. And the second important facet of partner strategy, which has come in 2022, is the partner path. Now, this partner path is a mechanism in which partners can get embedded into AWS ecosystem in a way that aligns their customer offerings in a very optimum manner. And the third important facet, which I would like to share with the audience vis-a-vis partner strategy, is that the service delivery and the competencies. Say, for example, migration competency. I see we have some migration competency certified partners in the room already. Now, what happens is these are very select partners who have kind of fulfilled some stringent criteria and have gone through a rigorous check before being certified as a migration competency certified partner. So when it comes to Amazon Partner Network, which has thousands of partners, not only we are building a healthy ecosystem, but we are also trying to ensure that the quality of our partner ecosystem remains at the highest standards. I hope I have.
Yes. Thank you so much. Now, with increasing business complexities and increasing ambitions of enterprises to grow, obviously there is a need for skill development. Now, either the enterprises need to build skills, or they need to hire afresh, or they need to outsource it to possibly systems integrators or equivalent. So what would be your strategy going forward for this kind of a skill development and ensuring customer support, training, knowledge dissemination?
So one of the biggest roadblock in cloud adoption, as you rightly said, is the lack of skills. And I like to quote our senior leadership here only last month when our APJ leadership and our Indian leadership said, so AWS is happy to share with you that we have trained almost 2 million individuals in cloud skills. Not only that, we have a stated goal of training 27 million individuals more, because all the dreams of 5 trillion digital economies, if they have to work out, then we need to have those skills. So we have a training and certification team which comes out with these programs. And if it helps the audience, we have programs like AWS Educate, AWS Restart. Now these are self-paced learnings as well as labs are there. And AWS Restart, for example, is a program which has been devised for people who want a change in employment or who are kind of unemployment and want to involve themselves in the digital ecosystem. Coming to customers and partners, we have what is known as a learning need analysis. Now, this is a pro bono exercise which is done by a training and certification team. They sit with the customers, try to identify what the skill gaps are, and come out with customized training programs. One more important facet of the training and certification strategy of AWS is to make it as cost neutral as possible. So what we have a program which is known as Learn to Earn. Now what happens is every dollar that you invest in learning, almost 50% of that is returned back to you as service credits. But the latest announcement that I like to share with all your audience and listeners is we have come out with a gamification based learning experience which is known as Cloud Quest. And it is a series of quests. Each and every quest that you do in this gaming ends with a skill that you acquire. So I'll highly encourage you, whosoever wants to try, please have a look at it. And if there are any issues, I'll be happy to cooperate.
Great, thank you so much. I'll come back to you. Dr. Anish Agarwal, thank you so much for being here with us. Dr. Anish Agarwal is the head of analytics, Dr. Reddy's. So, Dr. Agarwal, you've possibly taken over recently as the head of analytics for Dr. Reddy's and be spearheading the analytics COE of this pharma company. AI, machine learning, they are already creating so much of disruption in the business models and are possibly transforming the way medical sciences are evolving. So what kind of opportunities do you think this will create for the industry in terms of cloud services, especially for your industry? And are you seeing a shift from product to services already because of this kind of a disruption?
Okay, that's a great question, and good evening, everyone. Pleasure to be part of this panel. I'll answer the questions a little bit insequentially. I'll first take the cloud side of the story.
Sure.
So, as alluded by other members of this panel, cloud adoption is also one of the most important areas that pharma industry is looking at. For obvious reasons, as were explained by Mr. Sodhi. I think cost is one aspect, fungibility of data and availability of data is another aspect. And given majority of enterprises today are transnational and have presence across every country in the world, it is important that data is not just available, but there is a high level of resilience. That's second. And the third is the data also conforms to the local regulatory guidelines and standards as mandated by various countries, be it GDPR from a EU standpoint, any privacy law from a North America standpoint, and possibly upcoming data protection bill from an India perspective as well. Cloud adoption is important. We have this as one of the most important actionable and mandate as a part of our overall data strategy. That's one. I think once our data is available, that is when it will really equip any organization to even run core data analytics. And machine learning apparently is on a higher curve from a maturity standpoint. So availability of data is the second. Now let's take a step back and see how does a pharma and healthcare or life science enterprise really works. There are multiple parts of the operating model. The first, of course, and rather the biggest side is the manufacturing. Because unless we manufacture pills, unless we manufacture injectables, we will not have any customers, we will not have any products to sell. That's one. And given manufacturing is one of the most important aspect, It is important that we digitize the processes to aggregate data points which actually make sure that our manufacturing processes are far more linear and efficient. That's one. Once the products are manufactured, the second important aspect comes is the quality and supply chain. So we need to really ensure that all these sub-processes within quality and supply chain also are digitized, which actually helps us to get the right level of data sets and data points to to fine tune. Second, to ensure the quality is as per the regulatory standards. That's second. And third, from a supply chain perspective, we need to ensure there is limited or no leakage and the overall inventory and the entire chain is efficient, right from the point in time when the goods leave the production plant to the point in time when it reaches a distributor and from distributor to the end pharmacist. That's the third point. If you look at how machine learning and AI is actually enabling the pharma health ecosystem or the overall landscape, I think there are multiple use cases and points which can be looked at. So first, of course, as I said, manufacturing being one of the most pivotal points. From the data that we aggregate from the MES systems, which actually helps, which is a combination of IoT and the sensors and 5G, and which the sensors which actually aggregate a lot of points from a production standpoint, helps us to check the health of a machine, which means that in an event there is any challenge with the production plant, the plant manager gets notified. It's an alert-based system. That's one. The second is from machine learning perspective. From what used to be experiments in terms of molecule identification, i.e. the most suitable molecule which could be perfect for a new combination in a drug. Historically, a lot of experiments had to be done in lab. What that meant was a molecule was put to permutation and combination with various set of chemicals. Now we can actually simulate those experiments in a virtual setup using machine learning algorithm because we have the historical data set. We can simply train the model basis the chemical composition that we would want to expose the molecule to, and there you go, you have the result in a couple of hours as opposed to a couple of months. That's the second bit. The third is, let's understand one of the biggest challenges which a pharma industry faces is there is no direct definition of who my customer is. Because I cannot directly interact with the patient and ask the patient, did you like the taste of my pill? Was the pill effective? Would you like to have more? No, I can't take that voice of customer or speak to the customer directly. What that means is I have to baseline my production on a certain set of assumptions that there would be X number of pills required at a particular point in time and in a particular region in the country. And that's not helpful. So who do I define my customer as? Of course, the doctor is my customer. But again, if I ask doctor, will you be able to prescribe my medicine? The doctor may say yes or no. And even if he or she says yes, there's no way I can validate that. My second set of customer could be the pharmacist who actually sells the medicine. But again, for that, I'll have to ask a medical representative to physically walk into the pharmacy, ask the pharmacist how many prescriptions were received of this particular dosage or injectable. That's the second bit. And I think the third set of customers who we have would be from a B2B standpoint, the hospitals, whom we directly sell certain injectables or drugs or other equipment. And again, these are all need-based or user-based. So how do I really define my customer? I still don't know. That's the gap. However, what I can really do is, if I digitize my processes, I can really create certain touch points which actually generates a lot of data. So for example, when a medical representative visits a doctor, can I make that process more efficient and generate data? I think I can, yes. So as an example, we designed an app which actually is available for the medical representatives. Right when at the start of the day, when the medical rep logs into the app has by default using machine learning algorithm mapped the specialty of the doctor whom the rep needs to visit, and has also mapped the corresponding medication or the medicine or the pill which the rep needs to pitch to the doctor. Now, when the rep is talking to the doctor, the app apparently records the conversation as well. And while the conversation is in progress, it translates the speech to text, generates a score on a scale of 1 to 5 for the doctor, basis a conversation where if the doctor would have said, yes, I'm supportive, I will prescribe this medicine, the score could be potentially 5. If the doctor says, no, I'm not interested, the score could potentially be 1. So within that 3 to 4 minutes of conversation, a lot happens in the background in that app, and a score gets generated for a MR to understand whether he or she should be visiting the doctor next or not. That's how we've digitized one of the processes. Then comes a lot of need for predictive analytics or decision science or data science as an example, which is more from a enterprise solution standpoint. Given we are a global organization, it is important that we have a view of how our peers and competitors are working. And we also participate in certain bids as well, which happen in countries outside India as well. Now, for us, for any organization to win a bid, it is important that you have you have an understanding of what could be the ideal price of the product that you are bidding for. We've designed a machine learning based algorithm which actually helps us to predict what should be the ideal and the possible value of a particular product that should be put as a part of the bid document, which increases the win rate. So these are some of the use cases. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now to utilize AI, machine learning, big data based forecasting to be able to present visual data and market trends to your relevant stakeholders, how would you create a strategy around that? Would you like to do it yourself, or would you like to utilize systems integrators or do a partnering strategy? How would you do that?
So I think this has to be an all-inclusive process. So to start with, if we were to really make sure that the data that we have in hand is visually appealing, is illustrated visually, I think first and foremost, what is more important is to gather the stakeholder requirements. What exactly from a stakeholder standpoint they would like to see in the data. I personally believe gone are the days when we would actually simply limit the data visualization to an Excel or a Excel chart. That's about it. Today, the stakeholders need more interactive data, more real-time data, more current data. And we do work with certain partners, PwC being one of our leading partners as well, we work with. And as a part of the conversation that we have with the stakeholders, what we do is we conduct something called belief audit. What that means is if as an end user, what is the right set of data they would want. Now, from a data and analytics perspective, being a custodian of data, I can very well generate 10 different charts. But end of the day, if those charts hold no meaning for the end user, there is no point, the chart should be there. That's one. The second is we need to ensure that the data that's put in the charts is more current, trying to put more real-time view of the data. That's the second bit. And I think the third most important is my data able to generate insights as well? It is not just limited to a number in a pie chart or a percentage or a bar graph. What are the level of insights the data is generating? So as an example, if I was to draw or build a dashboard in Tableau or Power BI, whichever application I'm using, is my dashboard intuitive enough or capable enough to calibrate today's data versus yesterday's data? And if there is a delta, by default triggers an alert or an email to the senior members of the executive committee that we see there is a peak or a trough, there's an outlier, you may need to review that data. Now that's an actionable. It will be better if there is somehow I embed an element of natural language generation, NLG, within my dashboard, which auto generates a commentary as well that there is a trend emerging in the last 7 days because the sales are dipping, because I see your cost of marketing is going up. Now, if those sort of intuitive insights are generated, the dashboard will be rather more valuable for not just for the stakeholders, but for the business alike.
Thank you so much. So today's intelligent decision making possibly depends a lot on predictive as well as prescriptive analytics. That is what we understand. Now, to actually take full advantage of this, possibly machine learning operations are being built. So how do you think these kind of machine learning operations are being built across the industry?
So machine learning ops or ML ops is an important bit. It not just helps us to standardize or achieve a level of uniformity or standardization with regards to how a machine learning algorithm or a code is set up. I think it overall, it also answers a lot of challenges which possibly may originate because of an element of biasness in the system as well. That's second. The third is it also helps the data scientists to dedicate and devote more time on fine-tuning the algorithm as opposed to simply rewriting a specific code again and again. And I think the fourth and most important aspect is it actually embeds the right level of accountability and ownership from a perspective if at all there is anything goes wrong. So MLOps is going to be the way forward. But I think there is a very thin underlying sentiment which is originating, which is around the auto ML side of the story, which means there are softwares or applications which have the ability to auto-generate a specific algorithm or a code, which means there is a undercurrent or a value or a sense that we may not need as many data scientists as we need today. Well, the fact is we would need as many data scientists, rather more data scientists in future as well. To one of the other examples where while the machine does a lot of work, we would still need the human mind to not just strategize, but also to fine tune how machine works. Back to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll come back to you.
Sure.
We have Anitosh Haldar, Business Head, DC Cloud and Managed Services, CIFI Technologies Limited. Thank you once again, Anitosh, for being able to join us today. So CIFI is India's most comprehensive ICT service and solutions provider. With cloud at core, CIFI heralded this internet revolution in India and led the transformation through the enterprise-focused model. So what are the innovations that you are bringing in for your customers and the industry, given your long-time presence in this market?
Yeah, thank you, Chiranjeev, and thanks. Good evening, everyone. So I'll just start with take the technology part of investment a bit later. The most important part in cloud, digital adoptions, whatever we're hearing today, is that as an organization, how we are transforming into more business related to our client. That is the most important part, right? Because there will be several industries when they're adopting any IT transformation, and even today, if you look at the conclave name, it's business IT. It's no more just technology IT. It is business related to IT transformation, correct? And that is the first transformation we're bringing within our DNA. So as an organization, we are now thinking on the other hand that on the boardroom discussions, the priorities the industries or the clients are taking, how we can align to it. Like Mr. Agrawal just mentioned about the cloud adoption of their organization. We were the partner for them to take them to the hyperscaler, which is AWS. The business continuity plan that we took and migrated them to the cloud, it was not easy. So like in life science industry today, quality is a very, very important part, right? If you don't understand the quality framework, if you don't understand their FDA approval process, which is very important for the life science and pharma industries, you cannot create a framework for a cloud which is resilient towards that business. And then comes the technology part of it, correct? So the first and foremost transformation we as an organization has done is we have become more outcome oriented. Okay. The second point is the investment that we are doing on the technology side. And as you know, we were the first private internet provider in the country, right? And every time CIFI has taken a step, it is a transformation. So from a private internet provider to a DC host, and then become a telecom player, and then becoming a major SI to a major one of the biggest cloud service provider today in the country, right? The transformation we took or the investments we are doing in this line is one way our business with the carriers, that is majorly towards the hyperscalers, the learning that we have of managing them into our data center, how we are building them to the industry adoptions and helping our clients to fast track it. So the investments, like Mr. Sodhi said, on the skill sets it's happening, because it's an ongoing process that we have to do with the partners like AWS, Google or Azure. The other way around is that what we are building over them, correct? So very important part, again, we divided the discussion into two parts there. One is the business view of creating revenue stream for our customers. The other point is that how we are making the operational efficient. And as Mr. Kothari said that the platform, multi-cloud management platform is becoming very, very important. And that's true because the power of cloud has become such that it needs to be the unleash of we have to unleash the power of the cloud platform for different usage. And the most important part of multi-cloud adoption is how we will make the operations very easy. So that's where we invested, and we came out with a platform which we call as a cloud management platform, right? And it's a multi-cloud management platform, not only on the hyperscalers, it can also take care of the private cloud point of view. The second investment which we did drastically is taking our footprint much higher on the data center side. We were at 11 data centers, hyperscale ready data centers today. Now in next 1.5 years, we will become 20. So we're doubling up, ramp up. So the kind of business that we see, the adoptions on cloud that is happening, that hyperscale data center investment is going almost double. And the last investment that we have planned and we are moving towards, we are really becoming a digital enhancement company. We are not a digital services company. We are enhancing our clients to take the digital adoption much faster. So we are bringing industry-led solutions like a bank in a box types, or maybe we are going to the retail companies, understanding their business point of view, and we are bringing this business outcome as a service point of view. In one of the example comes to my mind, the largest power company today, utility company in India, the entire billing runs on our cloud. Okay, so that is on a transaction based model that we are going to run at. So that in nutshell, Chiranjeev, the transformation we are building on the business side is more industry led, and to support that kind of transformation, we are putting much more investment on skill sets and platforms and tools. And obviously automation is the way to go, and that's what we are focused on.
Thank you. You mentioned about hyperscalers. So with hyperscalers and so many companies entering this particular market, would you like to add anything about your business model change or anything that you are creating to differentiate your services constantly? Anything specific on this?
So there is no change in the business model. It's very simple, and we are happy to see the hyperscaler growing, because that means the understanding of cloud has grown up. So our sales cycles has gone down. So that's thanks to the hyperscalers. Second point is that today CFI also have their own cloud. It's called Cloud Infinite Plus, right? So we are complementing the hyperscalers, right? Like if a secondary, if a primary zone is within a hyperscaler, the secondary zone can be with us. Or if a kind of an industry-led service model we have to build on a platform like AWS, or like we already have with AWS, our own dealer management system, which is called Forum as a service, it is hosted on AWS. So those kind of services we can build, and we are creating as a use model with them. So it is basically fast tracking our market share gain also. It's more complementing rather than.
Yeah. See, cost optimization as well as operational efficiency, we understand that they are key drivers for the industry to migrate to cloud. Now, from a business value perspective, what would be the key value drivers of CFI for this digital transformation? Given the fact that each industry has their own strategy to migrate to cloud, or each industry follows a different approach towards cloud, what would be your key value drivers for this digital transformation?
See, as a CFI, what we have done is that, where I started, I will want to go back. We have taken 2 steps back and first want to understand the business outcome our partners or clients are trying to achieve, correct? And accordingly, because cloud is an architecture, right, which needs to be built on the outcome that will come up. So we are assessing, and we have invested hugely on some tools to first assess and then create a design and architecture around it so that can be enabled. Now, once that part of the things is done, then comes the migration. And that's where we have again invested in a lot of tools where we are bringing the seamless migration pretty easily. The unique part that we are building there is that our hyperscale connect, the cloud connect that we have in our data centers, right, which brings down drastically the RPO and RTO pretty less, correct? In milliseconds, I will call it out. So that also we are taking care and transforming while migrating, somebody to cloud. The third part, which I was mentioning, the cloud management platform, it is just not a management of multi-clouds. And I don't use the word called cost optimization, while that has to be. There's something called, before that is called cost control. And before cost control is your visibility about your usage policy. So that tool basically gives you day in, day out visibility of what exactly you're using. That basically first builds the pattern of your usage, and that creates a cloud policy. The moment we help our customers to reach there, Then we start putting the the cost control point of view, which automatically brings the optimization services. That helps today a CIO or CTO's discussion that my budget was 100%, you have brought it down by 20%. So use the 20% for the innovation, which we can do with Dr. Agarwal, right? That's how we look at it.
Thank you so much, Anitos. I would request our esteemed panelists to deliver one key message each to the industry stakeholders. When I say industry stakeholders, I mean it can be cloud service providers, managed service providers, customer accounts, partners, anybody in the ecosystem who can benefit from this one key message from each one of our esteemed panelists. So, Sudhir, would you kindly deliver one key message?
I think for customers, we are learning from customers throughout. So what can I give message to customers? But yeah, I think, every company is now going to become a digital company. I think it's a very clear thing in the next 8 to 10 years time. So from the partner perspective or solution provider perspective, it's very important that that constant transformation is part of your DNA. Because gone are those days where probably you can stick to one kind of model of business and continue with it. I think it's very important that to be relevant, to stay in business, constant, upgrading yourself, upskilling yourself, upskilling your organization is becoming very important. The technology is moving ferociously, very fast, ferociously at a speed which we can't imagine. So I think for all solution providers who are still looking, and second of all, very important, in a cloud world, nothing is small. I've experienced in the last 8 years time that a small customer becomes very large customer, very large customer. So respect every customer, small customers, especially people who are trying to start business, who are trying to start a cloud services business or want to migrate to cloud services. Take small business with a lot of care and build on that businesses. I think this is one of the key messages since we are talking about from cloud transformation perspective.
Thank you so much, Sudhir. Sudhiji.
So my key message will be that please don't confuse between change and transformation. So if I may use the animal kingdom analogy, a snake shedding its skin is change, but a caterpillar turning into a butterfly, that is transformation. So when you go to the cloud, you lift and shift your on-prem servers to the cloud. That I'll categorize it as change. Until and unless you use the native capabilities of the cloud, you use 200, 300 odd services which are available to you, plug into your decision making, plug into your insight, that will cause the real transformation. Always remember, cloud is a capability, it's not a destination. People think that it's a destination for their on-prem servers, that it is, but the real benefit is the innovation that it brings. So don't confuse between change and transformation, and consider cloud as a capability, not a destination. This will be my key message for all of you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Agarwal, please.
Sure. So I'll keep it short and sweet. I would say look at cloud adoption as an investment, not as a cost. Back to you.
Anitos.
So I will put it very straight that there are two parts of a cloud adoption. One is called day one and second is day two. Always we think about the day two and we forget this day one piece, which is creating the right design for the right business outcome. If that is fundamentally correct, day two will happen and the business outcome will come.
Thanks a lot. Thank you so much. So with 15 years into this cloud revolution, it's very evident that there is value moving to the cloud. More than $1 trillion just for the Fortune 500 companies. And much of this value has been derived from business innovation and optimization, besides market reach and penetration, rather than only cost optimization. Now, each business has its own strategic intent to move to the cloud, and each of them have their own journey. They can begin at different stages and evolve to the migration at scale. As confidence grows and builds on the cloud, we hope organizations will also evolve their strategy, approach, and execution into this cloud transition. My sincere thanks to each of the esteemed panelists. A sincere gratitude to the learned audience for being with us here. We had a thought-provoking discussion on the opportunities that the entire ecosystem can leverage with this cloud transition. Thank you all for this valuable insights. With this, I think we would conclude this panel discussion. Thank you.
Mr. Bhattacharya and the panelists, we would request you to please join us on the dais. And we would request Mr. Bhattacharya to please present tokens of our appreciation to our panelists. And as we are towards end of this session, we will formally close this session with a video by one of our sponsors. And Mr. Bhattacharya, we would request you to please present mementos
changing the world faster
to
than
our
ever.
panelists.
The opportunities it presents, it's imperative for organizations to transform. The biggest risk for businesses is to play safe and ignore these changes. We at MB, through our consulting and integration services, advise our customers on the right mix of technologies, which can enable a multiplying effect for their business success. MB has been repeatedly reinventing itself for the past 2 decades to remain relevant to its customers. With deep IT domain expertise, MB offers solutions in the areas of IT infrastructure, virtualization, security and management, unified communication, business productivity, ERP and analytics, interactive classroom and boardroom solutions. Being early adopters of SMAC, we are also ideally placed to help customers implement social, mobility, analytics, and cloud technologies in their business. Our deep customer engagement model is based on the robust practice of understand, evaluate, test, implement, transform. Such a collaborative and flexible approach ensured our wide base of customers across verticals solid reasons for coming back to us. And our strategic partnerships with leading global technology companies ensure our customers the best-in-class solutions consistently. Now more than ever, the future belongs to those who seize the opportunities that are presented. So let's work together to become more productive, agile, collaborative, and connected in the new enterprise IT model. Let's transform the present.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just would like to make 2 announcements. There are forms circulated on the table. You are so a survey is being conducted by Tata Communications. So you are requested to please take some time out while attending the program and fill in the form. The next session would be the concluding session or the prospering ecosystem for tech startups, which have 2 parts. The first part would be moderated by Mr. Kalyankar, with the panelists being Mr. Kamal Ajit Saria of Adani Group and Mr. Anil Joshi, Unicorn India Ventures. And the second part, we will present 2 of our own startups. And then it will be the concluding remarks by Director of STPI, West Bengal, who will be talking about the different schemes of Government of India for startups, which will be followed by a reception, a networking reception with beer kebab and dinner at the Bengal lounge of the Bengal Chamber. So we would request you to stay engaged with us. So I'll request my colleagues in the AV. So we are on live? Okay. So for the audience online, so we are now presenting Prospering Ecosystem for Tech Startups. This session will be moderated by Mr. Kalyan Kar, member IT Committee, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and mentor Webel BCCNI Tech Incubation Center. Panelists are Mr. Kamal Ajit Saria, Technology Leader, Adani Group. He is joining online. And at the session, we have Mr. Anil Joshi, Managing Partner, Unicorn India Ventures. So I would request Mr. Kalyan Kaur and Mr. Anil Joshi to please join us on the stage. And Mr. Kamal Ajit Saria may be connected online. So, Mr. Ajit Saria, you can see Mr. Anil Joshi and Mr. Kalyan Kaur on screen, right?
Yes, am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Okay, great.
So with this, I would request Mr. Kalyan Kaur to please take this session forward.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you, Angana. Yeah. So I know it's been an intense afternoon so far, and there've been a lot of technology talks that we have heard. We learned a lot. Now is the time to little easy stuff that we are going to discuss. We'll talk less of technology, but more of opportunities, more of business. I have two very, very interesting speakers in this panel. Mr. Anil Joshi from Unicorn India Ventures. He's an early stage investor. Am I right, sir? And I have Mr. Kamal Ajit Saria, who's the technology head of Adani Group. Both have a very interesting role to play in this session. Anil will be telling us how to create unicorns and how they can help. And Kamal will be discussing as to how they align with startups, because that's very important for a startup to get into some kind of alignment with large companies and engage with the ecosystem. At the very start, I would like to share a small incident, a story that I have experienced when this startup storm started in India. So 3 years back, a very senior professor from one of the large respected education institute called me up and said that, few students who are aspiring startup enthusiasts, they wanted to meet me. And I said, what is it all about? He said, no, don't worry about it. They want to discuss and take some ideas. I said, perfect, send them over. So the guys walked in on the scheduled day, very smart, articulate, one of those whom you think are the movers and the shakers of the world. They sat across me and I said, okay, gentlemen, so what can I do for you? What is it that you want? I said, we are very clear and focused into what we want. We want to build a company, scale it up, sell it off, become rich and retire. I said, wow, I'm amazed with your clarity, because that's wonderful. You have a clear thing. But tell me, what is it that you want to build and how you want to scale it up? What is it that? What's your plan of action? I said, that's why we're here. You are going to tell us that. I said, son, if I knew that, then I would have become rich by now. But, so it's somebody that, like you, have to figure out what you want to do. I understand your end aspiration to become rich, which is wonderful. Great. The country will leapfrog. But how to become rich is something that you need to think through. I can only mentor and help you and suggest those ideas. But I think many years later, since I have Anilji on the podium, probably I'll have some of those answers, Anil, which you have helped with some of your startups. And let me start with you, because I know there's already a unicorn in your pocket, probably one more on its way, and maybe few more in years to come. So what is it that you do, and how do you engage yourself, and how do you help at the early stage? Because that's the risky part of the investment. How do you really help these companies to scale up?
Thanks. I've been in, good evening all. I've been in this, space for now 20 years, and I'm still figuring out, that one answer to your question. So I don't know if I, have answer to that, but a few learnings, I had during this journey. Of course, we named our fund as Unicorn because that's the aspiration we had, and we were lucky to have that name. But when I started investing, the typical average time any company was taking to be unicorn was around 10 plus years. And now, that has got shortened to now 2 to 3 years. Honestly speaking, I had no idea that we will have unicorn in our fund one. Of course, we had thought that during, existence of those companies, they may be, but not probably, when, we are still, in existence of our fund life, and we are lucky that we have first unicorn, which took, 5 years to happen. So had a lot of learnings. I think investment for some people is a passion, and for most of the people, it's, return on investment, right? That's why you invest. The word invest itself is coined to make return out of, your choices, right? So we have several, assets class to invest in, maybe, debt instrument, bonds, real estate, commodity. But when we come to this alternative, investment asset class, it's very, risk prone investment, and there are chances that you may lose, right?
Correct.
So while, I'm still figuring out, what can be, success mantra, my first 3 investment when I wrote personal check actually all tanked. So I lost all my money. But those 3 investment, gave me few learnings. One was that never be after opportunity, because opportunity is today, tomorrow you don't know, what will change, right? The second big learning I had, that if you're investing, invest in good people. They will figure out, their journey as they move on. The very first investment, which actually, India's first unicorn, which is in Mobi, right? The one good learning I had, and that one investment was made, by Mumbai Angels. At that time, I was part of Mumbai Angels, was made over a coffee table. A typical, what we call, over tissue paper plan was, discussed, and people committed, and we landed up doing 500,000, those days. I think the value of 500,000 that time was something around 2.5 crore, right?
How many years back was that?
If I'm not wrong, that was 2006. Okay. Right? And I actually was curious, though I was investing, but I was curious, to know from all people who actually, decided to, invest in that company over a coffee table, when plan was typically on, tissue paper or napkin. I think one common answer what I got from everyone was that, we like the team, right? And this were, 4 co-founders from, different IITs, Howard, US written. I think what mattered was, that complementarity, what they brought on table, what clicked with investors. So the original plan which investor invested in was basically to get, Google kind of service through SMS, right? Those were the days. I don't know how many of you, even remember today. Everyone has, a couple of smartphones in their pocket, but those were the days when the only function which phone had was SMS, and the screen was yellow or blue. These were the only 2. If blue, person is slightly rich, and the yellow is, for for everyone, right? The only function we had was, SMS. And they thought if, people are not in office, they don't have access to internet. And if they need to find something, how they can do it. So that's how, mCoach happened and we invested. Today that company is InMobi. And what mattered, from mCoach to InMobi was team. So this is, my one learning of last 20 years.
Wonderful. So the team is very crucial, where you primarily invest on the team. I'll come back to a little later regarding the traits of a probable, a future unicorn and what are the reasons why some of them you need to avoid and might fail. I'll come to that a little later because that's a very important point. Let me go to Kamal. Kamal, I hope you're there and you can hear me.
Yes, Kalyan, I can hear you.
Okay. So Kamal, Adani Group is now, it's going big, is in the news every day. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the group and also how this group is trying to engage the startups in their ecosystem?
Sure, Kalyan. So first of all, thank you for inviting me and also my apology. I'm stuck at Ahmedabad airport, bad weather. So I'm sorry for any disturbances. I'll do my best to share my knowledge.
I'll just interrupt, Kamal. I'll just interrupt. I think the audience needs to know that there is a flood threat. And so you had to go to the airport early for this session. So thank you for this. Thank you for this commitment. Thank you so much.
Sure, no worries. So, see, I'm sure most of you have heard about Adani. So I'm not going to share our corporate pitch. The side of Adani I want to share is, what is more relevant for the startups of today. So I joined Adani in October 2018. So 4 years now. And in 4 years, I have actually personally seen the digital transformation of Adani as a group. So I joined Adani as the head of technology for our energy verticals, which includes thermal power, solar power, wind power, transmission lines, distribution in Mumbai. And then, of course, Adani is into many other businesses. One of the first activity we did at that time was, create energy digital transformation roadmap, which allowed us to look at various aspects of our energy business and say that, hey, how we can drive certain business outcomes with digital transformation. So that was, I would say, one of my first activity, but not the first for Adani. This group has been pivoting towards digital for a long time. Okay. And in the last 3-4 years, we have created already, I would say, multiple digital businesses, which are not really public yet, but you will hear more about them. So for example, we have Adani Digital Labs, which is based out of Gurgaon. We already have 300 people there who are working on various B2C applications. We have invested in many startups and also established companies through Adani Digital Labs. We have created our own industrial cloud platform, which is based on Google for managing all our industrial assets. So typically that would be called as industrial IoT, right? I mean, I can say very confidently, actually, we have India's, if not, let's say some other geography, one of the biggest industrial IoT platform. We are already monitoring and controlling more than 6 gigawatt worth of renewable energy on our own platform. And we are working with multiple startups who are contributing to the platform, right? In terms of value added solutions on top of the platform or providing certain adapters to the platform, etc., to be able to deliver this product. And our goal is to be able to then monetize this platform, the data and the domain knowledge and the platform outside of Adani as well. We have set up a pretty big cybersecurity team, almost 70-80 people now. And the plan is again to be able to provide cybersecurity as a service, SOC as a offering to outside Adani as well. Our latest venture, from a digital perspective, I would say, is creating a Adani AI lab. But I will talk about that more because that is very, very interesting and relevant to the audience here. So I'll keep that for later. Now, coming to the traditional businesses of Adani, again, you may already know some of the businesses, but I'll try to put it in a different perspective. If I look at, our ports business, Adani today has more than 25 to 30% of India's seabound traffic going through its ports, right? It is the biggest private power company in India, one of the largest green energy company in the world. We are now doing 7 airports within India and we'll keep adding. The reason I'm saying this is for the startups out there, Adani is your perfect playground if you know how to engage with us, right? And I mean, I'm not only in this panel discussion, beyond this also I'm available. We're always eager to hear your ideas and understand how we can work together. But it's a being a conglomerate. It works across energy, ports, logistics, cement, fast-moving consumer goods, so many different domains which are now available for you to try out your interesting ideas.
So Kamal, that's very important. So for the startups who are interested to get engaged with your group and take the help of the ecosystem, what are the key drivers, or are they in their industry specific or their idea specific? What are the key drivers for that?
So, see, of course, there has to be a matching of interest. Okay. Now, in my last 4 years, I have interacted, and I'm not joking, I've interacted with at least 200 startups after joining Adani. Now, of course, only a few of them have been able to go beyond the initial demo or initial presentation. So what is the difference between the startups that are able to move ahead? Okay, one of the key thing is, Adani is a huge company, right? So if someone is coming, a startup is coming to us with a solution, a key thing for us is scalability. Okay, yes, your solution works at a POC stage. Will it work when you deploy it across my plant of, let's say, 6 gigawatt? I mean, today our renewable energy portfolio is already touching around 19 gigawatt. So will your solution scale up to that level? Okay, so scalability becomes a very, very important point, is what I have seen in all my startup interaction. So what happens is, yes, there is an interesting idea. We will find a sponsor for you within the business. A POC will happen. Okay, POC, let's say, is successful or is not successful. If it is successful, still we have seen many startups not able to progress because they are not able to give a scalable solution to us. So that is one of the biggest, hurdle, I would say, a startup that I have seen encounter in Adani, right? But otherwise, the process is straightforward. I mean, you have to reach out to, and I'll be sharing a contact detail at the end of it. So you have to reach out to that person. He will find out so we will have first round of discussion with you, understand what your solution does, then find the right champion for you in one of our business, organize a demo, and let things take over from there.
Excellent. I think scaling up is something very crucial to you, Kamal. So I'll come back to you. I'd love to hear some of the success stories with the startups they have engaged with you, and I'll with the scaling up point of the word that Kamal used from a business perspective. I think even from the investment perspective, that's very important. But I would love to know from you, Anil, when you evaluate an opportunity or a startup, is there some kind of a attribute, some kind of pointers which helps you to feel that this will click and this won't? What is the investor's gut? How does it work?
Interesting. So I'll try to revolve around an example which will resonate with Kamalji as well. So certainly it's not that team which matters, but also we need to look at what kind of opportunity we are investing. So we have battery of people who continuously keep doing primary research, and we try to find what are the industry trend, right, which are the factors which could be driver for businesses going forward. I think some 3 years back we had been studying power sector. If you look at India, is a huge country, almost 17-18% of the population resides in India. And our, today we can say that yes, it is, fairly connected. I think every house is wired. The duration of electricity could be question mark at some places. But the good part is the entire, country is wired. We had been studying that, like look at some, Western market where the power segment is very evolved, right? Where you can even trade power, right? You can even, trade power over exchange. I'm talking about consumer. And we had been, studying that, if this, a country has to progress, certainly a lot of development has to happen in power segment. And we started, studying, what is the segment which we as an investor can look at, right? I cannot go and fund a, 500 megawatt power plant, right? That's not my game. That probably Kamalji or somebody else, can take care of. But we are looking at, attributes which can help, this big power. So we looked at, how this segment, can be, looked from automation perspective, right? Can, this, there could be a solution, which can make grid smarter, right? Normally, you would see that, we still have traditional grids, right? If there is a failure, it takes time, right? If I don't know how many of you have gone to Goa, but one of the biggest problem in Goa is power outages. Power outages is not because there is an issue in power supply, but there's some interruption because some coconut tree has fell, or some birds probably have have parallel lines, right? So there is no short circuit and which disrupt the power. Now it takes time to identify which line need to be corrected, right? So if you don't have information, you will jump, you will do traditionally 1 line, 2 line, 3 line, 5 line, and by the time you identify, hour has lost, right? So there is a great need, for a solution which actually helps in making you smarter. So we were looking for this, when we were in Fund 1, we couldn't found any company, but finally we landed up identifying a company when we were in Fund 2. And now, I will resonate here, maybe I think what Kamalji said, it's actually, true. I think if any entrepreneur is here, they should actually look at playing, game at their playground. So this company which we invested is actually in smart, metering solution. And they came up with a prototype which basically help in, transferring the data. Like you have smart meters, right? If 10,000 meters have to communicate. Today we heard a lot on 5G and latency and all, but when 10,000 or 100,000 meters have to communicate, that data, I think it's humongous, right? That terabyte of data goes, right? And every second, your meter is interacting. So you need a technology which actually, can help do that. And they came up with an idea, approach. Adani actually helped them, build up the prototype, gave a lot of suggestion. Not only the prototype was perfected to their solution, they also gave them order. And it's not a small order. I don't want to tell in the public, but order is sizable. That actually can make company and can break company. The story doesn't end here, right? While they helped build the prototype, they gave the order, they helped customize. Every startup, right? The biggest resource is finance, right? They also helped, they're one of the arm actually help structuring, right? So they could not only deliver the product on time, the payments were made, and I think it's a beautiful, system they have built. So, so coming to your question, yes, we continuously look at trends. If on that trend, if we come across any idea, we try to see, evaluate team, the attributes, of course, team I have said, the kind of opportunity, how it can scale up, whether there are players, who would actually want to absorb, right? We wouldn't have looked at that company if they didn't have showed us, they're talking to Adani, right? Adani was willing to engage with them. That gave us, that yes, this company can scale. Now it's no Adani, then you have, Tata's and then the Siemens and, host of other, and then this solution which can get implemented in India can go outside India. Right, so we look at scale, we look at team, we look at the kind of technology, whether there's proprietariness or not, whether it can be copied or not, whether it can be scaled or not, whether this company can raise investment or we invested, right? But I cannot fund the order of Adani's, right? I'm a small fund, but definitely you need to. So this team was even able to look for funding, right? Beyond equity, you also need to run your house. So there are several factors, right? But some of the factor is opportunity, team, IPR, whether team can scale up or not, whether the delegation can happen, how big is the market, blah, 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 right? And at the end, as an investor, we also look at whether this company can give us an exit or not.
Absolutely. I think, so these are, your experience tells you, these are the common traits that you see in these companies. And the unicorns, like you mentioned that earlier it was 10 years, now it has become 2-3 years. Are you seeing a similar trait in all these unicorns that they have? Any common formula that you're seeing in them?
I don't know how many of you have observed, but during pandemic, most of the country, had challenges. But one beautiful thing which happened with India actually has advanced at least 5-6 years in terms of digitization. Right? When Flipkart happened, the biggest challenge was, how do they reach customer if they don't have data? Right? But pandemic actually even made, 80-year-old guy to look at his smartphone to find out, how he can
He was
order.
forced to do it.
Right?
So the nation leapfrogged.
So that learning happened, by choice, by compulsion. And that actually has made India as a very interesting market, right? Today, because of this virality, if something is interesting, Deepak, who's a good friend, says, Anil, I looked at it, why don't you look at? And, then I will, pass it on to you, Kalyan, and then, right? So reaching is not an issue.
Great.
Right? We have almost 29 plus states, 4 union territories, and reaching every nook and corner because of, availability of data, connectivity, good devices. I think business can scale fast.
Okay.
If business can scale fast and there is an execution, I think investors are willing to value it.
Wonderful. For the sake of the aspiring startups out here, you are an early stage investor. So what's the ticket size that you are willing to look at?
So we started with $500,000, but now we do anything around $1 to $2 million as a first check.
That's the first check. Okay. INR, if I'm right.
In terms of INR, it's around 7 to 10 crores.
Yes, sir. Oh, wonderful. That's information for all of you. So similarly, Anil, my next follow-up question to you is regarding the kind of startups that you want to avoid. You go through it and you think, no, this is not my cup of tea. Or
actually have a long list which I avoided and have become unicorns. So, I don't think, I'm a right guy. But, from fund perspective, see, we are a, early stage fund, small fund, tech focused fund. So we try to avoid, something which is in consumer internet. We try to avoid, things which are hyper local. We try to avoid, which is kind of e-commerce, because these are the businesses, which can actually scale up if you have deep pockets.
Okay.
And as an early stage fund, it takes time to build. I still remember Purple is one company which we had funded, when I was at Mumbai Angel, I think 2012 type. Today, I think it's just, one notch away from becoming a unicorn, right? And imagine it has taken, them almost 10 years to reach here now. If you don't have right investors backing you, the company will die. We had one company, which was growing 35% month on month. But when lockdown happened, the only thing they could do was they shut down the business, because you cannot sustain, high octane, money demanding businesses if you don't have, resources to support. So we try to avoid businesses which are, very captive.
That's a crucial point. So it's very important to choose the right investor from the startup's perspective.
Very true.
Yeah. And what about social impact startups? You look into that?
Of course, we are tech focused. We have a couple of investments which for us is a technology business, but we have, our co-investors, they invested in because they had social impact, right? We know about microfinance, right? It's a very, very social impact driven, business. We invested in a company because they have built a platform, enabling micro lending, a lending of around 1,000 rupees to 10,000 for a period of 7 to 45 days average. They were doing 35 days, and we invested in because they were actually democratizing lending to people who were finding it difficult, right? There's very few people who would lend 1,000 rupees, but for someone 1,000 rupees is important because he can go and buy medicine. He doesn't have money, right? So we thought, this is a good, business to, good problem to solve. We invested. For our co-investor, it's an impact because it was impacting, people's need. Taxi driver who needed, 500 rupees or maybe 1,000 rupees to fill his tank If tank is full, then he can run business, right? So it's impact, right? So we invested in one. We also invested in one robotic company. Nobody would say robot could be social impact, but the problem they're solving, they're basically eradicating manual scavenging, right? I know everybody, you all would have seen when manhole need to be cleaned, a person has to get into the manhole.
Yes.
And it is one of the dirtiest thing under sun you can do. And they built a robot where they empowered people to clean sewage line using robots, right? So it's a great social impact,
It's
right?
certainly social impact.
But for
absolutely.
us, we invested because that was
Technology.
something robotic solving a problem.
Great, great. Thank you. I'll come back to you again with some more questions which I have in my kitty. Kamal, I'm assuming you're still there and you can hear us loud and clear.
Yes, I can.
Okay, so it's time to hear from you a few success stories. Can you share some of your success stories with the startups? Let us get
Sure.
motivated.
Sure. So Anilji actually took one of my success story, which I wanted to share. So I'm assuming he was referring to
He
Probus.
stole your thunder.
Yeah, I'm referring
Sorry.
to Probus.
He stole your thunder, but you can still repeat that.
No, I just gave him, key.
He indicated, he didn't get deep into
I
it.
just gave him further to elaborate.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So the stage is set for you.
No, it's actually good to be validated, right? So, I mean, that's an important success story for us. But I would also like to share some more success stories. And one of them from, I would say, I'm assuming the gentleman may be in the room, CBI Analytics. So why I'm mentioning that, right? I mean, because it's a Calcutta-based company. And actually, I also came to know about them just 2-3 months back. And they're doing some really good work with Adani Wilmar, right? Again, the pattern is same. They connected with business. They focused on the business problems. They were able to solve it, show the value, and now the relationship with Adani is growing, right? So that's a very good success story for me. Another one, from an India perspective, there's a drone company called General Aeronautics. Some of you may have heard about it. Recently, Adani invested in the company, right? And they offer a variety of drone-related technology, right, around agriculture, around asset monitoring, even around defense, etc. Right? Now, how we started with them, we did some POCs at one of our solar plant, where they flew their drones, captured the data, they provided us with some insight based on the data that they captured. That's how the relationship started. Very small, but then eventually we ended up investing in them. There are multiple stories like that within Adani, right? There are one interesting one I would like to share. It's not from India, but it is from Israel, of a company called Raycatch, right? I mean, Adani is big time into solar plants, big time into green energy. We have more than today around 10 million solar panels. So 10 million individual solar panels, and that would scale up to almost 77 million panels in next few years. Now, it is very difficult for us to monitor each panel individually, right, in a manual manner. So what this company does, it collects the data of this solar panel, and based on its analytics capability, it was able to tell us why the panels are underperforming. Is it, let's say, because there is shade, there's a tree growing nearby, or there is dirt, there is maybe some animal droppings, maybe there is some other kind of obstruction? Is it because it is not facing the sun at the right angle? Is it because there is the fuse are blown off? Is it because the module are degrading faster than they should? Imagine just using the data, and based on their AI capability, they're able to decipher a variety of pattern and tell us that what is really preventing the plant from performing at its optimal level. Now, in a solar plant, it's such a cutthroat world that even a 1% increase is like, boom or bust. If I can increase my solar plant generation by 1%, it's a significant impact on my bottom line, right? And anyways, it is good for the environment. So that company from Raycatch, we had a pretty long, almost 2 years engagement with them. They did a diagnosis of all our plants and gave us a lot of insights. And the relationship continues, right? Similarly, we have worked with another company from Israel. So you'll hear a few examples from Israel because Adani and Israel have a very good relationship. There's a lot of ecosystem that has developed between Adani and Israel in terms of supporting the tech startups there. We are talking to every day. I'm talking to at least, not every day, but in once in a week, at least 2-3 startups from Israel. I would love to start that same interaction with the startups here locally, right? So another startup from Israel called Intellect. So what they do is they have built a video-based AI system for doing turnaround time analysis on our airports. So they are able to predict, when there is a congestion at various points in our airport, so that we can manage the congestion, whether it is a security checkpoint, whether it is at the airport check-in counter, whether it is at the entry gate, whether it is at the time of boarding the flight. So we are now trying to equip all our CCTV camera, the feed that we are catching, everything is now flowing. So this is still at a, I would say, pilot stage. We are now ready to go into a commercial relationship with them if everything works out. But again, an example of a startup which came up with a very solid, scalable technology and was able to show the business value to us. Similarly, another company that we work with, Locus View, right? So that's a digital construction management company, and they provide a lot of solutions around safety, accuracy, etc. Now, all of them, the common thing is they worked with the business directly, right? They were able to excite the business teams with their value proposition. They were able to show the value of their solution. Yes, the technology is there, whether it is AI or whether it is some other more trivial technology. But it worked, right? And it showed the value to the business. And after that, everyone else falls in line. Whether it is the IT team or the cyber team, everyone falls in line. So when you are going to Adani or any other company, key thing is to go with your value proposition, find the right business sponsor who will understand the value of your solution and how it will make their life easy. So I mean, there are many examples like this, Kalyan, that I can share, but yes, these are some of the ones that comes to my mind.
Thank you. It's very exciting, motivating. In fact, let me tell you, Kamal, the first name you took, CB Analytics, is my good friend Angshuman is here. Angshuman, why don't you introduce yourself? Let's celebrate what you have done. Let's hear. If there's a microphone, why don't you introduce yourself and can there be a... So here we have a successful entrepreneur who's working with Adani, and let's hear him.
Thank you, Kamalji, for introducing us. And Kalyanda, thanks for picking me up to speak. Yeah, we have been around and we have for some years now, and we have been working primarily in the AI area, developing ML solutions and integrating them to the AI applications. Last 3-4 years, we have been completely focusing on the Indian market, Indian retail and FMCG market. And today I'm glad to say that we work with all the top 10 FMCG companies in India, including Hindustan Lever, Exide, Marico, Pidilite, Asian Paints, and of course Adani. So Adani's engagement with us is not long, only a few months. We have been working for them, and we are working on how to make their, they work for maybe 20,000 distributors and they have 200 plus products. How we can automate the replenishment system for every distributor level for every product, so that it brings in efficiency in the logistics, it brings in efficiency in the production planning, it brings in efficiency in the demand planning. So all these we are solving, and that's how we are right now engaged with Adani Group. And with Kamalji's further guidance, we plan to do more work across different Adani groups, and that's how the engagement is kind of rolling out over the next some months, I would say. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Angshuman. That was very inspiring for us. Thank you. Kamalji, there is a little bit paucity of time, so I will straight away come to the last question that I have for you before I throw up some questions from the audience. And of course, Anilya, I'll come for one more question for you. So what are the current opportunities that for the startups there is, according to you, with the Adani Group, and how to go about it?
Absolutely, absolutely. This is my favorite, let's say, question. So the world for startups, right, especially the tech digital startups, is just opening up in Adani. As I said, Adani is pivoting big time into digital. So and it is not official news, but I would love to share, because I feel part of this community in that room, is that we are starting our own Adani AI labs, and we have chosen Calcutta as the first location to set up the lab.
Fantastic. That's a great news.
Thank you. And I think it's the reason for that is just that, recently our chairman was there and he gave a commitment to the government of West Bengal to develop the region. So we are just following up on our commitment and making sure we, do what we have told to the government and to the public there. So yes, so this Adani AI lab is a very, very interesting construct that we are doing. All our AI related activities, whether we do it internally or with a partner or with a startup, will get consolidated under one umbrella so that we can do it in a very structured manner. We are going to focus on three kind of activities. So let's say some core fundamental research. So we will be sponsoring a bunch of research in the local institutes like IIT Kharagpur, ISI, IIM, Calcutta, etc. We will be doing a bunch of applied AI. So if there is a solution available, but it needs to be applied within Adani to solve a particular problem, then yes, that's what we call as applied. And if we are able to solve that problem, whether on our own or with the help of a startup, so let's say I'll take again example of CBR. Let's say CBR is able to solve a problem for us, and we believe there is value in Adani and CBR going jointly to the market with that solution. We will put our full force behind that startup to take to the market, right? So that is the commercial angle of the lab. So those are the three areas that we will focus on as Adani AI lab. We plan to recruit a bunch of people. We plan to build the team in this year in Calcutta and then get started. So definitely that's an exciting area. And there are a lot of interesting use cases that we have started now discovering inside Adani just yesterday. And whether this is something I will take up immediately in the lab or not, but it's very interesting. So Adani Ports is planning to convert all of their trucks into EV trucks. Okay. And then as a next step, they want to make all of this as self-driving trucks within the ports. Now, we have thousands of trucks which just go inside the airport, the ports, right? From the container yard to the ship. They just move the container from the yard to the ship. They are planning to convert all of these trucks into a self-driving trucks. So we are now talking to startups which provide technologies around that, how we can build self-driving trucks. So that's just an example. Then in our airports business, we are looking at solution to do, for example, aircraft landing quality analysis. So when an aircraft is landing, is it a soft landing, hard landing? How is the pilot doing a job? Is he, every time is he landing where he's supposed to land at the right angle, at the right speed, etc., etc. Right? In our renewable energy business, we are trying to forecast how much energy we will be generating every 5 minutes, right? Because the government wants accurate forecast every 15 minutes. So, and now the renewable energy, it depends a lot on the weather. So it's not something that you can control. So how it means you should be able to accurately forecast the weather, convert that weather forecast into a generation forecast, but you have to also take into account any failure of your plants. So it becomes pretty soon a very complex problem to solve. So we are going to leverage. So some of these problems we will try to solve in our AI lab. If there are startups out there with whom we can collaborate to solve, great. Otherwise, some of these problems we'll just take head on and try to solve. So one of the, I would say, North Star or a moonshot idea for us is how to run our business in an autonomous manner. So now we have, let's say, 100 plants, renewable plants across India. We cannot have, it's then these are at very remote locations. So how do you run these plants from one central location? And these plants generate millions and millions of data points and hundreds and thousands of alerts. No one can manually look at these alerts and take a decision. So how do you build AI which can create business exception, which knows the impact of a particular alarm and then even guide the operator to take certain decisions, right? I mean, so very, very interesting use cases are beginning to emerge, and we will document some of these. We will throw them out as challenge on our website. We will, some of these we will solve internally, some of them in partnership with academia. So a lot of interesting stuff going to happen, guys.
That's fantastic, Kamal. In fact, in the last 5 minutes, you have thrown at least 10 challenging opportunities for the startups. And I'm sure many of the startups will go home and get on the drawing board for that. So that's wonderful. But the biggest takeaway in today's event and the whole day's event is your announcement for the data center for Bengal. I think that's a fantastic news that we all had today. So thank you very much. I'll request you to stay on for a few more minutes in case there are some audience questions. But I'll end the session with my last question to Anil. And Anil, I'll come back to the first question that I was asked by those young people many years back. Under the current situation, how does one become a unicorn? What are your suggestions for that?
So, see, the simple answer is to get to the enterprise value of $1 billion. You will be unicorn. But see, India, while we have a lot of challenges, I think I also call it land of opportunity. Right? There's so many things to do. Right? If you are able to solve some problem, and if you see there is an opportunity to make business out of it, then stay focused, right? Your execution capability and to scale up. I think that's what, will take you to the, I'll not say it's one of the milestone in businesses, right? Because you become $1 billion, but, you may still have to go a long way in, making it a sustainable business, right? Being a unicorn is very easy. I think being a sustainable business is something, which we need to learn. India actually today is the third largest, in terms of startup and probably also in terms of number of unicorns. And it is said that I think by 2025 we'll have, more unicorns than any other country, right? So I think staying focused, staying true to your deliverables. If you are able to scale up your business, month on month, 20% plus, I think nobody can stop you to be a unicorn. So those are some of my suggestions.
A good team, a focus, a good business model, scalability, sustainability. I think those are the factors.
And stay focused.
And stay focused. Wonderful. Thank you. I think point to be noted by all the budding startups out here. I think that brings us to the end of the session. I've overshot by a minute, but probably we can still spend a minute or two if there are questions from the audience. Okay. So we end it here? Oh, we can take some questions? Okay. So anybody? It's a huge opportunity. We have Kamal from the Adani Group and we have Ajit from the Unicorn Ventures. Don't miss this opportunity. If you have any questions, please feel free. I have asked mine and he has told me how to get rich. So now you guys need to know.
Silence is one of the biggest questions, right?
Silence is a big question, right?
They're saying us, please wind up.
Okay.
So I just have a question.
Okay, so we'll take 3 questions then. You can take and we'll take from you, and there was one, I think you wanted a question, you wanted to ask a question. Okay, so the 3 questions, please.
So I just would like to ask you a simple question. When a startup is going to scale, what are the timeline that one would expect pragmatically to follow that it doesn't collapse on its own ambition?
Question to Anil? Yeah.
And also to Kamal as well.
Okay.
I think most of the companies have failed because of 2 reasons. Of course, there are several, but I have seen they've failed because they run out of money, right? So planning your resources is very important. I've also seen this is very unique. Businesses have failed because there is a difference of opinion between founders. If you are able to solve these 2 problems, I think you will conquer the world. These are two factors which I feel are very important. Rest, I think, are all manageable.
Kamal, you would like to add anything?
No, absolutely. Those are the points. The only thing I'll add, right? I mean, I did one small startup in 2010, and one of the reason I had to stop it is I ran out of money. So I can relate to what Anil is saying. But sitting now on the other side, right, on the customer side, I would say that, the key thing to focus is solving a problem that is worth solving. Okay, that's number one. And then solving it for scale. I think many times as startups, we fall in love with our own idea. We really don't know if there is a buyer for that idea or not. And then, yes, we are able to solve that in a lab environment. But when it comes out in the real world, when it has to work with the enterprise systems, you in an enterprise world, it is very different. Okay. And I come from an enterprise world, so I can speak to that. You have to work with the likes of Oracle and SAP and cyber security team and our IT teams and whatnot. So if your solution cannot, handle those things, it will be very difficult to scale up, and that means you will very soon run out of your resources. So for me, those are very important things.
Thank you, Kamal. Shomojit, you didn't introduce yourself. So the question was asked by Shomojit. He's creating a very successful startup in our incubation center, and we'll get to see him in the next session right after this. Rajat, you had a question. So I would request you to quickly introduce yourself.
Yeah, thanks. My name is Rajat Biswas. I represent an organization called Onesha Knowledge Technologies Private Limited. Now, I have a question for Mr. Joshi. You see, we've had a good session. I mean, I think before the question, just a quick round of appreciation for the kind of session that I had. And my friend Kalyan had really moderated well, so much so that he kind of summarized the top 5 or 6 factors which would be required. And I was actually trying to come back to that. Now, one particular factor which is specific to us, I would presume that Kalyan may be probably thinking what is the question.
I can guess what's coming.
Yes. So the point is, we heard about many of the critical factors, be it scalability, the technology, the team, the sustainability, the social impact, and etc. Now, I would like to understand that for an organization which really is not a straightforward startup by the definition of the startup that we know as of today, but is actually doing some technology work, would you be interested in kind of investing or funding that kind of organization? In other words, if is the age of the organization critical to your funding decision? Because I belong to an organization which is far beyond the age of the startup, but the kind of work that we are doing is as good as a startup organization.
I think funding is not an issue today anymore, right? We have so many investors. If you look at the list is endless. There's so many funds, multiple funds. Some funds may have restrictions, right? For example, our fund is mandated to invest in startup. So we have defined, our, PPM, which, we file with SEBI that will invest in startup. Now, India have a definition for startup, right? So any company about 10 years is not a startup. So we can't look at those investment. Otherwise, we'll violate our own, declaration to SEBI, right? So that's a simple answer to your question. Okay. But coming to your, main issue, funding, I think age has nothing to do. We have invested in a company where a person is 62-year-old. Right now, people most of the time retire at 60, today 58, right? Now, we invested in a company where founder is 62-year-old, right? So there are examples where people have actually built after, their second innings, and they have built successful business and which has got listed, right? Now, it depends from whom you're raising money, right? VC by nature invest in acceleration. Right, if business doesn't have a potential of acceleration, VC will shy away from those opportunities. But there are investors who may not mind investing, right? Those are probably angel investors or boutique investors who would write a check enabling you to get to a stage where it becomes self-sustainable, right? And to those kind of investors, either you give equity or you give dividend, or you buy them out, right? So investment is not an issue today. In fact, government has so many programs where you can comfortably raise at least kick-starting money, right? Like when I graduated, even getting a 10,000 was an issue, right? Even my father would not have lent me 5,000 rupees to start a business, right? Those were the days, right? But today, government have program where you can get up to 50 lakhs, in some cases even a crore, in some cases even more, right? So money is not an issue. Please remove this one factor from your mind that if person in front of you is not writing check, the story is end. No, actually you have so many opportunities to raise money. I also said India is a land of opportunity. Everybody wants to invest. You just need to be on opportunity side. I think rest will be taken care.
Yeah, I understand. I was just trying to share my experiences as of now, because the organization is more than 10 years
Doesn't matter.
old.
There are people who would
So-
like to invest in matured companies, right? Right? PE investors invest in matured companies.
That was my question.
Right. So there are investors who write at every stage. So don't worry.
Okay, thank you so much.
So you and I still have a chance, don't worry.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
We'll work together now.
Certainly. Yeah, you had a question.
Hello, I'm Snehanjan Chatterjee, co-founder of a cybersecurity startup from Kolkata, Xeron. So I have a question for Mr. Kamal. Recently, we heard in news that Adani Group is entering the telecom sector itself. And I had a question if they are willing to work with startups in the Industry 4.0 and the cybersecurity space in this particular sector itself.
So, yes, very much. But before that, right, this has nothing to do with our announcement for telecom. So that is anyway, media, that's media's interpretation of what we are trying to do in that space. So don't go too much by, what you read or hear. But irrespective of that, cybersecurity, like I said, is a huge focus area. You have to understand we run now today some of the country's most critical infrastructure. So for example, Mumbai Airport, Ahmedabad Airport. So cybersecurity becomes very, very critical. We run, more than combined renewable and solar, renewable and thermal. We run more than 30 gigawatt worth of electricity. So any kind of cyber attack on this facility will be having an impact at the country level. Okay. So it is like without any doubt the most important topic on the mind of our leadership. That's why we are investing very, very heavily in building a cyber security team. Okay, so now if you do want to work with Adani, you believe you can add value, you would like to speak with someone, you can reach out to me, right? And share with me what you guys do. I'll connect you with our cyber security team.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. In the meantime, we have the pleasure to welcome Mr. Mahababul Alam, the President of the Chittagong Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, sir, for coming for this event. Thank you. Okay. One last question, can I? There's so much of demand of questions. So please, the microphone there. I think that's the last question, Kamal, and then we'll let you go. I think your voting announcement has started already?
No.
No.
Okay. Sorry, this is not a question. This is just an observation.
Sure.
So, on behalf of the IT committee, we wish Kamal very well for the AI labs that he plans to set up. And Kamal, I hope the brainstorming meeting that you had about 2 months back with the IT committee was perhaps one of the building blocks in coming to this decision.
Yes. No,
So-
actually that meeting was very, very useful for us to even build our internal business case that why we should be going to Calcutta. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So thank you, Kamal. Thank you, Anil. This is a wonderful session. I go home with a lot of takeaways, and thank you for your participation, and thank you, audience, for those wonderful questions.
Thank you,
very
guys.
much. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Have a safe flight.
Thank you. We will request Mr. Kalyan Kaur to please present a token of our appreciation to Mr. Anil Joshi. And in the meantime, we'll also present a video of one of our sponsors.
Today, enterprises are transforming rapidly to stay relevant and go head-to-head with born-in-the-cloud businesses. And yet, many of them are unable to leverage the full power of the cloud. In the face of challenges ranging from rigid architecture to lengthy migrations, the arrival of hyperscale clouds in India, along with advanced network technologies, make it possible to have cloud adjacency to create a secure, hybrid, multi-cloud architecture. The cloud-adjacent data centers with hyperscale Cloud Connect endpoints provide very low latency access to deploy hybrid workloads across the public and private resources effectively. And thus, the next best time for a fresh look at your cloud strategy is now with hybrid and multi-cloud. With hybrid, the unique capabilities of different platforms can now be efficiently utilized. For example, the power of a hyperscale AI ML can be federated with data in a private cloud. Likewise, a hyperscale database can be deployed with another hyperscale web application. 10,000 businesses today are empowered by SIFI to leverage the game-changing benefits of the cloud. With its hybrid and multi-cloud capability, SIFI can help you execute your strategic vision of business transformation with efficiency and simplicity. SIFI is committed to making the cloud secure, efficient, and reliable. From a single window, we deliver value across the complete spectrum, including infrastructure, platforms, and applications, offering flexible commercial models which are component-aligned, usage-aligned, and business outcome-aligned. With SIFI's Cloud Infinite CMP, comprising best-of-the-breed service management platforms, it provides a strategic advantage for customer success. Engage with SIFI to explore opportunities to reduce the costs and complexities of cloud operations. Engage more with Cloud at the Core.
Thank you. I think we are getting offline now, right? Ladies and gentlemen, this is to let you know that we have come to the concluding part of today's, the first day of the Business IT Conclave 13th edition. And it is really a refreshing change after the pandemic. And, our vision is to make it not only a knowledge sharing platform, but also a networking, a vibrant platform. So the session will be followed by networking reception and dinner. We are requested to please stay back, enjoy, engage, converse, and be with us. Thank you. And the next session, as we mentioned, is you are aware of, we have spoken about Webel BCCI Tech Incubation Center. So this session, we will present to you two of our very, very promising startups. The session will be moderated by Mr. Sharbojit Dash, mentor Webel BCCI Tech Incubation Center, member IT Committee, the Bengal Chamber, and the panelists, the incubatees whom will be presenting, represent Solar, Dr. Shomojit Roy, co-founder, and Professor Dr. Pei Liang, COO, and CC Radar, that Dr. Tapon Mishra, founding director, CC Radar, and former director of Space Applications Center. And the concluding remarks, the valedictory remarks, would be made by Mr. Manjit Nayak, director, STPI West Bengal, on startups' contribution towards product nation. So we would request the moderator, the panelist, and Mr. Nayak to please join us on the dais. So you let me know when we go online. So we are online, and as our panelists and the moderator are settling on the dais, we would like to show you another video of one of our sponsors. But more importantly, as we mentioned about Infinity Group in the morning, they are the facilitator of IT infrastructure, because it's a sector which is very much dependent on infrastructure. So, please have a look at it. In the meantime, the moderators may get settled.
This is where Infinity Group has acted as the harbinger of IT revolution over the past decades.
We started our journey as Infinity in the year 1996. As a group, we always felt that we should do business which has impact. And can we do something for state of West Bengal? and create some IT infrastructure which is state of art, ahead of its time, and looking at the customer's future requirement.
With numerous green buildings that total over 5 million square feet of green infrastructure scattered within an area of 3 kilometers.
And today, if I see the journey of Infinity from 96 to 2018, I feel very happy that Infinity has played a catalyst role, of course with the support of the government of West Bengal. And today, if I go out of the building and see the vibrant young crowd, and around 200,000 people are working now in Sector 5.
A home of smart thinkers is a marvel called the Infinity Think Tank, which was one of the very first intelligent IT-empowered workspace in Sector 5 that revolutionized the landscape of the area and ushered in an era that raised the benchmark of infrastructure and brought in smart integrated business parks all around.
You know, we are very conscious about the environment. All our buildings are green. Our first green platinum building came 10 years back, which was second in India, 7th in the world. Infinity has taken a vow that all their buildings, whether residential, whether commercial, whether shopping mall, whatever we do, has to be green.
A slew of cutting-edge smart green buildings with a futuristic design and robust engineering followed, such as Infinity Benchmark, Godrej Waterside, Infinity IT Lagoon, Martin Byrne Business Park, Merlin Infinite, and Advance Infinity.
So looking at the requirement of today's youth, entrepreneurs, startups, SMEs, we felt that if we give them a tension-free environment, we give them a space which is plug and play, they can come anytime, they can go anytime. For the lady worker, there is a security, and provide all the support which they need.
Infinity Business Center is housed in the award-winning Benchmark and Godrej Waterside building, having state-of-the-art co-working spaces at the heart of Sector 5. Some of the most valued customers of Infinity Business Center being Nissan Motors, Mars Chocolate, Avaya, Kimberly-Clark, Pearson Education, and Renault. Fully furnished plug-and-play model, which is scalable at any point of time. Infinity Business Center will offer every single modern amenity and convenience needed by you to crack that $1 million deal.
Today, we have around 400-500 seats. We are expanding it. We will be happy to help these entrepreneurs in whatever manner, including investing with them, mentoring them, and whatever is required to be done. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would now request Mr. Sharbojit Das to please take the session forward for introduction again to our at venue and online audience. Mr. Sharbojit Das is the mentor of Webel BCCI Tech Incubation Center. He will talk about the center, so you will get the context. And he's also a member of IT Committee of the Bengal Chamber. And so Sharbojit, if you could please take the session forward.
Thank you, Angana. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sharbojit Das, and I would like to welcome the startups that are there from the BCCI Tech Incubation Center today, and also Mr. Manjit Nayak, who is the Director STPI West Bengal. Now, just to give a brief about what Webel and BCCI together is doing in the Startup Incubation Center. It was primarily started in 2019 and was supported by Bandhan Bank. And we got a lot of support from other industry companies and corporates as well. The idea was to identify potential startups in the region and to mentor them on the domain expertise. And also, like, while we are talking about domain expertise, it was also required to address the problems that each and every startup face from the very initial days, that is the legal rights, the IPR, how to form a company, the taxation, to the branding, to the understanding the ecosystem, how they can contribute, how they can approach corporates or even get their first customer. So there are a lot of things that we at the incubation center take care with the pool of mentors that we have from the industry. Webel BCCI Tech Incubation Center is also right now incubated around 54 startups successfully, and presently in the current year batch we have got 15 startups who are undergoing the incubation with us. And Bengal Chamber definitely wants to take it forward as an incubation role in providing informed guidance to the startup and also to align their journey with potential creators and success stories going ahead. So I will not take much time. I will quickly introduce you both the startups we have. We have Dr. Shomojit and Dr. A. Liang from Solid Initiatives. We will just get to know a bit details from them and the demonstration of the wonderful product that they have done. And I was also fortunate to be a mentor in the mentor group while they were in the incubation center. So this product I co-relate from the heart as well. And also Shishir Radar Private Limited, Dr. Tapan Mishra, and we will also hear the details from him very soon. Manjitda, welcome to the panel discussion as well. So Shomojit and Pei, if you can start and let us know your journey, the concept of the startup, why did you do that, and what is the impact on the ecosystem and everything together. Thank you.
Thank you, Shurajita, for the introduction. So I think now everyone must be also a little bit tired. So I would directly come to the product. So this is our own redox oxygen maker, and I will show how it is. And after that, I will briefly introduce our team, our company, and then later Shomojit will introduce the technical details about the product. So as you can see, so this is the size of our product. So if you have this, it's very simple to use. You see there's a red button in front. So if we just press it, the oxygen, you can hear, so this very mild sound. So if you can see it, the oxygen is coming out. You can see some bubble, maybe from distance. So this is oxygen come out. And for individual person to use, you can just directly connect with this oxygen mask. You can just put on the nose. So this is for normal patient maintenance. So this is for normal patient maintenance with oxygen. Additionally, so like now in our room, so we already sit here for quite long time, a few hours. So actually inside, within the room, the oxygen concentrator are also reduced. In that purpose, so you can just switch it on, and oxygen will anyway so come from the machine, so that we will also keep fresh. That is also after 2-3 hour discussion, people would like to go out, open the window, have some fresh air. So that is the same function if you have this machine on redox. And if you don't need it anymore, simply just press it, that's it. So this is a machine which we have created or produced, and we have the backup battery inside, so which can run for around 4 to 5 hours, and you can just simply use this to charge it for 1 hour, then again you can run for 4 or 5 hours. So this is the introduction about this product. And so behind this, so we have a fantastic team. Me, myself, and this is also the co-founder of our company. So Professor Shomojit is also my husband. And we also have other 2 professors. So one is Professor Prashanta Panigahi. The other is Professor Fairport. So Francis Fairport, which is also a Belgian from Belgian Kent University. So we are really scientists, have a lot of research experience. And what is the kick for us to bring this product? Actually, is because we always think some very futuristic idea and product, which maybe we think that is useful for after 20 years. And because of pandemic, because of COVID, what happened surround us, that have really reshaped our mind to motivate to think we should really do something immediately meaningful to help the people surround us. And that is exactly 1 year, 2 months before, so last year, when the crisis comes. crying for oxygen. And then we started, so we just started from our home based, and we from our this knowledge or research experience, and we also have a team with engineers together. So we have really made this from Kolkata. Okay, so this is introduction of our team, and now so Shomajit will start the details. Thank you very much.
Okay, so yeah, so now I'll do the next part of it. So I thought I would like to, because Pei has shown you the product, I'll just like to tell you the background and more to augment the details about the product. So today when I was coming by our car near Beleghata, I saw a plaque in Bengali which highlighted my hero. And that's a forgotten hero. His name is Louis Pasteur. He passed away, unfortunately, in 1895, when the Nobel Prizes were not announced. He is the person who was a fascinating, multidimensional personality. You use his technology, we use his technology, we are using his technology every time. That is when we are making water, drinkable. We boil water. There is a traditional technology. We boil our milk. This is known as pasteurization. How did he come to this idea? In Middle Ages, so around 1800, many people in Europe, they died because of poisoning in wine. He was the one who came with the enological solution, pasteurization. He was the one who said it is not evil spirit, but it is germs that transmit infections. And then later, much later, an Oxford chemist, or a biochemist as you would call in today's language, whom you all know, Alexander Fleming, he picked up, built on it almost 33 years later and discovered penicillin, changed the world. Now why I'm telling this? He is my hero, my inspiration, because we heard from Dr. Ganti today in the morning that he's an academic in this audience. We feel like misfits, right? So this is how, for instance, business or revenue creation or wealth creation can shake hand with knowledge creation, which is what we believe. That's why I wanted to share my joy when I saw this beautiful plaque in front of Beleghata ID Hospital, almost forgotten corner, showing Louis Pasteur, my hero. So that is the genesis. That is what drives me, drives us. There was 1960s, there was a discussion in the National Science Foundation about which direction science funding should go on. Donald Stokes, the then Princeton dean, came up with the solution that one should move to Pasteur's quadrant, meaning high epistemology, high knowledge creation, and high application quotient, or high innovation. So now I will go directly. So this is our introduction. And so what we do, we address medical oxygen demand. And it's not only medical, we address oxygen demand with our patented technology, which is ohm redox. So how does it happen, or what does it do? It's no magic. It's basically based on electrocatalysis. We call it power. The technology, we call it power, full or acronymed as pneumatically coupled oxidation of water by electrocatalytic reduction. Very simply speaking, this is where science, high science, and need shakes hand. It's not just simple splitting of water, but kind of, and then you have something which is not magic, but catalyst, like if you have a mountain, you don't have the energy, you dig a tunnel. That's what the molecules do as catalysts. That is inbuilt. And there we have physics, we have circuitry, we have electronics. Now these are the patents, and it is recognized by the European Union recognition, the Conformité Européenne, the European conformity. It is recognized, of course, by the World Health Organization and the ISO 13485, and of course the Drugs Authority of India, and so on. And it is certified TRL level 9 and higher. What is important, I would like to mention here, there are classically, till date, two technologies that are being used for oxygen production. One is known as the PSA technology, or pressure swing adsorption technology. This is from almost from the Second World War time. Next, this works, by the way, by cryogenics, meaning freeze fractionation. You have two major components, oxygen and nitrogen. Now, the way the nitrogen molecules like each other is, of course, different from the way that oxygen molecules like each other. That translates into different van der Waals interaction. That is the scientific term for this liking or dislike. And that translates into different boiling point. That translates, you can change the temperature so as to fractionate. This is the technology for the PSA, core technology in a nutshell. The other one is the concentrator technology. As the name suggests, it concentrates air. Air has 20% oxygen, that's it. So you pass it through compressor, you have a zeolite catalyst, you fix the nitrogen, enhance the concentration of nitrogen. That's what a concentrator does. What we do, we have a third alternative technology identified and recognized by the European Union, the World Health Organization, and of course by our Indian regulatory authorities. And this is a technology, so you can play with it. And we have heard discussions, what is the difference between a product and a technology? So that's where I want to draw the demarcation. And now I would like to show you what it does. Basically, these are the few things, as Pei was mentioning, 3.5 liters of oxygen per minute. And this is one, but we can tune it. Purity of oxygen, yeah, we had to conform to the limbo, because if we say we give you 325% pure oxygen, you will be scared. That is exactly what it does, because compared to the oxygen that you get from concentrator, there is 3.5% more pure. You don't need a humidifier. This is directly humidified because the starting base is water. And it's lightweight. Even an unfit person like me can carry it from ground floor to first floor with stairs. And it has a standard power supply, noise level, you can barely hear it. And it runs with also an external power supply, meaning it can meet both the stationary as well as the mobile oxygen demand. So it's very simple, as Pei showed you. You just plug and play. You just plug it, you breathe in and breathe out, just relax. And of course, this is an old, so basically, these are the certificates, and we are running since 2019, and we are recognized by Startup Orissa. And of course, now we were selected. Our transformation came when we were selected by the Webel BCCI incubator, and we are also shortlisted by the DBT BIRAC. I'll come to that later. Now we got access to a bunch of excellent individuals, which I would like to hear. Many of them are in the audience. Without them, this journey would not have been possible. One is, of course, the moderator of this session. One is Kolanda, who is sitting there. There is Shurojidda, Shuchishmita sitting there. And of course, the key drivers, initial ones, are Shombit and Ongona. I don't know where Ongona is, and Shankolpita. And of course, then there were others, Megha and all. So that created the ecosystem. And then we were brought into the ecosystem, because we were academics. And they really did the hand-holding for us. And we are so thankful to this platform like BCCI and Webel. That makes all the difference. I have no words to express. Now, what is the impact, momentum, and market readiness? It's one of the first. Of course, I feel my Bengali chauvinism with the due respect to others. It's one of the first made in Bengal deep innovation in healthcare. And that was the sticker that helped us a lot, thanks to Webel BCCI giving us. So we have been selling now more pieces. Now scope, it's medical maintenance of oxygen. It's not critical care, but of course this segment is for medical maintenance, but one can be modified. Now, what is our dream? We want to establish Pasteur's dream. We are just an agent. We are old, we are an agent. But we hope that we can be the ones where Bengalis, and local people, there are a lot of local talents, because I'm involved in teaching them, bringing them up, that they come up and they create innovations and put us to shame. That's the dream. We are, in a way, third generation IITians. The first generation IITians are Sabir Bhatia. The second kind of generation is what we will say Sundar Pichai. The third generation is in the room. So Ganti is there, I'm there, and I'm sure there are many more others. So we should be trying or striving to create some niche, to follow. That is what we are looking for. And that is our dream, and that our kids don't go abroad, they study here. They make innovations here, they develop innovations here, transform the country. What we are looking for tech transfer and of course licensing. And there is scope for, and we are very thankful also for the discussions that are going on with Webel. And there is scope for using it, e-Shastoingit. And we are also helped by, like Kamal was there. So we had these nice discussions with Kamal and Sudhakar, who also became one of our mentors. So they gave us these insights, like, for example, one can use it in mining welfare, one can use it in EV station, like when you are sitting in EV station, or when you are, as Pei mentioned, when you are sitting in this room, right, the oxygen level feels bad. We can even now have lemon smell, grass smell, whatever smell you want, because we are chemists, so these are molecules for us, so we can play around with them. So these are very trivial. So all these kind of smells, aroma can come, and you can put it in hotels, restaurant, wellness space. And today we also had a discussion one of the time, and they said, why not agriculture, pisciculture, for example. So the scope, because this is a technology, and this is just a crawling technology, and we've envisaged further valorization using ABS modular design, smaller battery, IoT, oxygen Uber, whatever. Now, the path to ROI, I understand that time will be limited. Path to ROI and market penetration, we envisage, according to the reports, that because of the COVID, the industry shot up, the demand industry is 2020, $26 billion. Now in 2030, it is projected to be $53 billion. Open market space, according to the market leaders, Philips Respironics and also Longfian Technologies, they cannot even cater to the market space because the technology is, there's a space for the technology to take up. And there are only 2 certified, PSA and concentrator. Ours can very nicely groove in as a 3rd recognized technology. That is the strength of this product. That is also the weakness of this product. Because this has the possibility to create blue ocean, following René Magwan and Kim's nomenclature of this famous Harvard book of blue ocean. So we need agencies, we need entities like, for example, Webel and of course others, so who can really take it up and go and penetrate the whole thing. Because our business model is very simple. We want to bring research, productize it, and then create wealth from this product, bring it back into research, where we want to burn wealth to create knowledge. And we want to make Om Redox a household name here or even in Mars. If Elon Musk is going to do something, he needs oxygen. Of course, you cannot carry those heavy oxygen there. I mean, it's cost-wise, it's not realizable, right? And even aeroplanes have the limits because, one of the reasons why aeroplanes accidents happen, they don't have enough time because they are carrying these damn cylinders. So there is a fuel capacity limit. So anyway, so with this, I would like to conclude with a hearty thanks to the BCCI and Webel for this honor, for choosing us, and for your time, and for being there. And these are the recognitions which I just wanted to share. It was selected as 75 under 75 top innovation product and by the Honorable Prime Minister. And it was also, there is a book that has been released by DBT BIRAC, and there our product has been showcased. So these are some moonshots so far from our journey. And the journey started, but first here with the Webel BCCI talking or telling is the first deep innovation product. And yeah, we have press and and thank you very much. We hope the real journey starts from here and we can create an innovation ecosystem, true innovation ecosystem, where knowledge becomes wealth, Lokhi becomes friend of Saraswati, and they shake hand and new Bengal is born. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pei and Shomajit. It was like I was given a deck to introduce the startups for both Dr. Mishra and for Shomajit, but sitting on the chair, I thought that it will be an injustice if I want to explain what they are doing. The passion that Shomajit showed right now, it's truly entrepreneur's passion. And I couldn't have done justice just give an introduction what they have tried to do. Feel very blessed to be a part of your journey as well. And it is not only a healthcare product to us, we have also taken up the discussion while the mentorship sessions were on. we also envision these as a lifestyle product. So the way we are seeing that the air quality is going up and down every alternate day, there are carbon emissions and things like that. So oxygen is the need, and it can also do a good placement in the lifestyle segment as well. I would like to go to the next startup, Dr. Mishra. So I would like to invite you to, I will again not try to steal your show. So Dr. Mishra is heading the startup called Shishir Radar, and you have seen one from healthcare, and this is very deep tech. It feels something like Star Wars and things like that when I first started reading the details, and very Hollywood type. So I think he will do justice explaining it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. All the esteemed guests and all the members of the dais and my fellow startup entrepreneurs. I have been for 37 years in ISRO, and Dr. Anil Joshi will be very happy to know there is a 61-year-old person also can start a startup. And I headed two of ISRO's very prestigious institutions, not to claim, that is a Space Application Center and Physical Research Laboratory, having contrasting personalities. One the pure physicists dealing with all astrophysics, dark energy and all those messy stuff. Another set of very streamlined, stiff-jacketed engineers, and almost a strength of handled 3,500 people. But like the proper ISROite, we never concentrate on the success, we concentrate on the failure. And I have been instrumental in building a mother of radar technology, they called synthetic aperture radar. It took me 37 years to build the technology. And today, ISRO is very proud to build this synthetic aperture radar. In fact, in these 37 years, many labs and IITs tried to build, and then none of them could build the technology. And I'm regarded as one of the foremost people who made changes in the technology, who set standards for the technology. But I realized that though we went on building technology of the future, but we could not build business. And being an inhabitant of Gujarat for 37 years, I learned the key thing of that business, that we could not make the cost lower for Indian market. For us, all the researchers, IITians and all this, researchers, professors and all, our standards of technology is US, Europe, and the market pricing is also of that standard, and that is where we fail. So we thought we'll bring this technology. I think this is one of the most useful remote sensing technology, both militarily and civil applications, and also it is the most amenable for machine processing and machine recognition. So we went on going for a target to set upon ourselves. We'll get 10x more frequent space grade SAR data collection and at a 10x lower cost. That is the target we kept, because otherwise no fruitful business can be done in Indian market. And this is when you start a startup at this age, and when you have only retirement benefits with you, you cannot hire CEOs, CTOs. So I hired my son and daughter-in-law, who themselves are accomplished engineers from IIT Kanpur, Bitc, MTech, and they have a string of experiences in making very successful startups and selling them. And they have been also selected. My Soma Misra has been Soma Misra and Urmi Bhambani, and she has been, Soma Misra has been selected by the GOI as one of the top 50 mobile designers of the country, and he has been also founder CEO of Sumachar, and Mr. Surbi Bambani is an MTech in computer science in BIT on the, he has a huge experience in AI, cloud-based software, and of the educational softwares. And he was also founder and CTO of Sumacher. We have two products. One is that they will build one of the cheapest synthetic aperture radar in the world, because we have two USPs that we have no competitor in the country, and I don't foresee any competitor for another 10 years in this segment. Second, we can produce in this country 10x lower cost. In fact, we can, and you probably will not know. I will tell you this: a fighter aircraft, its actual cost around 500 to 600 crores. But the synthetic aperture radar, which goes with every fighter aircraft, is cost 125 to 400 crores. One spaceborne SAR satellite cost 1,500 to 2,000 crores, and that's the bottleneck. Unless we bring down the cost, cannot bring. Second, I also realized in my whole experience, this is the SAR, which is I built the airborne synthetic aperture. You can see the sharpness is better than 1 meter. But I find, if you want to have real applications for agricultural insurance, specifically for the country like us, with a very small field boundaries, and then you need to provide the data at the 3x better resolution data than what is available in today's world market. So we are having, they say, I'm not going, we have three products, data products will give. One is that a conventional captures, they say radar sensitive signal, receives the backscatter. That is one we receive, but we are going one step further. We'll have two synthetic aperture radar run synchronously, parallelly, which will not only get a forward scatter, but a backscatter, but also get the forward scatter, and we'll have actually on an image, 9 parameters will image on this. It is not one radar parameter, and it will be fully polarimetric, and it will be colored images. And we'll have also an interesting imaging mode, that a bidirectional imaging, that images on the ground, this is the first time we'll implement, which will be totally co-registered images. But this is what I can tell about the technology. What will bringing it? We'll be bringing the world's first multi-input, multi-output synthetic aperture radar into the first imaging technology, and it will be entirely different, open a new vista altogether. And they say, what are the competing technology? Competing technology is definitely camera and hyperspectrals. But only problem is that this camera signature depends upon the time of the day you capture the image. It is dependent on the sunlight and atmospheric condition. It's a cloud, it is rain, haze, dust, and obviously at night you cannot image it. Similarly, the same situation with hyperspectral images. And they have a seasonal variation because the sun incidence angle, this changes over the season. And makes it a seasonal. And the seasonal variability and diurnal variability is so much, it is not easily machine amenable. That I cannot calibrate for all the 365 days signatures of the different ways and all possible atmosphere. Then this other technology competing, the synthetic aperture radar, their technology is actually very complex, but only advantage, it doesn't depend on anything on the environment, day, night, clouds, rain. You can actually image in a very deep storm and a very clear images you get it. And the technology is, on the flip side, it is very complex and the data is very costly because all the things are costly, but the cameras are very cheap, for marriage and everything you have it, all those things nowadays. So we can have in the world market, it's a 60 to 100 dollar per square kilometer images of this resolution class. In fact, the today's date I checked up, today's the US rate of such data is actually $133 per square kilometer there. And I am a space business, after I am worked with aircraft, synthetic aperture radar, military radar, I worked with spaceborne radars, and in fact the whole research series of radars are built by me. But one thing I know that if we have to make of a traditional platform, we have to make a drastic change. We have to go for a whole thought process change. The thought process change is that it's not space radar is the solution. The solution is today, I'm convinced, it's a drone-based radar. It brings down the cost. If I want to bring down the cost by factor of 10, I have to cut down cost on every aspect of the platform I carry, the way I operate, the way the quality of the manpower I need to operate. And I'll tell you that, say, if I have to give this resolution of data over India, any days on a 3 days repeatability, I'll tell you, they say on a crop phenology cycle, those who know the agriculture people, they know the phenology cycle, the crop life cycle of an order of 3 months to 4 months, and actually you get satellite data hardly 3 or 4. You cannot get better than that to this technology. But if you have to get if you have to really use for application for crop estimation, crop forecasting, and the agriculture insurance, you need to get a sample of a 10 sample at least on a 3 days interval. We cannot get it. And if I want to get a 3 days interval, I need 32 satellites. And each satellite costing something like 800 crores, obviously in Indian market and Indian investors cannot really digest those numbers. Only way is that if I can build 100 drone-based SAR, I can actually fill up all the 32 satellites cost and a one satellite cost over a period. That's we'll be able to target imaging 1 lakh square kilometer per day. That's imaging. And that a cost of with one satellite, and one satellite could have only imaged 500 square kilometer over India per day. With this resolution, it is a function of resolution also. And we look at applications, I think the agriculture application is huge. The government gives Pradhan Mantri Kisan Yojana, in that they gave 80,000 crores for I think 12 crores farmers they give. It's at the 6,000 rupees, so they can calculate, I think the numbers, 80 lakhs crore. And this number, the person who loses the crop, for him or her, this 6,000 is nothing. And the person who actually doesn't lose, has a good crop, for him, the 6,000 is very little amount. It's no consolation. So only way is that, instead, because why government is giving to all and sundry at a very paltry amount? The reason is that they cannot distinguish who has suffered and who has not suffered, because they do not have a data. Your car meets into an accident, you can take to a dealer's place, but your crop goes bad, you cannot bring to one go down and so, because by the time everything would have gone. So you have to send inspectors to the crops, and you cannot afford to have those inspectors at the cost of MSP per ton of paddy or per ton of wheat today. You cannot have this inspector. So our insurance is not picking up, and that is where we are. But globally, if you look at it, it is growing at a rate of 6.5 CAGR. It's almost a $38 billion today, and it is expected to go $52 billion by 2026. And when I say that our contribution is, India's share of this market is very small. It's nothing. Actually, we are a big producer. We send wheat to all the countries all around, but we cannot insure our farmers properly. One of the most interesting applications of this is in the town planning and highway construction. In fact, I have bought in Ahmedabad, I have bought some houses, and I have always bought within my knowledge, where the city or town is going to grow in another 10 years, the vectorial growth of the city. And that is where the town planning and the investment comes in, the real estate comes there. And this is where it can, that's one of the greatest source of corruption is in the building the highway network. A 120 feet highway road, it's cost around 8.5 crores for a 1 kilometer of construction. Imagine instead of 120 feet wide, I just construct 15 feet. We just remember how many kilometer of percentage the contractor will be eating out the money. And that is where the assessment of the road is very inspiring. What is the quality of the construction? And what is the amount of construction estimates? And there's a mining today, open cast mining is one of the great, there is I'll tell you that like a Vedantas, they have a mines, zinc mines in a very far place. They're all open cast mines. Some are that very deep. And the open cast mines, when you do that, you can monitor, you have to report on that the supervisor, okay, this much the monitoring. But can I monitor remotely in a much cheaper, much easier, and a third party monitoring? And these are the areas of the business which can happen. And for military, I don't have to say anything. The drone base are being a low altitude, it will be away from the radar, it will be very low radar cross section, is detectable, and because it looks sideways around 15 to 20 kilometers. When you camera, you have to look below. But with a radar, when you look further, you are getting sharper images, contrary to all what our eyes knows. Our eyes, if you look further, will see the blurred images. But the radar looks further, it sees a sharper image. And that is what is important. You can fly in Indian territory and image your neighbor's territory. And even if you are shot by SAM or surface to air missiles or any guns or anything, then your imaging instrument will fall in your territory. It will not fall not in enemy's territory. And that is where this is a very powerful. In fact, at today's date, synthetic aperture radar is one of the most sought after imaging system by the military. In fact, to share with you from my experience, the 30% of India is actually cannot be imaged with a camera. This was the whole of Kashmir, Kerala, Northeast states, and part of Bengal. In fact, getting images of Calcutta whole year round is a very big challenge. You cannot get it with the optical cameras. You have to get it only through the radar imaging, you can get it. And this is the military market. And a synthetic aperture radar, if you can build it in the country at a very cheap rate, we become competitive because we don't have a competitor in the country. Whatever a competitor, there are only 6-7 competitors in the world. I can even count in the fingers. And because the demand supply asymmetry, the pricings are very high. I gave you an example of the costings. Whatever I am privy to some of the procurement, and I know the cost there, and that is where we can beat it handsomely in this market, because we are not targeting two parts of the product. One is that the sensor hardware, that is one line of business. Another line of business is the new oil, that is the data. Today, we have heard all the businesses, we want to put all the services, we want to put this, that to the market and all this. But I have not heard a single word how to generate those data, how to generate those 5G equipments. And the very reason that all 4G in the market, we could not, what all the suppliers have burnt is the bank's money. We are very, very happy we got a 10 paise per call, but the Companies lost 20% per call, and that call, where it has come from, the banks writing off the loans or the rescheduling of loans. That 20% what I thought I have gained is actually came from my savings and interest on that. And we Indians don't understand that economics, except Ahmedabadis. That economics, that we actually paid for the subsidy for what we got over here. So this is what, and the military radar is one of the biggest market I see. And the second one where we are targeting is the providing a data, a timely data. If the data is not timely, everybody knows, all AI people knows, if the information is not timely, that intelligence is as good as history only. So the data has to be timely and data has to be cheap, because Indian market is a cheap market. Till we do not, dollar rupee ratio is not determined by purchasing power parity. We have to build things which is cheaper in Indian context of the price. So that is where we need. So I feel that the market is big, the rate of growth is very high, and the competitors are not there. That is where we find that we are in a very, very comfortable region to operate. And as I told, that we have already in the process of building, cutting the metal, and we will be giving, will prove by 2024, and that we can, yes, we can cut that cost of per square kilometer cost by a factor of 10, and we will be able to put up a service from B2B. We are in talk of some bigger players, okay, B2B, or on a franchise model. For me, the greatest franchise model is the Geo telephone. They have all this, they have no responsibility. They only give a banner outside the room. Everything is done by the local franchisee, and he buys equipment, sells it, and the profit he gets it in between. So we'll pay this people, all these franchises, as a per square kilometer data. As and when they pump the data, India is a layer by layer, daily layer, pump the data, we'll pay them and we'll leverage. There are people who are coming forward and much bigger players who have those assets and the wherewithal to do that. And it's because our name, company's name is CC Radar. We're not put a synthetic aperture, because normally in this country, all the radar companies started building the lower, in the radar pyramid, lower chain, and they could not reach the top. But I am starting from the top of the pyramid. So it is easy for me, because it's a mother of all radars. It is easy for me to build from the core radar to all other radars ground below. So we are going to go for all types of, hopefully, God willing, in another 10 years time, we will be venturing into all sorts of military and the spaceborne SAR radars, and for not only for the country, but for all the customers from abroad, which we I'm confident that we will be able to get it. And I must thank my investors. And I have not gone to the traditional investors, because in a deep tech investment, our country has not matured, because this is where your judgment cannot come from Excel sheets. Because for Excel sheet, you make a judgment of managerial judgment, and for a linear business, like a construction of building, that if I have to build a 7-story building in New Town, I can immediately figure out what is the cost. But if I say that if I have to build a SAR, there is nobody to figure the cost, because it's a deep tech investment. It needs a slightly gestation period, and the judgment of investors should be on the basis of not by numbers, profitability, it's a gut feeling, and gut feeling comes when you have a deep expertise in this subject. And unfortunately, in this country, what I think is a lacking, it is done by the Nobel laureates Stiglitz and all for 2001 Nobel laureates, is the information asymmetry in the market. The deep tech technologist, he has an assumption of a confidence of a success, but because that information of the confidence, the basis of confidence is not understandable by investors. So investors would not like to part with. They will think, we're just hearing, if I put a $1 million investment and all for such a deep tech market, obviously do not get, I still feel, if the investors are not mature to put a few $1 million, the deep tech market is not going to develop. That is where I would request that BCCI and all to go for a third-party evaluation of the viability of projects, because that is where, that is the Stiglitz information asymmetry of economics. That is why we recruit a person from IIT, not because I can judge that fellow whether he's good or bad. It is because IITs have judged through a written exam. So I can simply correlate. IIT is a third-party judgment for that student. That is why, because I can only judge a person up to my IQ level. Beyond my IQ level, the person will be either a lunatic or brilliant. He will be between, but we cannot be able to judge up to the level. So what we go to IITs and IIMs, which are the third-party evaluator. Exactly similar evaluation has to come in the business assessment when you do that. It is maybe it's a good for selling mutton, biryani and everything, one sort of businesses. But if the country has to build businesses for future, it has to be deep tech, and the technology should be looking for 10 years ahead. Investment for the 10 years ahead, and investment not on a technology which is 10 years backwards. Thank you very much. And I am thankful to my investors who are actually the doctors who treated me. They have seen the scans, so they have confidence on me. So they put their money, and today I am comfortable to run for another 2 to 3 years to build the product. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra. It was really fascinating, and honestly speaking, this is the kind of like the startup ecosystem that we are trying to build up from Kolkata. And for all the new generation entrepreneurs, Dr. Mishra is the standing example that age is no bar. And really, thank you for inspiring all of us and whatever you have done so far. And wish you good luck. And being a first generation entrepreneur myself, little 2 cents I will try to share with you. It is not only the incubators who are coming and getting benefited from the mentors, it is equally an opportunity for all the mentors to learn and improve and gain knowledge. And thank you BCCI Webel for giving that opportunity of having the learning session both way street. And for all the new startups or the young startups, Anil also said that one thing which is very much required is focus, determination, and I personally believe is that you need to chase excellence. Every is done to generate money. Money will come, but in the run of thinking that when the money will come, we fail to chase excellence. And the equations are a bit different. If you can chase excellence, money will come definitely at certain point of time. And it should be something that all of us should take into consideration about impacting and a positive impacting of the ecosystem equally when we are trying to think of building a startup. And one thing which is very, very much needed is a change of mindset, which is already coming. We can see examples, and that's it. If you can change the mindset, sky is the limit. Thank you everybody for being patient to hear out the participants, and thank you both Shomojit Pei and Dr. Mishra for demonstrating your product. I will go directly to Mr. Manjit Nayak. Manjitda, good evening once again. And Manjitda will be sharing a few thoughts on startups' contribution towards a product nation. So very, very valid topic for today's evening. So Manjitda, thank you very much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Roy, Professor Mam, Dr. Mishra, Mr. Das, and other audience and known faces like Kalyan Kaur, Deepak Daktari, Sunil Bose. I think any other, I'm not able to take other names, the known faces are there. So I think the entire day sessions from the morning starting from I think 2 o'clock to till now it's already delayed. So you people has lost your probably the patience and you eagerly waiting for the rather not in the validity session for the last session, right? So I'll not much take space times, but really inspired by looking to this online demo of the oxygen box. And as Dr. Mishra has inspired us with the drone technologies and radar technologies in this age of in the senior citizen age, right? So it is really inspired for all of us. There is no bar of age, nor geographical location, nor funding, nor technology sides. If you have the willing power, you can do anything. Exactly government want in this angle only. And government trying to promote the startup communities to be number one in the world. Now, if you see that we are in the third position, it's more than 70,000 startup has been already enrolled in the Indian market. And after USA and China, we are in the third positions. And startups are working in all the verticals, starting from healthcare domain to education domain, to the IoT domain, to education, everywhere startup, agriculture domain, everywhere startup is working, right? So, and it's all spread to the tier 2, tier 3 city, not is only in the Calcutta. As Dr. Roy told me, we have developed in Calcutta. This is good of, and this is really proud for all of us. But now the startup is working in the tier 2, tier 3 cities everywhere. And government is totally focusing on the startup domain. Startup policy has been created, and the 2015 onwards, this journey has been started. 70,000 startup has already enrolled. And you know that there is a lot of benefits, and we call the startup till 7 years of the operation, right? And the biotechnology segment, we are considering up to 10 years in the startup industries. And there is a lot of incentives, benefit, 10,000 crores of funds is available for that startup communities. Then 80% of the patent filing reduction fees are available. And if you talk about the hassles-free movement for 3 years, there is no filing of any taxation or any sort of compliance, which is normally government needs. 3 years of the tax holidays are there. So there is a lot of incentives and the benefits for the startup communities to develop further. We are trying to generate the entire ecosystem to help to the startup communities. Startup communities is basically the part of MSME, right? It's the government is realizing the MSME industries are really a backbone for the growth of the country economies. If you think, then there is in the production section, there is a 7% contribution in the GDP from the, I'm talking about from the MSME side, and in the 30% in the service segment. So it is a 37% of the contribution to the GDP segment. And considering to the production, it is happening 45% products of the countries is from the MSME side. And from there, 40% the exports happening from the MSME sides. So you think about the startup and MSME contribution toward the country economic growth. And it is not only in the employment generation, it is towards the technology development, it is towards to the investment development sides, it is having a great impact in the social economy. So the startup communities is now day by day is increasing, and it is having all the ecosystem has been created by different ministry, including the central government and state government. Policy has been framed. Startup policy has been framed by all the state government, almost all, I can say, having only few state government don't have the policy so far, but there is a lot of incentive and the benefits are available for the startup communities. Education institutes are also grown up, and they are also gear up to promote the startup communities. Ministry of Commerce also gear off in that way to promote the startup industries. Ministry of HRD also involved in this. So everywhere there is a startup buzz, right? Everywhere. And if today this oxygen machine has been, Madam has shown, probably we are all remembering the last 2 years of COVID era, right? The way we suffered and the way the startup company has generated various products to support the entire country, entire globe. in various manner. Immediately they have developed some innovative idea, they have started some product, and this product has mass production, and it has gone to the public and the day-to-day life to save the human life. So we have seen this, how the innovative idea has came in the peoples, and how the product has been developed in the over the night, and how it has been spread across the country, and in fact we are supplied to the global market. So if you talk about the startup, already government is focusing on startup. As you all of us know, India is having a totally #1 position in the software development activities in the global, right? We have more than 200 USD billion of USD, 200 billion of USD already we have target achieved in the software export activities. But however, in the electronic segment, we are a little bit behind compared to the other countries, which is government of India is totally focusing to be make it as a product nations. We are trying to be focused in the electronics, IT, in all this segment to be a product nation. So we are self-sustained in the generating of our own technological product, and our target, our product should be available across the countries, as well as it will give the service, or it will give support to the entire global countries. So if you think about the product nations, already we have a lot of product policies, right? Software product policy in the 2019 it has been launched, and government is considered to be product nations, right? Zero import policy, where is called as a zero import policy. That means we don't want to import anything from the abroad countries. We want to make it India, make an India product. But if you see about the mobile communications, all the electronics communication devices, now it's manufactured in India. So think the volume of electronics product happening across the countries, and that is the reasons government is supporting in open-handed in the all area, in the terms of funding support, in terms of in the different policy support, in terms of compliance support. Everywhere government is trying to promote. If you talk about the software product or hardware product, there is various incentive policy also available, especially from our Ministry of Electronics and IT. And we have the policy like schemes like STPI schemes. All the software industry has been enrolled in the STPI schemes. All the electronics manufacturing people are registered under ESTP schemes. That is all basically meant for the export-oriented activities as well as the domestic activities. Now the government is again focusing for the development of the product. Recently, we have also launched NGIS scheme, Next Generation Incubation Schemes. So the product company, innovative company, they can get the opportunity in the initial phase. I think Mr. Kalyan Kaur also part of that, and he's also very much actively involved in this, particularly the identified of the startup communities. So it's the fourth session of this particularly NGI scheme is recently launched, and its target date is going to be complete on 1st of August. So I'm requesting all my startup community, those who are present over here, they should participate. If they have the innovative idea, if they have the any really technological solutions, which is really helpful to the publics and to the society, they must participate in the NGI schemes. In front, 25 lakhs of funding support is available, right? So though it's initially covered in the 12 cities, but sitting at any location, you can apply there. And this what the government incentives are, or the funding support is available. There is mentoring support is available. There is infrastructure support is available. Try to grab this opportunity, which is called is a NGI scheme, Next Generation Incubation Scheme. If you put ngis.stpi.in, you can access that particular the scheme details. It's already in the floated the schemes. Currently, the Chunoti 4 version is launched across the country. The awareness drive is going on. The 1st August is the closing date. So I'm requesting all of you to be part of this NGI scheme, so that you can grab the funding support, which is very much vital for the startup industry to grow to the next level of their business. With this, I think really the startup community is playing a vital role nowadays, and they are coming up with the very, very new innovative ideas and solutions. And is be really appreciated by the in sort of like startup house as well as in the ministry levels, in the higher authority level, and we are trying to promote like anything. And just now the drone technology Dr. Mishra has shown, that in fact connecting with the radar. I'm giving you because we are sitting at Calcutta, so I'm giving one example of our North Bengal one guys who has developed the similar sort of drone technologies based solutions sitting at North Bengal. He has imagined that there is a shark movement happens and it has been attacked happen in the seabed in every year where the 2 to 3 casualty happen. It's a statistics data analysis has been made. That is when the swimmer are near the seabed or they're swimming in the sea and all, normally shark comes and attack to the swimmers. It's happened in the Australians and the Western country like US and all. Everywhere there is a 2 to 3 casualty happen. So this North Bengal guys has been imagine that ideas, and he had developed the drone based applications, and the drone will cover the seabed and it will give them information of the shark movement so that the swimmer can be alert and they will come to the the seabed and they save their lives. So think the imagination sitting at the corner of the North Bengal. So my point is, as Mr. Mr. also told, I'm a age of 60 plus and all. So there is no bar of the age, there is no bar of the geographical condition, there is no bar of the funding support or the technological support. You can at any point of time, you can start your thinking process, come with an innovative solution, come with a new technologies, come with any solution, so that government is always supporting to the all the innovative ideas and the startup communities, right? And the government having a lot of startup policy, as I told, it's available everywhere on the other states also, especially from the STPI side. We have a 20 center of entrepreneurship, right? So we have a 20 center of excellence, you can say. We are called as entrepreneurship to support to the entrepreneur's journey. It is in all the domains, starting from the automobile to the healthcare, to the agriculture, to the IoT, to the you can say the any sort of AI and AR, VR. Everywhere we are trying to create the buzz actually across the country. The people sitting at this any location, they can get the benefit of this center of excellence facilities for this basically meant for the entrepreneur's journey, right? So everywhere there is a lab has been created, other in educational institutions are also created the similar sort of lab where you can get in the very cheaper rate, you can handholding support you will get, and you can avail what if you have any ideas, if you have any concept, then you can go reach to that lab, and with the support of the mentors, with the support of the entire ecosystem, you can try to fulfill your goals. Coming to the Startup India, there is a startup portal where lakhs and lakhs people has been already send their mail communication for the on only handholding support immediately over the mail, over the phone, because startup needs the support, right? So Startup India portal is created, and DPIIT, there is a script, department startup companies has been registered under that, and Government of India having special focus for those who are registered under DPIIT. There is special, so somewhere there is a special incentive is available, discount is available for the DPIIT registered startup companies. So this Startup India portal is there. You try to grab this opportunity. There is a online support is available. Second, similar sort of portal is available in the Ministry Startup Hub. We call it the MSH, right? Ministry Startup Hub. That is METI Startup Hub. We can call as our ministry. So it's METI, called as a METI, Ministry of Electronics and IT. So METI Startup Hub. That Startup Hub MSH, you can, if you put the MSH in the Google, you will get this all the detail. See this MSH. It is again a portal where you'll get all the startup benefits, right? Across the country, what the states are, different states are giving the benefits, and what is the facilities available across the countries, a similar sort of helpline service and all available in the MSH portals. So that is also, this two type of portal is available for the startup industries, where those who are the new startup, young entrepreneurs, and the concept stage or in the ideation stage, If people can register over there, you can access to that for the handholding support in the immediate basis. And of course, BCCI had the startup sessions they have also made, like NASCOM and other chamber house. So you can access to there also to get the benefit of the startup movement, right? So in this way, I think from the day, as I told, there is a technology session, then there are, prior to this also startup sessions were there. So I think if people have grabbed more and more knowledge, I just want to ramp up with this overally as a, on behalf of government, what actually we are looking for and how we are trying to support to the startup ecosystem. I just, in the brief time, short time, I just try to touch up on many points. So I believe in this entire day of program, people have grabbed a lot of knowledge, and it has been a mind-blowing sessions throughout the, maybe the from afternoon session onwards. And it will boost your moral as well as the increase your courage inside your feelings, right? To, yes, we can do something. And sitting at Bengal, sitting at Calcutta, sitting at North Bengal, we can do something. So this is the type of platform. If you will attend, it will encourage you, right? It will encourage you, it will boost your morale, so that tomorrow we want to see more and more startup. And especially, I'm requesting all my Bengal's startup industries. We are a little behind compared to the our south. If we compare to our western belt, our eastern belt, particularly not in Bengal, I'm talking about the eastern belt, is little bit behind of entrepreneur's journey, right? We are in the entrepreneur's journey or the creation of the startup buzz. We are little bit behind to the compared to the other zone, north or western or else. So my request to all of you to please join in the startup journey, and we have there to support you, and entire government is there to create and to give the hand-holding support to all the startup communities, and different chamber houses there, they're also trying to promote. So I believe if people join in all the areas, you'll have plenty of ideas will come and knowledge will be shared, and you will have a really, you have a, from the inner side, you'll have a boosting feeling to, so that we can do something. So with this, I think I will not take much time, as I told. So it's all the overtime, and thank you all patience hearing and present over here, all of us, and have taken a lot of knowledge. I believe it will help you for the further growth in your startup journey. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Naik. Thank you, Dr. Mishra. Thank you, Mr. Das. Thank you, Shomujit. Thank you, Dr. Peiliang. What a befitting session to end the day's proceeding. It was really, really enthralling. So we now would showcase a sponsor video, the last for the day, spare us. And in the meantime, we will also do the honors, some mementos to be given away. So we'll do that. Dr. Mishra first.
This thing right here.
The moderator can kindly do the honors. Mr. Sharbojit Das, please.
And it gets some speed. Give it purpose, and it gathers velocity. The thing we create to propel businesses forward. To give them the ability to take new shape. Adapt to everything. Time. Human nature. Mother Nature.
Yes, sir.
Today, an energy company. Tomorrow, one that channels all its energy in selling flowers.
To Mr. Manjeet
Powered
Naik.
by the precision of data and disruptive engineering, Velocity provides change.
We have a hamper from our networking partner Carlsberg. We have a tree from Karmayog plant basically, and we are also having a organic honey produced from the B corridor from one of our incubates of Webel BCCI Tech Incubation Center. So these are the mementos that we are giving away. Mr. Manjeet Naik.
Management company Wings and an aerospace engineering giant Nimble Feet. Or for that matter, it's what eliminates bank holidays in banking. And it's this very velocity that's offering our clients the access to smart connections
to Dr. Peiliang
to find fresh directions. But more importantly, the unique ability to outrun the present, to outsmart.
And Shomujit Joy.
Come, witness velocity transform the way business is done.
Thank you. So with this, we come to the end of day one's proceeding, day one of the 13th edition of Business IT Conclave. The theme this year was Future of Technology and Business Opportunities for that. We'll be back with the day two on 22nd. That will be a completely virtual show. We will share the links in due course with all of you. Thank you so much for your patient hearing. It's been, we have overshot the time, but you have all been so patiently here and listening to it so diligently. So thank you so much. We also would like to thank the speakers who have specially flown for this event today. Lieutenant General Dr. Kochar, Dr. Radhakrishnan Ganti, Mr. Anil Joshi, Mr. Vishwanathan, and so many of them. They've just flown for this event today. And it was such a refreshing feeling to have a physical session after 2 years, sir? 2 years, yes. So after the pandemic, although it's not over, but we are trying to get over it. Nevertheless, we couldn't have done this without the support, wholehearted support of our sponsors. So we would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors. The gold sponsors, Mindtree. The silver sponsors, MB Software Private Limited and PricewaterhouseCoopers Private Limited. We have a session sponsor. This session would be on Metaverse, and that would be taken up on the day two of this conclave. Session sponsor is Zenser Technologies. We have quite a few bronze sponsors. To start off, Infinity Infotech Parks Private Limited. They have been a regular patron, and we thank you so much for that. The Information Technology and Electronics Department, Government of West Bengal. RPSG Ventures, SIFI Technology Limited, and we also have Tata Communications Limited. We have our associate sponsors as GIS Group. GIS Group is also our chief patron. We have STPI West Bengal. Thank you, sir. And Tenable. Tenable has also supported this initiative. So then we also have Sundew Solutions. Mr. Sharbajit Das, thank you so much. And Defendia. So these are our associate sponsors. We have reached far and wide through our social media partner, 7boats. They were very important in handling this, in managing the scale that we wanted to achieve. So 7boat Infosystem Private Limited, our social media partner, and eventually, last but not the least, our networking sponsor for this evening, Carlsberg. So with this, I would request all of you to go upstairs. We have a networking evening to attend and a dinner to follow. So please join us. Thank you. And we would like you to be back virtually for the day two of the session. Thank you so much.